a mistake or not. He's just so cool, and I'm so happy that we get to see him in this event.
Wait, I'm actually pissed at us that we've missed like the aura clout battle between these two teams. We talk about like the fried chicken bit. We talk about the mouse kiss, and then we talk about Demon One standing on the chest. Like, forget about defaulting and macros and side execs and layering utility.
Hello guys, welcome to another stream. कैसे हो सब लोग? क्या हाल है सब लोगों के? क्या हाल है? सब लोग लाइक करो पहले तो. हेलो मिकी, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. फटाफट पोल पे वोट करो भाई, फटाफट. 2 मिनट और बचे हुए, हम लोग टाइम पे आए हैं.
That makes no sense.
I also don't think people have seen the way that like
we are back guys, we are back. Even Demon One is back.
But have you seen their hair colors?
एक चीज मैं पिन कर देती हूँ, नया कंटेंट रील मैंने डाल दिया है इंस्टाग्राम पे.
I saw in a moment. This is my team.
अच्छा, ये आईडी पे
I
मॉड
was
नहीं
thinking about
है.
G2 winning, and I thought, well, I don't know. And then I
Main से
remembered
डाल
they walk
देती हूँ
onto the
अपनी.
stage with Oakleys, and they're decked out in polo Ralph Lauren.
आज तो भाई मजा आने वाला है मुझे,
that's what I'm saying.
क्योंकि I own the
Because
G2
can I tell
capsule.
you, I try walking out onto something like that, dressed like that, I look dumb. They look awesome. It's crazy. I don't get it.
I think I love G2, but I also love rage baiting. They're like, yeah, they're tryhards, you know, like they don't have the natural aura, but. What do I know? Because if we look at predictions, I had a bit of a stinker yesterday. I was 2-0 and then 2-2. But it looks like there is way more DRG believers than Heretics believers, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, we're gonna have some separation today. I think, at least for me, I can't speak for my peers. I just like to see the world burn sometimes.
चलो ये पिन कर दिया है, आगे guys हम डरते.
The DRG pick.
Oh, okay.
G2's.
T1 जीतेगा. 70% लोगों ने ट्विटर पे वोट किया, मतलब
definitely did so well against Heretics back in Masters Shanghai. Yeah,
Nice.
Same roster, by the way. Anyway, carry on.
I just think this one was honestly such a hard one, but I think I'm gonna go with T1, but I'm a little scared. I'm scared.
Okay, yeah.
I'm going back and forth.
आज ड्रायड को लेके आए, देख रहे हो guys?
T1 for the first one. G2 for the second one.
भाई आज ड्रायड को लेके आए हैं. W RCB winning definitely. Hell yeah भाई, बिल्कुल. कुछ भी मैच हो तो फिर RCB का है, विराट कोहली का है, क्लियर कट हमें पता है. फिर भी पता नहीं हम लोग क्यों मैचेस वगैरह देखते रहते हैं. हेलो अल्टीमस, क्या हाल है, कैसे हो? आज तो यार मैंने जिस टीम का कैप्सूल खरीदा है वो टीम के ऊपर है. अगर G2 आज हार गए ना, मेरा पूरा पिकैम्स ऐसे करके कुट करके कट जाएगा. मेरा कंपनी का एप्लीकेशन फिलअप हो गया है, बैकग्राउंड चेक बचा है. अच्छा, क्या बात है यार, क्या बात है. देखो शायद सितंबर में 22nd से. अच्छा, ऐसा क्या हो जाएगा जल्दी. Congratulations and celebration. क्या बात है, अभी मजा आएगा ना. गाइस पोल पे वोट करो फटाफट, और पिन कमेंट भी चेकआउट कर लेना ताकि आप लोग ऐसी गलती मत करो, ठीक है? मेरी तरह गलतियां बिल्कुल मत करो. बैकग्राउंड चेक अमेज़न का बहुत टाइम लेता है, ऐसा क्या?
We last faced G2 in Shanghai. It's been a pretty long time since then. We've learned a lot, and I hope all of those learnings lead up to champs.
Going against Team Heretics, I feel pretty confident. I'm ready to play this tournament again because they know when I was a world champ, I was
unstoppable. मेरे फ्रेंड ने रिसेंट ज्वाइन किया, उसी ने हेल्प किया. अच्छा, ऐसा क्या क्या पोस्ट ओपन है वैसे? वो सब कंपनीज में क्या क्या पोस्ट ओपन होते हैं? कुछ हम जैसे गरीबों लायक है क्या?
To win champs, obviously, it would mean everything to me.
EG are your Valorant World Champions!
फिलहाल वर्क फ्रॉम होम ऐसा क्या कुछ मिले तो बताना यार, कुछ मतलब हमारे लायक कुछ मिले, मतलब पीसी वगैरह तो है, वर्चुअल एसोसिएट वर्क कुछ अगर मतलब यू नो हो तो बता देना। हम भी वेले ही बैठे हुए हैं, हम भी कुछ करते नहीं है, एटलीस्ट टाइम यूटिलाइज हो जाएगा। आज लोग बहुत लोग प्रेडिक्ट कर रहे हैं, मेरा हो जाए तो मैं बताता हूँ कि ईस्टर्न ने वर्क फ्रॉम होम ही चाहिए फिलहाल तो, अभी बहुत सारे प्रोसेस है, करो करो। हेलो नीरज, क्या हाल है? वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम, कैसे हो? कौन जीतेगा? पहला वाला मैच तो मैं T1 को बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट करना चाहती हूँ, बट DRG गॉट डीमन 1 बैक, देखते हैं कैसा परफॉर्म करता है वो। ऑब्वियसली पूरा स्टेज 2 नहीं खेला है, तो वार्म अप वगैरह उसका कैसा रहा है, टीम के साथ प्रैक्टिस कैसा गया, क्योंकि रिसेंटली उसको मतलब लॉक इन किया है ना DRG वालों ने।
हेलो
हेलो,
ठीक है तुम्हारे यहाँ?
लेट्स गो गाइस। मेरे को मॉड रोल मिलेगा क्या? थोड़े दिन स्ट्रीम पे आओ फिर दे देंगे यार। एक्टिव रहो, एक्टिव, समझ रहे हो यार। T1 का ये जो ये जैकेट वाला है ना जर्सी के ऊपर, बहुत बढ़िया लगता है, कूल। डीमन 1 वापस आएगा, ये देखो डीमन 1, द रैंक डीमन। बहुत फेमस था जब 10s वगैरह ये सब प्राइम में हुआ करते थे ये लोग, तब आसपास वगैरह ये सब नहीं होते थे, तब होते थे डीमन 1, द रैंक डीमन, उसको लेके आए।
डीमन ने बहुत ज़्यादा ये जिला है, मैच जीता है।
क्या क्या मैप है? रेगुलर तो आता हूँ। अच्छा थोड़े और दिन आओ यार,
लोटस
थोड़े और दिन आओ, फिर आप मोड बनाते हैं। मोड साहब, लोटस लिया है, सनसेट लिया है, एसेंट, यार बड़े कॉमन मैप लिए। अब 20 करोड़ ये सब होता है तो देखने में मजा आ जाता है। Demon 1 is back guys, let's go। या तो बहुत अच्छा हो सकता है ये वाला एड ऑन, या तो बहुत खराब हो सकता है, क्योंकि इतना जल्दी हायर करने में कोऑर्डिनेशन वगैरह मतलब वो बैठ जाता है ना, मतलब बैठाना पड़ता है, टीम के साथ एडजस्ट होना पड़ता है। क्या पता अगर बाकी के 4 लोग सोचो ये मैप पे अच्छे हैं, वो इस मैप पे अच्छा नहीं भी हो सकता है, उसको कोई और मैप भी पसंद आ सकता है, तो ये सब एडजस्टेबल बहुत टाइम लगता है सब में। वो ऐसा है क्या? हाँ ऐसा है यार।
T1 की जैकेट बढ़िया है।
हाँ T1 वाले तो है
यार, ये लोग गद्दारी कर रहे हैं सब लोग। एक वो टीम लिक्विड वाले कल अपनी वो जर्सी चेंज करके आ गए, ये लोग अपनी जर्सी चेंज करके आ गए।
अरे ये तो वही वाला कोच है ना कल की
वही तो।
अरे चाइना का एक ही कोच है इसमें, बता रही हूँ। एक बार चश्मा लगा लेते हैं, एक बार चश्मा खोल लेते हैं। वीसी आओ क्या? आप वीसी आके क्या करोगे यार?
हम दूसरे के वीसी
यार, ये तो मतलब चाइना वालों का मैं बता रही हूँ, जो कोच है ना एक ही है, एक बार चश्मा पहन लेता है, एक बार चश्मा निकाल देता है, जर्सी अलग कर लेता है, मैं बता रही हूँ।
सब जगह उसने अपनी फीडिंग सेट करी हुई।
एक ही कोच है यार, पूरे चाइना में एक ही कोच है। इजी DRG विन, ऐसा क्या? DRG तो चाइना की टीम है ना?
चाइना की टीम है।
It's Chinese versus a specific। यार होपफुली डीमन 1 का एड ऑन बढ़िया हो।
देखते हैं ना डीमन 1 इस बार क्या करता है।
T1 को रखा था, गो T1। मेरा करियर खत्म हो जाएगा इधर ही। चाइना वाले प्रो ही रहते हैं, ऐसा क्या?
And so how are you can't really revamp
कल
your entire
एक
structure
चाइनीज
over,
टीम
what,
को
maybe
धूल चटक दिया
maybe
था
2
अमेरिका
weeks, and then
की
you
एक
consider
टीम ने।
travel, this, that, and the other. But
कोच भी तो प्रो है,
so that's
तीन
problem
टीम
number
बदल
one.
के आ
Number
गया
two,
अभी।
हाँ वही ना
I
भाई,
think
एक ही
it's
कोच है,
probably
लिख
the best
लो
way
आप,
to
एक
slot
ही
him
है
in.
वो बंदा। कभी
It's
चश्मा खोल
in
लेता
my
है, कभी
opinion, one
चश्मा
of the
पहन
easiest
लेता है, जर्सी
transitions.
अलग
No
अलग कर
matter
लेता है,
where
हो
you are
गया।
on an island, either they're
बिग
gonna
पेन के
bully
भी
you
आते हैं।
or you're gonna be a
अरे
dog.
एक दो प्लेयर के साथ भी मिल
That's
रहा है
kinda what it
शक्ल
comes
भाई,
down to.
खेलने भी बैठ गया, मैं
Especially
बता
if
दी।
we're talking about, comms issues
खेलने
and
बैठा है
having
वो
to
पैसों
warm
पे।
up into that environment, you don't want to put him on an agent where he needs to
Yes.
give that much info. You want to just let him be.
Right, or timings becomes a headache if you haven't been drilling things.
यार
You don't really know
T1
what time
अपने
you're
रीजन
your
का,
duelist like to
अपने
go. If you're
मतलब
the initiator
रीजन
or
का
if you're
है।
the duelist, you're
कल तो
waiting on
तुम्हारे
your
फेवरेट
initiator
टीम का मैच
utility to
है।
hit at the right time, and
किसका है,
I mean, half a
फैंसी
second
वर्सेस?
changes
Yes.
an entire hit.
The cool
Team
thing about
British.
DRG is that they remind me of
यानी भाई क्या
एम
लेता
आई
है
बी
बढ़िया
आर
है।
का भी मैच है आसपास, आसपास आ रहा है गाइस।
I love Cloud9, so I think it's a great thing. But they like to play very fast. They like to get messy.
यार
very
Demon
early
One
into each
कितना
round.
बदल
So for
गया है
Demon
यार।
One, it feels like there's not a very
Demon One को
complicated
प्राइम पे
move
देखना
with,
जब वो
a
मतलब
game
वो
plan with
10
multiple
जी
layers of
सबका
things that
नाम
you
होता
have to
था।
do that you see, for example, in a team like Fnatic, in a team like G2. So it's easy to fill him into this role, playing that side,
ए
playing
जिंगू
something else,
पोस्टर
but
लेकर
with
है।
a style that you know is going to be just
हाँ
messy.
हाँ
अरे
पीछे
इधर
देखो।
जिंगू भी
I
बैठा
can't
हुआ है,
believe
विग
it's,
लगा
there's
के
a
मैंने
$1
देखा भाई,
question
वो
as
भी
more
खेल
than
रहा है,
was
देख
Demon
लो,
1
मैं
gonna
बोल
play,
ही।
because what on earth are T1 gonna
अरे
play?
बैठा हुआ है
Do you
मेरा
wanna
जिंगू,
see
मैं
them do
पहचान
what
गई
they were
उसको
sort
एक
of
ही नजर
trying to
में।
shoehorn earlier, maybe with
भाई
Chamber
उस हिसाब
being
से
a
तो मेरे
viable
को
option
मैनेजिंग
again on
मॉडरेटर
the
होना
pan? We
चाहिए
could just
आपसे
throw that
पहले
in.
से
What are you guys leaning towards?
I
मैं
love
क्या
Chamber, to
करूँगी?
be honest with you. I think in the
मॉड
right
तो
match,
बना
Lotus
दूंगी,
being one of
अनमॉड
them, I think he can have a
ऐसे
ton
कोई
of
जगह
value,
अनमॉड कर
especially on
दूंगी,
the
समझती हो
defensive
उस
side.
पर
But
चैट वगैरह।
having Buzz on the Yoru is
बोली
just,
लगेगी
Yoru's just
सीधा
so
बोली।
strong right now, to be honest with you, and I'd rather not change up any of those things, but we'll see what
यार
they
मेरे
decide
को
to
भी
go
ऐसा
with
टूर्नामेंट
here.
देखने जाना है।
Wow, we're
इंडिया
looking
में
on the
होता है
other
क्या?
side. We're in
मुंबई
we're
वगैरह में तो
truly
होते
in
रहते
a
हैं,
Waylay Yoru era here,
बेंगलोर में
and
भी
chat,
होते हैं, दिल्ली में भी
Demon One is
होते हैं।
gonna play
हमारे यहाँ तो
Vice, and
आज
there's a
तक मतलब लोकल वाले हुए हैं,
So this is
मोबाइल
what I was talking
लेजेंड
about
ये
earlier
सब,
with DRG.
BGMI,
I think
PUBG,
we can
कॉलेज
talk a
इवेंट
lot
ये
about
सब होते
Mutashi
रहते हैं
now
हमारे
Demon
यहाँ।
1, but the truth is, I love their reach.
इतना बड़ा इंटरनेशनल टाइप एक बार ही हुआ था, वो आई थिंक मुंबई में ही कहीं पे हुआ था। तब इंटरनेशनल टीम आई हुई थी, फूड वगैरह, वाइटलिटी, आई थिंक ये सब आई हुई थी इंडिया में। इंडिया में लड़ाई के टूर्नामेंट देखो, गली गली मिलेंगे।
We've seen a lot
हाथ
of
में
this
पाइप
play
पे आ
with
जाता है,
Pro.
तू
For
जानता है
example,
मेरा
we
बाप
haven't
को
seen
नहीं?
Ash
तू
too
जानता
much,
है?
to be honest, on this map of Lotus.
बताओ अभी,
Especially because
बुलाओ
Optimum
अपने
was
लॉन्डो को,
playing
हैं?
on Disney and
कैसे
instead
बच रहा
playing
है?
double duelist with Spirit
Very
and
common.
Yoru. So I want to see also how that plays out alongside Demon 1 with the Vice.
Yeah, well, Demon never
ये
played.
मनोज
मुंबई
ये
भी
समझ नहीं
मराठी
रहा।
में डिबेट होता है, हाँ। तुम महाराष्ट्र में ना मराठी बोल, ऐसे नहीं बोल रहा है, हमारे इधर ऐसा नहीं चलता है, मराठी बोलना है।
अच्छा हो तुम्हारी चैट नहीं पड़ी मैंने।
उधर हिंदी टीचर है कि नहीं स्कूल में पढ़ाने के लिए? उसको भी नहीं बोल दिया ना मराठी में बोल, मराठी में लिख, उसको भी नहीं बोल दिया।
क्लास से बाहर भगा देंगे।
मनोज, मैं मनोज हूँ, मुझे उड़ा दोगा। मनोज एनवी को एडमिट अनमॉड कर दो, तो $1000 अभी करती हूँ। जल्दी जल्दी। गाइस इधर मैच शुरू हो चुका है, डीआरजी का पहला मैच पिक है, डीमन 1 इधर वाइस खेल रहे हैं, क्या बात है यार। T1 प्लीज, ओह डीमन 1 ने मारा भाई। डब्ल्यू लेट्स 2000 नहीं, अरे क्या $2 मिलियन ऐसा क्या?
$2 मिलियन
ए नहीं बोलते ये सब, मैं जानबूझ के। हाँ हाँ, $2 मिलियन समझ गई समझ गई। सब लोग इधर हेल्पफुल पे हैं, उधर लो हेल्थ पे दोनों। टैक्सी है जो, ओह भाई नाइस वन। यस ये $2 मिलियन, हाँ वही ना, जल्दी भेजो।
भागा गया वो।
चलो पिस्टल राउंड से किसी को जज नहीं करते, क्योंकि वो तो मतलब
double down on what we've already talked about in that aggressive play style.
You not believe in the stats.
यार Demon One को literally देख के खुशी हुई यार, as a मतलब T1 को सपोर्ट करने वाले को भी खुशी हुई है सोचो, क्योंकि प्राइम पे हमने देखा है Demon One को, अभी कितना भी लाइक आप पुराने वो क्या बोलते हैं जब रिसेंटली खेल रहा था ना, ट्रोल कर लो, बट ऑरा फार्मिंग, क्लिप फार्मिंग वो क्या होता है Demon One से जब वो प्राइम पे था.
This was lovely. Like, this is the thing with this squad is like, we've already seen it once with this Yoru combining with Waylay. It's so difficult to play against. It's so you have to be so prepared with this exact
मैंने टॉप DRG को वोट किया, क्या बात है पोल में, विराट कोहली को वोट नहीं किया.
Have played against it. I imagine they've at least scrimmed a little bit versus their Korean partners over in DRX.
असली राउंड तो तब शुरू होते हैं जब दोनों टीम में बाई होती है एक बार.
Starting things out on
बोनस
the
राउंड भी नहीं काउंट करते हम लोग जब दोनों टीम में बाई होते
one that has been played a lot, but recently at least DRG have had a couple of defeats, and that might be why we've seen the change.
ओ भाई Demon One ने बढ़िया कवर दिया.
Another opening for him, but he's stuck in the corner. T1 looking to pressure. Demon One strikes again before eventually falling.
इधर ही बैठा हुआ है.
Damage.
बोला ना DRG on top, वही ना. बुलडॉग इधर एक खा लिया गया, चलो नाइस, जीत गए गाइस DRG, क्या बात है. हाँ वही ना, वो थोड़ा क्या बोलते हैं, हारने लगे तो समझ जाना किस टीम को सपोर्ट करना है आप लोगों को. नहीं बोलते मैं कुछ, मेरा तो किसी को पता ही नहीं चलता, मैं अब स्विच कर जाती, सपोर्ट कर रही हूँ कि जिंक्स वो कर रही हूँ, पता ही नहीं चलता किसी को इतना अच्छा वो होता है मेरा,
पता ही नहीं लगने देंगे.
यार इनका ये स्टिकर क्यूट है DRG वालों का, क्यूट सा एक ड्रैगन बना हुआ है.
Full aggression from DRG as expected. It's
बाप
a bloodbath
रे, क्या हो रहा है
to
chat
start
में,
with. Only the first falling from Akama, but Flexen follows. Nick trying to recover.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रही.
The triple! That's given them a real chance.
हाँ आज किसको हरवा रहे हैं, देखते हैं, ये क्या बोलते हैं, थोड़े बहुत राउंड देखने दो दोनों टीम के.
He's got a chance. A great start to the map
भाई
would be something else, and they know
क्या हुआ
exactly
मिक्की
where
भाई,
he
क्या
is.
हुआ?
A ghost in hand.
नीरज भाई भी चैट में
मत बोलो जिंक्स हो जाएगा अगर आप सपोर्ट कर रहे हो.
Like he knew he'd be giving the game away. He heard the player taking the orb.
छुपो छुपो
it was
नहीं
almost just
मतलब
bait
कोई
that I'm
मतलब.
gonna break
Demon
this, but
One
then I'm gonna
अकेला है
retreat
और
back
Buzz
and make
low
you
है.
start to question where I've gone.
Meteor
And
भी
that's
है.
what's happened. Buzz currently
वही ना
keeping an
यार,
eye
गार्डियन आजकल गार्डियन
back
मेटा
towards
भी
mid.
चल रहा है और मार्शल का मेटा भी चल रहा है, बता रही हूँ मैं.
Sneaks his way past, but Buzz is just tucked in on the corner. Meteor, normally a safe pair of hands, but the information hasn't yet been garnered on where Demon One is going. The problem is Buzz, in the meantime, is wrapping back around. So many angles to clear, would have to check his back. He's going to. He's checked the right angle. Puts it into a 1 versus 1 scenario, but the time has been ticking. And Meteor is just patiently waiting. The timing should work out for him as well. It's a nice attempt, but it's T1 now on the board.
Oh, one hell of a try. And there you're getting to see the caliber of Demon One, a player who we've seen lift that trophy, and for good reason. But this time around, it's too much to ask.
ये बढ़िया था भाई. ओ ये जो फ्लिक था ना, प्रॉलर को मारा, फिर उसने ओमेन को मारा, फिर उसने फेट को भी उड़ा दिया. गार्डियन के ऑन द 4 बुलेट्स टोटल, 4 बुलेट्स. प्रॉलर ने भी एक बुलेट लिया है. चलो अभी दोनों टीम में बाई है, इक्वल बाई, इक्वल यूटिल्स. अब भी शुरू होता है असली गेम.
Had to be used almost immediately, and with the smoke down, it would be risky. But Ackerman's gone down elsewhere. An early fight that has worked out for the side of T1. They are facing off against this early brawl. And for the second
Guys,
time,
सब
it
लोग
looks like
लाइक
they're
कर
coming out
देना,
on top.
पिन कमेंट देख लेना. मेरा वो अकाउंट है गेमिंग वाला.
As we got on board with Meteor. He's on the wrap as they go towards the B site. Deep control up towards heaven as Isu takes another flex and going through the doors out of the round. This was the chance for DRG to break that economy of T1, but T1, they're not letting anything slip. Fighting tooth and nail, every duel going their way, till it's Nick and Demon One. An ult online early for Demon One. Nick not far away, but even committing the rifles into this round from this point forward seems like a mistake, and they have called for the save already. The objective now just to carry these weapons forward, give them a chance. After what was a shaky round 3, this is a great course correction for T1's economy.
Yeah, I think you're always going to have to keep an eye on Meteor in matches like this.
I
You're
think
talking
Demon
about
1 पकड़ा
an
जा
MVP
सकता है.
player. Of course, the recent memory will put someone like Forsaken, of course, but Meteor is an incredibly tough player to play against. It's seeming though like Nick has woken up on the right side of the bed.
भाई निक अच्छा खेल रहा है.
Maybe a bit more costly, but still going to be taken out by Stacks. And although
बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं निक.
it's a round that is a little bit more damaging after
Exit
how
में
it
तो
started
निकल पाया.
for
इसके
T1. They're
मतलब
not going to mind
राउंड के
because they
उधर
removed
निकाल
every
लेते तो
single
मजा
gun.
आ जाता.
Yeah, this was really a make or break round for them on the T1 side, and they played like it. Great control from Meteor, and that's a gap that I don't expect to see DRG leave all too many more times. But with the 3 players committed towards that A side, device set up on C,
DRG का full form क्या है वैसे?
Yeah, a lot of the time you're going to set up aggressively on A and then go back through. Oh, that's a 1-for-5 headshot.
वो थोड़ा सा back चले जाना चाहिए था अगर you kill था तो.
To make your way back into B. But if he does it quickly enough, he is already through. And that's a difficult thing that they'll definitely have to focus on.
It's also your broken door player was Akamon, who went in for that info with the refract and got shut down. So then you just lost that ability to go back entirely. It was a hiccup. All right then. Not sure what he saw. The Spidey sense is tingling. Good start for T1. They've taken down 1 player. They've left Demon 1 low. That ult from Vice not likely to be used, but
Dragon Ranger Gaming.
There's no stack to run into. That's the good thing. Regardless of where they go, they've got a relatively favorable fight.
पुराना रिश्ता है यार.
हैं?
Dragon Ranger Gaming. DRG.
Might be in a little bit of trouble here, but he's not going to be the one going first. And while Flexin is left revealed, blind, not quite stunned. Yeah, he's somehow managed to retreat, and that is going to pull a fairly hefty rotation back from the defensive side. The main thing I'm worrying about right now is that clock. 25 seconds to get onto this site, and he held the line at least a little bit longer. Aftershock trying to deny the plant. Another kill for Spirit Z1, but they are on their last leg. He's managed one more. It's the same position though for Demon 1. Another 1v2.
Now here's where you start. 68
feet,
Sheriff, but if he pops that ult,
भाई
he's got a real chance.
कैसे
already. Headshot onto Stacks could set him up for success, but Stacks gets
NTA
ahead of the problem. 3-2
था.
locked in for T1. But a
बढ़िया
surprising
खेल
round
रहे
as well in
T1
terms of
वाले.
how much DRG got done. They had 1 player towards the A site. He was up close.
यार T1 का वो
he was
जैकेट
revealed,
मुझे
he
बहुत
was pushed
पसंद आ
back by the
गया.
wall, and still he makes it out of there. Ends up drawing blood. That's damage that shouldn't really have been done. And from there, DRG do a great job to just keep trading out these picks. Again, it's not a round they're likely to win, but it's also not a round they're likely to make close with how it started. So, not a bad beginning to this map, but T1 in the lead.
Yeah, and DRG are now actually going to take a relatively early.
DRG ने time out ले लिया है.
In terms of the buy rounds, it was those first couple, and then not able to get things going after the last 2. This will be when they next get back onto the board, and with some fairly hefty ultimates available to play with, you can understand why. The other thing as
ये
well is
देखो वही एक ही कोच है पूरे चाइना में. चश्मा एक बार लगा लेता है, एक बार खोल देता है, जर्सी बदल देता है. मैं बता रही हूँ.
Yeah, that 50% record. But on the other side of things, although it hasn't been played much, at least a couple of the results I think are quite promising for the side of T1. A dominating victory versus Nongshim with a 10-2 attack side. And then a very close game which they lost in OT to Paperegg. So although you might look at this and go, okay, this is DRG's pick, this is, sure they're coming in with a stand-in, but this is their best opportunity. I don't think that T1 are going to be too worried coming into this map. And especially with the start they've had, I'm getting a little bit worried that if we don't get a response soon from DRG, they might just run away with this.
It's always a fear, and one that could be realized as we get back into the game.
They swapped Demon 1's position.
Soon to go up, and indeed, after that pause...
Hello Zairi, क्या हाल है? Welcome to the stream. कैसे हो आप?
Having his ultimate to work with. But a deep play by Izu is going to get a lot of information. This space wide open, not being fought for. There's the solo site defender spotted, fractured as well.
Oh, Demon 1 को take off कर लिया.
The A site open for business. And DRG forced into the retake. at least they'll have that rolling thunder to work with, but Meteor is going to be a snake in the grass.
Yeah, this is a nasty position that they need to clear. Nobody coming in from behind. It would just be this firefight. First one goes his way, but the trade is there quick enough. Plenty of ultimates to play with either side, and in fact, T1 will be the first to throw. They're going to put in that ult to try and slow them down. Rolling Thunder on the other side. Convergence path was being set up, but not yet thrown in. Still held, at least for now, but they need to start finding these kills. Buzz with another. Izu one more. And while he might have used his ult, but he'll get one more or back towards it. Nick falls. Well played, and that was a very clean round from T1. Much cleaner than any we've seen so far.
Well, in almost every round, DRG have been fighting for that A main space, right? They've been pushing up deep. Even in the round where they had pistols, the Sheriff ended up close to the smoke. So, of course, Izu's going to put the dimensional drift through. But finding that pick onto Demon 1, hell, the information might have been enough. But you add in that kill, and the round spirals out of control. You're on the back foot playing the retake. Meteor able to pick off another on the way through, and that's Izu down.
And you can kind of understand the thought process on the other side as well for DRG that, okay, we've just taken a pause, maybe they try and adapt. Nice setup to clear out Meteor. He has been a burden, but a quick execution. They know they've lost map control. T1 hit into C.
Not a lot to say about this round for DRG. They've got their pistols, and they've been at least making it competitive in the start with that deep A play, but once the push comes to shove for T1, they are ruling this battlefield with the rifles in hand. No chance to even the playing field with Demon 1 falling so early, and well, this one done and dusted pretty much as it starts. 5-2. You talked about that snowball. We saw DRG call the timeout to try to stop it, but
it's got worse.
It has. It's looked more dominant since that moment.
I guess the other side of things is it also gives Autumn some time to talk, and it seems like, well, at least the round prior against Guns, it was purely based off they managed to find exactly where Demon 1 was. He's been a one-side anchor. The second he was down, it was a very easy take. This round, you're up against pistols, but it's also just the sheer pace at which T1 are reacting. Confident calls coming out of stacks.
और ये मैप पिक भी मतलब DRG का ही है, DRG ने चूज़ किया है ये मैप.
Flexen's fallen early towards that door. It's been a death sentence. The dash used to get back out of that A choke point, and T1 with the early fight towards A main. They're not intending to hit here. Noise made with the door open as Izu tries to distract, puts the decoy through, but the rest of the squad making their way into Demon 1's den. This time, the Vice wall towards B. And although Izu falls and Meteor, they still have this C hit to rely on. The Thorns are going to divide up the troops a little bit, buy some time, maybe buy a 1v1 for Demon 1, but he backs out as Spirit C1 goes through. The trade, at least, DRG holding on to the advantage.
Buzz है तो कुछ नहीं बोल सकते यार. Buzz अकेला ही काफी है. But इधर अल्ट कर दिया गया है Vice की तरफ से. Neon ने अल्ट निकाल लिया बंधे हुए हाथ से.
By that ultimate, now they have the
Wille ने अल्ट कर दिया है.
Full slow up to
Nice round by DRG.
But it's definitely worth it to stop
अल्ट यूज करने तो पड़े उनको. विले का अल्ट, वाइस का अल्ट अच्छा अल्ट यूज किया उन लोगों ने.
But not overcommitting on the rotates. Obviously, Demon 1 holding down that position. It's why we've seen him in so many of these clutches. He's the last man alive because he's left on the other side of the map to hold his ground. And although he backed off,
इनमें से वो बस का अल्ट वेस्ट हो गया. उसने भी अल्ट खोल लिया था. कुछ तो बोल रहे हो.
Alongside Ackerman's committal, 5-3, but that's a round where they have ults to respond after side is taken. Now we'll get to see what happens when they don't, and when the Steel Garden's online for Meteor as well.
Again, early control. Buzz been taking this space at a perfect horn.
विले ने वो नहीं छोड़ के आया था क्या, वो जो पीछे वापस आ जाता है?
Just running through, he manages to get a third, a huge round from him individually. Well, the man.
जब भी मैं मतलब विले को देख रही हूँ, वो पीछे वाला है ही नहीं उसके पास, मतलब वापस जाने वाला. I think attacking में ज़्यादा यूज करेगा वो. पूरा एकदम दिख गया. Okay, 4-5. DRG cover up कर रही है rounds को.
5-4. What a response from DRG. What a response from Spirit Z1. These haunts from Stacks have been getting away with so much. It feels like they got extra
ये
HP.
बढ़िया निकाला ने
What a
लेकिन
spray though, and he steps through the smoke for a bit more.
क्लोज मैच जाएगा लेकिन DRX जीतेगा मोस्टली DRG बोल रहा
down,
है
went straight into Nick, and the round's done. One round between them.
यार T1 ना बहुत एग्रेसिव टीम है बहुत
rounds away from being left in the dust, and yet they're able to come back swinging every time.
वो लोग चाहे ए टेक्निकल पॉज नहीं मैं चाय लेके नहीं बैठी हुई मैं चाय लेके नहीं बैठी हुई
पकड़ी गई
यार VCT का टेक्निकल पॉज कभी-कभी 2-3 घंटे का होता है 10 से हाँ एक बार तो 6 घंटे का हुआ था टेक्निकल पॉज आई थिंक पैसिफिक में कुछ आई थिंक क्या बोलते हैं 1:30 को शुरू हुआ था शाम के 6 या 7 बजे खुला था वो टेक्निकल पॉज क्या हो गया भाई टेक्निकल गियर अच्छा किसी का वो कुछ तो वो हुआ है ये सॉल्व हो जाएगा क्योंकि अभी तो रेडी है वो लोग मतलब दूसरा दे देने से हो जाएगा ये सब प्रो लोगों के साथ क्यों होता है हमारे साथ क्या मतलब मेरा एम नहीं लग रहा है तो मुझे माउस बदल लेना चाहिए बीच राउंड में किसी ने नहीं बोला मेरे को
क्या मैम ये माउस बदली
हाँ वही ना इसीलिए तो मेरे एम नहीं लगते हैं माउस नहीं बदलती हूँ मैं माउस वगैरह हेडफोन वगैरह बदलते रहने चाहिए कीबोर्ड वगैरह ऐसे हम लोग का भी तो खराब हो सकता है हम लोग भी इंसान है यार हमारा तो और सस्ता गियर्स है उन लोग का क्या बोलते हैं 50-40 हज़ार में होगा एक माउस एक हेडफोन 40-50 हज़ार होगा कम से कम कीबोर्ड एक T1 का सिनर्जी अच्छा है हाँ वही अभी डीमन 1 तो DRG में न्यू एडेड है तो हो सकता है कि बाकी टीम को ये करना पसंद हो और डीमन 1 को अलग पसंद हो और पता नहीं उन्होंने कितना खेला है मतलब साइन अप करने के बाद और उनका आई थिंक क्या बोलते हैं एक तो चाइनीज टीम है तो कम्युनिकेशन वगैरह कैसा रहेगा इसीलिए हाँ वही DRG का सिनर्जी में थोड़ा सा वो क्या नया वाला गियर बनाने चले गए
exact same confident. I think it was most evident on Abyss. The fact that you have, or actually most evident on Bind in our previous series, where you have this element to adapt.
भाई ज़्यादा टाइम लगे तो उधर जो कुछ ऑडियंस वगैरह में वॉच पार्टी करने आए होंगे ना टेंस वगैरह होंगे शायद मतलब टेंस नहीं कोई और प्रो प्लेयर ऐसे ऑडियंस में होंगे वो आके बोल रहे लो मैं खेल लेता हूँ इसी हेडफोन में हो जाएगा मैं डीमन 1 अगर पहले जैसा खेलेगा तो आराम से निकाल लेगा मैच हाँ वही प्राइम डीमन 1 कुछ और ही था बिल्कुल टेंजी जैसा था
because that I think my favorite thing yesterday was when you then had the second layer of you've gone okay I think I finally dealt with Waylay and you turn around and Yora's just like hello like I've been behind you the entire time so I think that the combinations on attack get me that little bit more excited.
यार कोई मुझे ये जैकेट दिला दो T1
if DRG can get enough rounds on the defense I will be confident that they can close this out even if we end up like even
yeah and I think looking at their defense
ऐसा मतलब जैकेट वगैरह ना मैं सोचती हूँ ब्लैक और गोल्ड कलर जैसा वो कलर है ना वो चेयर का सिगरेट है वैसा टाइप में भी बनना चाहिए
मजा आएगा कॉम्बिनेशन मस्त है
एक तो जितने बने हुए हैं वो स्टोर इंडिया में लाओ
Again with the Waylay, you have this ability to play aggressive early.
Indians भी इंसान है यार हमें भी खरीदना है
but also the ability to get out of there after. And with it being Omen who's typically aggroing alongside you, you have the ability to cancel any of those aggressive plays if they're overcommitting. For T1 that means it's difficult.
कल यार आसपास का मैच है आई थिंक MIBR खेल रहे हैं ना कल
yes
if the raise is pushed up
कल तो सीधा हाफ टाइम वगैरह आते ही टाइम आउट वगैरह आते ही आसपास चेयर वो रेक्लाइन करेगा और ऐसे आराम करेगा
I think it's growing on me game by game.
Yeah, I think I was somewhat convinced when watching DRX yesterday. Well, we're right back into the action. Again, some early control, and this time, Flexen's been caught trying to push up. A lot of these openers have been going well. Now there is going to be this time the sheer ready and waiting, and that will leave Buzz. I was going to say isolated, but luckily DH got ahead of it.
Got 2 players in, enough of the angles covered. Door almost broken. Buzz in the corner.
कल एफएनसी का मैच है ऐसा क्या एफएनसी वर्सेस कौन सा टीम बोला था
टीम हेरिटिक्स
टीम हेरिटिक्स का तो आज है G2 वर्सेस टीम हेरिटिक्स है ना
नहीं तो देखूंगा देखने दो मेरे कंफ्यूज कर दिया पूरा मेरे को हाँ टीम हेरिटिक्स का G2 और टीम हेरिटिक्स RRQ वर्सेस एफएनसी
ये क्लोज होगा RRQ किंग्स ऑफ कमबैक है 12th राउंड पे अटका देंगे आपको अटका के कमबैक करेंगे पूरा क्लोज जो भी जीतेगा इट विल बी वेरी 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 जैम्पिन को देखना बस
and then they just get swarmed on, not having that control anymore. His position was so much more valuable than the fight that was taken.
MIBR versus Bilibili Gaming.
And well, from a 5-2 lead and things looking pretty bad.
बूस्टर का एंट्री देखना है मुझे भी वो अगर नहीं नाचा तो भाई ये पेरिस चैंपियंस है ही नहीं उसको नाचना ही पड़ेगा उसको नहीं पता वो अगर नहीं नाचा तो हो गया मेरा भाई मैं एफएनसी को बिल्कुल भी वो नहीं करूंगी अच्छे जब अच्छे टीम के साथ मैचेस होंगे लाइक ERX एंड ऑल मैं एफएनसी को सपोर्ट नहीं करूंगी बूस्टर नहीं नाचा
भाई बस क्या खेल रहा है आते ही 2 बंदे मार दिए
वही तो बस है तो भाई T1 जीतेगा
बेस्ट नहीं ऑन प्लेयर लग रहा है
The other problem is there's lots of ultimates for T1.
बूस्टर का आइजिलिंग मस्त है हाँ वो तो बात है
incredibly valuable, but again, it's just a risk reward that DRG and Demon 1 are facing.
I'll be honest with you, I don't think I ever want to see a team again where
आप लोग भी मानते हो कि नहीं भाई बूस्टर को कल नाच के एंट्री लेना ही पड़ेगा तब भी ये मतलब क्या बोलते हैं चैंपियंस वाला फीलिंग आएगा हमें
There have been so many rounds where he has got an opener because a Haunt has caught someone over on DRG, they can't do anything about it, and Buzz has an easy kill. This one not so much. He just
यार
had to
अगर
read on where that player's been for a few rounds and gets him with the spam. But you can just see the level of confidence that Buzz is playing with right now. And
वो अगर सेमीफाइनल्स वगैरह होंगे ना जिस टीम के अगेंस्ट होगा उसका लोगो ऐसे फाड़ देगा G2 का जैसे फरा था ना हराने के बाद आगे ऐसे लोगो फाड़ दिया
Certainly looked like it would be a more dominant scoreline, but even that is
this is he's seen an arm.
Yeah, I thought it was straight through the smoke. Seeing the arm there is just like
यार वेले का ये क्या बोलते हैं डैश वाला ही मेन है उसी में सब कुछ
That's what it is.
अरे वो करके दिखा रहा कैसे वापस जा
that could be it.
वही बता रहा था अरे वेले ऐसे ही गया मैंने मारा
1 round left to play for. Deep play from Izu. But he's wrapping around on B. Spirit C1's going to be dropped in the B side. 4v4
B side पे पूरा कब्जा
early on though, Akama thinking about getting aggressive, but pushed back by the Fade ultimate, standing on the edge of the smoke, thinking about coming through, and he does just to refract this Demon 1 loses in a 1-to-1 trade. They might think C is wide open now. The adjustment being made by T1.
चलो 3v2 है अभी तक ट्रेड नहीं आया है ये ट्रेड हो गया
and it's a free pick back to a 2v2.
Such an important
2v2 बस जिंदा है गाइस बस जिंदा है उस पे अल्ट वगैरह ही करना पड़ेगा ब्रिज का तभी होगा
young players from Pacific have done, but now he sits alongside.
मैं आज भाई गलती से तो ओमन का अल्ट करके वॉल की तरफ देख के चली गई थी मैं सोची मैं क्या ओ बस को निकाल दिया गया अल्ट से ही निकाला मैं बोली थी बस के लिए भाई अल्ट चाहिए तगड़ा
Managed to put it back into the 1v1.
मुश्किल लग रहा है
coming out from Nick who's been so good but playing with his food, just trying to
time ये obviously time purchase करेगा nice 7-5
handing them the L with the Red Bull clutch.
Nice one.
Masterful play in that 1v2.
W guys 7-5 है अगर DRG को कैच अप करना है तो उन्हें पिस्टल राउंड जीतना पड़ेगा पिस्टल राउंड जीत गए तो उसके बाद वाला राउंड उन्हीं का है तो 7-7 मैं बोली थी बस को अगर निकालना है तो वो अल्ट से निकाल सकते हो तुम कम ऑन गाइस, सब लोग लाइक करो। यार कितना क्यूट सा लोगो है जीआरजी का।
छोटा सा ड्रैगन।
0% T1 इज क्रेजी यार, बढ़िया खेल रहा है भाई। मैं बोली कि बस अगर जिंदा है तो उसको मतलब निकालने के लिए अल्ट चाहिए होगा। पहले भी 2v2 था, उसमें आई थिंक क्या बोलते हैं वेले का अल्ट में स्लो हो गए थे। अभी भी वो उसको जब निकाला तो ब्रीच का अल्ट कर दिया था। यार मैं फिर से भूल गई इस ग्रुप में मैंने पिकेम्स में किसको रखा था। एक तो G2 को रखा था, दूसरा आई थिंक TH को रख दिया था मैंने। T1 ने डॉक्यूमेंट्री डाली तब से, वही ना यार, कुछ तो किसी प्लेयर के बारे में कहा था ना कोच ने। मैं वो लोग हाँ वही सब इसकी गलती है, कुछ ऐसा मतलब बोला गया था कमेंट पास करके। अभी तो फिलहाल तो यार T1 खेल अच्छा रहा है क्योंकि इजू और बस दोनों ही मतलब हुए, नॉट जस्ट फॉर एवरी प्लेयर स्पेशली बस एंड स्टैक्स।
And I think it's been so important for Nick to be able to sort of pick off that
बोलने दो यार, किसी को तो लाइक ब्लेम तो किसी पे डालना ही होगा। तो अभी जो एग्जिस्टिंग है उन पे नहीं डाल सकते, तो जो चला गया उसी पे ब्लेम डाल देते, वो वापस आकर नहीं बोलने वाला है।
Going to be an important pistol round, I think. We've already said we expect a good attack side, and it to be only
T1 को बहुत लोग हेट करते हैं, I know that.
Now that they're bringing in this waylay alongside the Yoru, how they use it, well, that's very much up to them. One thing I'm looking forward to is flexing, having a bit less pressure towards A main.
अरे वो गया उसके पहले उसको ब्लेम करते थे इन गेम में, हाँ वही।
He set up right outside A main.
Making me worried. Getting nervous.
स्पेसिफिक में T1 को बहुत हेट करते थे। मैंने भी चैट से ही मतलब पता किया, जब चैट में लिख रहे थे कि ये नाम लिख के लिख रहे थे इसकी गलती है, कि फायर नहीं किया, शूट नहीं किया। फिर मैंने देखा अच्छा ये डॉक्यूमेंट्री के कारण इनको हेट करते हैं। कैन यू शूट बोलते थे, अच्छा हाँ 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 मैं भी वही लिखा था। मैं जब आई थिंक क्या बोलते हैं इनका स्टेज 2 में मैप था, तब मैं पैसिफिक चैनल पे देख रही थी, तब लिख रहे थे लोग ये कुछ किल नहीं होने के बाद भी कैन नॉट शूट द गन, ये सब हो रहा था। डीमन 1 कौन, इजी वाला? हाँ इजी वाला डीमन 1।
He's bought a little bit of it with
NRG
that stun,
wala,
and now the spike is really starting to tick fast. They need to make a move. Meteor and DH. It's Meteor through the door to be shut down.
चलो पिस्टल राउंड DRG का है तो नेक्स्ट राउंड भी।
Landing that shot to close out the pistol.
ये चाइना में कैसे साइन अप कर लिया?
Yeah, I like the fact that
Nick
in that scenario doesn't give anything away. Like safe pair of hands. He just sits behind the box, lets his two teammates go and challenge towards the revolving door.
मैं सोच रही हूँ कॉम्स किस में दे रहे होंगे यार, क्योंकि चाइनीज टीम तो मोस्टली लाइक उनके रीजनल में ही कॉम्स देते हैं। लाइक TRX वाले भी इंग्लिश में कॉम्स देते हैं, बट उनका इंग्लिश थोड़ा सा अलग है। वो लोग अबांग अबांग ये सब करते रहते हैं। प्रोनाउंसिएशन थोड़ा तो उनका कोऑर्डिनेशन पूरा बैठा हुआ है, सब लोग सेम बोलते हैं। तो डीमन 1 और चाइनीज टीम कॉम्स ना थोड़ा सा बांग वही ना, वन मिड बांग ऐसे बोलते रहते हैं, तो उनका कोऑर्डिनेशन बैठ गया। स्पेसिफिक वर्ड रहता है उनका। अच्छा ऐसा क्या?
That's a tough loss early on, but they will punish it pretty heavily.
It's a loss they're used to dealing with.
Yeah, but on the
हाँ बांग
it's a
मतलब
different
ब्रो
story
जैसा
attacking
है।
without this.
You know, they're playing at range. They don't mind if someone peeks them while they've got the rifles out.
Paranoia is
I would say it's not. Yeah, it probably won't affect. There you go. It's all fine. They didn't need him
फिर भी
anyway.
मतलब अगर आप अमेरिकन इंग्लिश में बात करते हो और आपको अचानक से चाइनीज ये सब में मतलब सुना पड़े उनका एक्सेंट में तो दिक्कत तो होता होगा ना.
A very clean round other than flexing, and they'll be able to come back in.
मैं खेला था अदर कंट्री के साथ ऐसा क्या?
He's just going to see A main on Lotus every time.
That's so absurd. That's a wallbang classic headshot that killed him there. That probably did about 5 damage.
Yeah, that one's going to sting for sure. But
I think all of them.
Oh, yeah. I think it's compounding. It's like a toxin.
My life on Lotus flashed before my eyes.
It's a short life, at least. From what we've seen.
Guys, come on, सब लोग like कर दो.
DRG tying it up. Decent round in the previous. Good economy. Isu playing aggressive. He'll grab himself the first. Sticks around after the flash.
Trade हो गया है इधर.
Sticks around a bit too long. The punish is there. T1 start to shift towards this side of the map.
He seems to be allergic to his gate crash. Like most of the time, you're going to see Yoru go out, get a kill, and escape. Especially when your teammate has fallen back. He wants to stick around too much, and in cases where your opponents have weaknesses in their buy, you can't afford to be doing that. Like, these risks are just not worth it. He's 10 and 13 at the moment. If he was lighting up the server, I could understand, but that now gives an upgrade over to the other side. 4 rifles now in play. And well, they've even lost some of their utility on the B side, that they have to be a lot more careful.
That's a very important piece of utility. Questions in the back of the minds of DRG. There's the gate crash taken for Spirit Z1. In the smoke early, got ahead of Stacks, but doesn't catch Meteor coming out. It's down to a 2v2 with the trade. The spike still needs to be planted, but they've got 30 seconds to do so. I believe it's down below, so a little bit of a reroute from Demon 1, but those thorns should buy them time.
It's Buzz versus Demon 1.
Two players coming his way, and it'll be Buzz sliding through again. And
oh, क्या मारा है यार.
Flash set up, Demon 1 in another clutch, and even blinded, he'll find
blinded. Nice one, Buzz.
This round for T1, it's close. They'll maintain their lead.
Playing against Buzz's Neon is just a nightmare. Like, the movement that he has is just absurd. Like, even
Demon 1 ने भी लेकिन अच्छा
निकाला है.
Blind नहीं होता ना तो Buzz को भी निकाल लेता वो.
As a bonus round goes, it's definitely not bad, but I do feel like, especially in moments like that,
वही ये blind हो
गया. Hard done by that they don't manage to take that round home. Nonetheless, you'll see in a moment what damage has already been done to the T1 economy, and on the other side of things, Nick coming in with a rolling thunder. This could be an immediate response from DRG.
Now, we talked about how direct they like to play on the defensive side. Well, you got a Rolling Thunder online. Rifle's just about bought up. This is your time to play that aggressive role. Love that bait. That's beautiful. The refract from Ackerman. We talked about the ability to just
duelist मस्त है. योरू टीपी करके भाग जाता है और वेल्ले पीछे आ जाता है पूरा.
It confirms that there was a heavier stack on that side of the map, but after T1 re-cleared the space, they're on the rotate, moving towards this A site where Meteor was left to solo hold, where they were giving up control towards the tree, but now they'll be 3-man stacked up. They're not here ahead of the push, and
निकाल लिया smoke से निकाल लिया. क्या बात है? Oh, sheesh.
And T1,
nice trick यार.
They were here a little bit late, but now they're out of the round. This might have to be a save.
Yeah, I was thinking a lot of what we saw in the defensive half was Ackerman being a one and done. Like, he'd fly in, get a kill, die, and that would be it. Not this round. He's now put himself up right near the top of the board, but there's a lot of contention for that on the DRG side. So many top-level performers for this squad.
Saving
and I said the danger for T1. The only player surviving in the last round was Buzz. They have no choice but to save, and even if they do save, a full buy in the next round, very unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the credits there on the players who've lost their life in that early fight towards A. It's not looking pretty. They'll have to piece this together. This could be DRG taking the lead, stealing it out from under T1. What an incredibly competitive game we've had so far for DRG. Coming in as an Ascension team, the stakes couldn't be higher. As we said, it's not just about lifting a trophy, about making a deep run, making a name for your org, winning your first map for DRG on the international stage, but most importantly, it's about defending your spot in BCT, about not having to go to Ascension, sending XLG, who are already in the lower bracket. There's a good chance they go out early, and even that one win for DRG could put them above XLG and avoid Ascension.
Honestly,
hell of a way to do it if it's over T1.
Even if it's not based on
T1 ने टाइम आउट लिया पहले वो DRG वालों को दिखा रहे थे मुझे लगा उन्होंने दिया है.
He's going to go down in history in DRG for one of the people that helped keep them in the league.
यार
like, it's so
सोचो कभी अगर
important
DRG versus NRG
nothing is
हुआ
guaranteed at Ascension. You could be the best team for the entire year, but you have a bad couple of days. That is already over. It is always a brutal format. And with the pressure of being one of those teams dropping down, you're expected to be better than the teams in the Tier 2, and that is not always the case. I think G2 have proven that in Americas for quite a while now.
Oh, this is it. The T1 on the other side, you think back to Bangkok. You saw them lift the trophy.
Yeah.
And definitely, in terms of opening up this group, in terms of opening up champs, you don't want to see them go down early if you're a T1 fan, but especially to a team from Ascension, especially to a team who've made a last-minute substitute of bringing in one of the best chamber players
and lost one of their best players.
Lost one of their best and put in a man who's never played Vice before.
Oh,
with Ackerman opening up this round. One of the rifles, DH is down, and is it retrievable? It might be stuck on top of the box. That's disastrous if so, leaving Buzz as the only man holding a big gun. They're on the rotate to the C site. Izu and DH already lost. And a lot of the stopping power that you'll see in a buy round doesn't exist here. Okay, the rifle did fall. Thank you, Jack. Not Jack, I'm so used to MEA.
Just give him credit. Why not?
Yeah, thanks, Jack.
Oh, it's a bold play from Buzz. At this point,
चलो
you can
ये
understand
T1 का
wanting
buy
to try and
round
put
भी
the
नहीं
world
था
on his
versus
back, but
Phantom और एक Guardian लिया था.
chance for Meteor. Always one of the best with the pistols, but this is definitely a tough ask, and he's the last man standing. Flexing.
Nice
there he is.
close जा रहा है.
Able to get himself a couple. DRG, after what was an incredibly slow start to this game, 5-2 down, now find themselves in the lead on that attack side. And I'll be honest with you, I'm yet to really see much on this defensive side that makes me think the T1 are going to be able to turn this around. It's been fairly comfortable for DRG in the second half.
Yeah. Correct myself. Shout out to Ty, our third-person observer, for this matchup here.
Oh,
always does a great job.
They've headbutted each other.
He's already come in, smacked the player straight in the head, but not with the rifle. Easy down, but DH is delivering.
DH ने उधर खड़े खड़े तीन निकाल लिए.
Before eventually falling. Stacks was there, but Demon One deals with him. A shaky start for T1.
Let's go
DH
T1.
put them right back
Wow,
on
nice.
winning track, but now it's Meteor, a man who's received his MVP, his acknowledgement on the international scene. Well, he has to take down one of the best at a time.
Oh, फिर से Demon One के लिए
Giving it away. Demon One against Meteor for the round, for the 10th round for DRG. A nail in the coffin if they lose this for T1. And time being bought, Demon One can reposition, but now Meteor is going to do the same, and there's no escape.
दोनों वाइस ने अल्ट खोल दिए. ओ भाई शेरिफ से निकाल दिया. क्या बात है भाई, नो वे. उसने एस्केप कर लिया था Demon One के अल्ट को, बट Demon One ऑब्वियसली साइड के अंदर है, नहीं जा सकता है. फिर भी उसने शेरिफ से ही निकाल दिया वन टैप. नाइस.
That gamble was definitely not worth it. Almost handed the round over. DH at the beginning, it feels like a lifetime ago, the amount of work that he was able to do. And yeah, just a silly mistake, but luckily, Demon One, top of the server right now, has been a safe pair of hands. Definitely seeming like the stand-in of the century so far. I'm on Meteor, sure, not a whole lot in this round, but dead within seconds.
The Bucky can be dangerous, but not on a peak like that. Demon One spoon-fed that pick. Can DH recover? Oh, he's going to let him fade away on the side. Izu, classic in hand. He's good for one. Done well. Stacks at least finding another, but it's
1v3 करना होगा
like this.
DH
The
को
man
Stinger
left.
के साथ.
DH, Stinger in hand. A flank that they don't expect. Remember, they held onto that space towards A long for a long time. I don't think they heard that weapon be picked up. He's dodged the flash. This timing could be perfect.
Nice one, yaar. बढ़िया kill rate
Even
यार
if he
DRG.
wasn't, Spirit Z1 should have cleaned up.
Comeback होने लग
11
गया.
on the board. DRG, the underdog coming into this in most people's minds. Looking at T1's performance, looking at the substitute they've had to make, looking at the role for Demon 1. They're close to taking this now.
This is the thing, I almost wonder, and it might sound ridiculous, but like Demon 1 going into Gukashu's role, basically, it's much more simple in the aspect of like, we need you to hold this side of the map while we directly hit somewhere. You don't need to focus on setting up utility or like when, for example, when he plays smokes, like putting smokes into position. There's no real reason for him to be caught without his gun, and you put this guy just to frag. Well, he's 18 and 9. He is the top fragger in the whole server right now. It's looking very, very good. I'm sure there's some doubters or hate watchers sat there at home like, oh, he's meant to be bad. Well, he's playing in a one trick. He's playing in the Chinese #2 team. He can't be the top fragger in the server. Unsuccessful hate watch so far, I'm sure, for many, but for Demon 1, it's got to be an absolute field day, a return to form. And T1, well, they've hit the panic button. You're 11 to 8 down. You're up against a team with a stand-in. I also just want to add the context of the rest of the group. The other two teams are G2 and Heretics. Obviously, Heretics went on a crazy run last year. Had a bit of a rough patch as of recent, and G2,
चलो T1 का
I
टाइम
don't think they
आउट
broke
खत्म
a
अगर
sweat
ये
at all
राउंड
in
जीते
winning
दिया
that, 'cause
मैच
in fact, they subbed in Baby Bay and made him look good.
I'd say he made himself look good, Tom. He's a good player.
Out of the server or in the server?
A little bit of both.
Okay. Out of the server, I agree. No.
You're joking. I'll let him know. I'll let him know what you said. Well, 11 to 8, and this could very well be the end of T1 if they lose this round, at least in this map. Their pick Sunset up next, so it's not all dire signs. It is definitely a time to be worried if you're from Pacific. Full clearance of this site without a big shutdown. T1 playing outside of it, setting the trap and springing it just on time. Nick with a double makes this look a bit more doable. The op of Izu on the way, but still miles away. Buzz injects himself onto the site. A chance for him to be isolated, but now the rotates are here. Now the ult's in play. Buzz's swing is perfect. Izu's clearing everything. And
11-9.
This round, a much-needed win for T1.
Yeah, I am surprised though with that advantage that we see both the Nightfall and the Dimensional Drift go through. Like they were clearly very worried that that round could turn on its head, and honestly, with how some of them have gone, I can kind of understand why. Solid openers from DH and Meteor, and I'll be honest, it's another scenario again where I remember seeing Caron added into Gen G and going, oh, that's someone I don't know very much about. There's this young sort of like ranked player who has been thrown in from the T1 Academy. He has been their best player, and I think maybe you could make an argument for Buzz. I don't think you can make an argument for anyone else.
Oh, Ackerman. He's taking the space yet again. He could fall back, but he doesn't need to. Spirit C1's alongside him. Full control of B site, but it looks like T1 want to fight for it. A delay towards Hobbit. They'll have to wait a moment now with that stun landing, and that's going to get the plants out for DRG. Man advantage for the attackers, but that fades quickly. Nice shot by Izu. Here comes DH and Meteor. The full wrath of T1 unleashed, and no one standing but Nick. 3 more. He's already got 2, but that is holding tight on the angle.
10-11, क्या बात है?
T1. Just 1 away now. This is a hell of an opening map.
Yeah, it looks like they've moved much more towards a retake setup. Like a lot of those early fights have not been working. The risky plays early in the round haven't been paying off. So instead, okay, they lose a man, but then it's just about boxing the players in, not allowing them to have these fast flanks, and then fighting as a team. And if you think back to like the old school Business Strikers DRX that was run by Stack, they were the best in the world at retaking. They were the best at having a setup, having utility put into play, sending in Buzz, sending in Izu in this case, and it works out for them. So I'm glad that that's the adaptation they've made. Now DRG aren't just going to sit there and let this game slip away. they're going to pause themselves.
Well, I think this is it. You know, at the start from DRG, you have this very oppressive opening duel ability. You fire in your utility, you take that space, and the idea is a lot of the time you're going to be able to punish somebody who's out of position. This is what we saw from this comp up against Team Liquid as well. But once that team starts to play in a way that they're not getting caught by it, they're letting you have the space and fighting for it afterwards. Like you said, that's what T1 are doing here. You need to find that second layer. The thing is, with this composition, you have so many tools on your belt to play with. It's not a...
And ults are building.
There, absolutely. You've got that as well to fall back on, those safety nets that we often talk about, but it's not a composition that only works with one approach. That's why I think it's so valuable. 20 seconds left before the round starts. That off of Izu seems to be putting up a lot of value when it comes to these retakes, because for DRG, taking the space, not having a fight, they have to choose where they battle. And a lot of the time, when they go to swing into that angle to take that little bit of extra control, Izu's waiting there with the op in hand.
Time to jump.
Well, the other thing on the brink for the attack side here is going to be that economy. T1 take this round, and they might even be able to extend into the lead off of it. Again, you see these passive angles being held. The operator brought in for Izu once more just to passively hold A. An already massive group up from the defense on this B site. And elsewhere, just got DH. Jiggle peeking, but has now been smoked off.
Much more default from DRG. Ackerman looking for the fight, spots one and gets out immediately.
I'll handle this.
But eventually they will group up. They had Demon Worm waiting outside of A, but the C site, this is where the hit's coming through. Stun, it's perfect. The TP used, but it doesn't get DH to safety. Spirit C1 still able to pick him up. And now they've got control over C, but it's being fought for. Meteor stepped through the smoke. In comes Buzz. The stun landed, but Ackerman gets ahead of it. Flexing from up top. And DRG in a 5v1 all of a sudden.
Operator
A lot of
versus
talk
5.
about Izu's operator. How it started to
ये
put
बस
him
को
on the
निकाल
board.
दी.
Put him in the kill feed on the right side of it too, but
अब नहीं हो
he'll
पाएगा.
hope that he's not appearing in that kill feed
चलो
at all
मैच
in
पॉइंट
this
पे
round. A
पहुंचने वाले
save
हम लोग
is
इस
called,
मैप
and
पे.
DRG as a result on 12 with 2
T1
chances
को
to
2
close
राउंड
out
बैक
their
टू
map
बैक
pick
चाहिए
here.
होंगे, इसके
For a
बाद
team that
OT
came
के
in
लिए.
with a substitute and a man who hasn't played Vice before and an official, they are looking sublime.
Yeah, I think also just this round was a much more deep commitment for T1. What we saw in their last C-site hold was they were both sat back, waiting, one holding onto the cross to try and fight anybody as they dived in. I think DH gets caught there. Like, they use the dimensional drift, spot him, hit him with the stun, and there's no real way out. Izu, he's surely dead.
Oh,
No way he
operator
comes
भी
out of
down
that
कर
one
दिया
alive,
इनने.
but at least manages the one. And this leaves them in quite a bit of trouble. I think both pauses already gone.
अभी
but
2 राउंड
more
बैक टू बैक
importantly,
फॉर
they are
T1 नहीं
going
तो
into what could be the last
DRG
round
ले
of the map
जाएगी
with-
अपना मैच पिक.
Well, I'd say a stinky buy.
Yeah, it depends where they settle on their investment, but I think no matter what, there will be big weaknesses for T1. And yeah, you know, you got rid of the Rolling Thunder. Dimensional Drift from Spirit Z1, fantastic. DRG don't have as much of a punch to pack in this round in terms of those safety nets, but let's see what T1 can do with this mixed bag. Izu's got one. Buzz on the Bucky finds another in this round. Off to a
Izu और
flying
बस
start
खेल
for
रहे भाई ये
T1.
राउंड T1.
We thought they'd look weaker,
2v5
but
है
somehow
अभी.
it's like the cleanest start they've had.
Yeah, it started so weird. Ackerman flying over most of his enemies and then getting caught out, surprised by Izu.
वही एग्रेशन में आ गए ये लोग तो.
T1
T1 वाले.
as optimistic. With the
ये
spike
लग तो
down,
रहा है
the
OT हो सकता है.
1v5. I think you'd need the devil himself to show up to be able to eliminate the rest of these players. I don't think it's going to be happening.
1v5.
And even just damage here might help them out a bit.
Flawless
Instead,
भी कर लिया,
though,
देख
it's
रहे
a
हो
flawless
भाई,
round. Buzz there
क्या
to
चल
close
रहा है
it, and when T1 looked like they were dead and buried, they find a round.
Even in the end of the round, another delivery from Stax's reveal. The Hans have been huge, and at the start, plays a similar role. Giving them that info, target selection for Buzz was easy as a result. And as you said, the fact that Izu's able to get away with that is ridiculous. Great fight, and as well, this is the round that should have seen T1 fade into obscurity. Now they fight on an even playing field against DRG for the final round of regulation. Overtime possible. For DRG, they're competing for their organization's first win on the international stage. Losing this, it'll be much harder.
Oh, already a solid start.
बस को टेक
Buzz
डाउन
been
कर
dealt
दिया
with. Stacks
है.
of Meteor though fight back.
फिर भी
In turn,
3v4 है
Stacks
guys.
wanting to get back in there, but he's got to be careful. Low HP, Demon 1 being revealed, only has the Shorty to play with, but now he gets his own, looks to take him back. Easy goes forward in form. They have matched each other man for man.
OT या फिर GG OT लग रहा है मेरे को OT.
Yeah, look at the
Overtime,
position of the
overtime,
spike, getting it back.
overtime.
Is he going to be able to block this? No, it
Spike
takes more than one to
लेके
do
गए.
so, so that's at least the spike back into their hands. I am looking, however, at DH. He's making that read early that this team might just try a move for the A site.
Thing is, though, they're in this 3v2. Playing the retake could have a lot of value. For DH, he has to be very selective about where and when he fights. Already drop down towards the A site. DRG, they might go to C, though. Making their mind up as we speak. They know they've already taken out the Vice on the other side. Meteor's utility gone, but it will be the A side that's the ultimate target. A sneaky play here from DH, but it all comes down to timing. Nick is walking up on him, but they've decided to leave him 10 seconds. The plan has to be secure. DH, if he can just drop this spike, it could all be over here, and it's a little late. The spike gets
overtime.
Numbers, and DH slips away to the tree. Nick against the world. He's had so many big plays. The decoy reveals him.
Oh, अरे बाप रे, दो निकाल लिए थे एक शॉट में भाई. OT, overtime. भाई दो निकाल लिए थे almost.
To deny DRG on a map where they've looked beautiful.
Overtime.
What an absolute mad round. Both teams kicking things off with a steel garden. Shorty being the gun of the round. And Nick, well, that was one hell of a try. He was actually stuck in place by a siege that was thrown by a stack. So he gets those first two, probably wants to try and move in that direction, but isn't able to reposition. And DH, once again, spoken about this youngster coming into the squad, replacing a member who helped bring home the Masters trophy. And right now, he is the best player in the server.
Well, overtime for DRG. They had the lead, they had the chance to close it. But now T1 could be right back to winning ways. On the attack side, our T1. But look at this stack up from DRG. There's 4 players here. Previously, we've seen them fight tooth and nail for A, and T1 have been keen to take that space when it's given. But now it's a trap that's sprung. The numbers even. It's Nick with the pressure on his shoulders again. This time he delivers, but the slide in from Buzz.
Oh, 1v2.
2 versus 1. DH reads that that's the decoy. He might have to jump on Spirit C1.
Oh, 1v1 हो गया अभी.
And the TP
3 kill निकाले हैं DH ने.
A plant and a 1v1. How many clutches?
Demon 1 versus DH.
But this one, the most important of all.
TP up top. They open the door. So Demon 1 has tried to bait the idea that he is coming from this position, but I feel like it's going to take him so long to go all the way back around. And once that smoke fades, DH will have the idea that this man is no longer in position. In fact, it's such an obscure angle. I don't even know if Demon 1 will expect this at all. And the problem is now that clock is starting to tick, the doubt starting to be in it.
Oh, भाई 4 kill DH, क्या बात है.
Where have they found this man?
Plant भी बढ़िया क्या है और बढ़िया position hold करा है.
A shot at map victory.
And don't get me wrong, DH has been playing the game all throughout regulation, but these last 2 rounds, he has hit another level entirely. What a play in the 1v2. Catches both.
One more round for T1 to win this match. नहीं तो double OT यार.
And a 4K to deliver T1 the lead. 1 round left. They were trailing 12 to 10 with weak weapons, a bookie in play, a mixed bag across the board, and they came back in with a dominant win. But DH for 2, giving them the lead, and with a timeout for DRG, the team that looked set to close out this map, it's to set history for their org. Well, now they've got to climb back into the game.
It is funny to think that while we talk about Demon One not really playing for the last few months, when he was last playing, it was at least in the Tier 1 over in Americas. For DH, this is a guy who's playing in the Tier 2, and this is his first map on an international stage. I don't know if they're building these like young players in a lab. Like Caron felt like it was just cheating to have someone that good. DH now feels exactly the same, but 27 and 16. He is dragging players like Meteor, Izu, people who've been there, done that, got the t-shirt, to potentially the first map.
Oh my god, Buzz ko nikal diya ibe.
Buzz within the first seconds of the round is dead.
Ackerman's been so impressive in those opening duels, dashing in. We've seen him do it not that many rounds ago when DRG were on the attack.
Cover going out.
But with that, it looks like they'll still commit to this A site. Demon One holding the flank. This could be a mistake. There's so many players here. Stacks traded out. DH gonna burn the paranoia just to deny the space. Slow them down.
Well, look at the rotation. Everybody's already here.
अरे नहीं OT लग रहा है.
It looks like they will, but the ops now in position.
Operator आ गया, but operator down है. 2v4 double OT लग रहा है guys.
He's been dealt on A main. But they'll still move towards this site, and the numbers are still here for T1. At least they were.
Yeah. Well, maybe the only one that really matters is still here. He would basically win them overtime if he can somehow hold on to this. 35 seconds and decisions are there to be made. Meteor has left his team. I'm surprised they're splitting up. I'm surprised that's the decision.
Oh,
this time DH can't save them.
1v4 double OT.
Will put him in the dirt, and Meteor so far away. I'm not sure I agree with that.
Double OT.
I think the best case they had was to try and fight it as 2. Now he has to find a 1v4.
There's chances. Now that he's been spotted, looking pretty bad. There goes the ultimate.
Oh, slow में भी मारा भाई.
But the spams through the wall, even us up to 13-13, and
13-13
overtime needed.
चलो.
And for DRG, those opening picks on the attack from Ackerman there. They are everything for this squad.
Well, this is like when I go back to the critique I had of Izu in the defensive half. That's what I'm expecting to see. Like, you get in, get a kill, get out. He has no interest of like trying to double down, try and be a hero of the round. He's just get the opener and escape. And that's where I think Ackerman has truly been a force to be reckoned with. Now into that defensive round once again, and it's the same brawl over on A.
Yeah, T1 though, they sit behind Rubble patiently. Still those 4 players towards this site. T1 making a quick read again. They're giving up that space. What happened last time? It was a trap play with a lot of players in position. Expecting the same here. And although Izu stuck around, he has that gate crash used early this time. Won't make the mistake he did in regulation of giving them the picks. Now Thorns, slow this push down. Give a chance for the rotations. Demon One won't fall for that spot again. But now they're closing in the distance. Well played to find the first. Spirit C1 from the back lines, delivering again. And a 3 versus 2. The defensive round looking likely, but with that coming down, we're back to a 2v2 and T1 have got a plan.
Izu और Buzz में से कोई रहेगा ना तो T1 जीत सकता है. इन दोनों में से किसी एक को मतलब जिंदा रहना होगा.
In a position to turn this round on its head, have another chance at claiming the victory on their opponent's choice, but
T1 का Omen DH
have
बहुत
an
अच्छा
opportunity.
है.
The flash is going to slow them down even more. The aftershock not quite finding anything, but even still, it has cleared an angle. It has checked the spot, but that time is ticking. They need to get a move on. First contact in, Izu gets
निकाल लिया T1 ने, क्या बात है.
But Meteor will make sure that they're the ones that get another chance at victory.
लग तो रहा है T1 जीतेगा ये वाला.
Match point for DRG. Last time it was a timeout called here.
Let's go यार
They
T1
saw
come
the
on.
correct course. And actually, I'm seeing in game it's going to be a timeout again, Tom. But
DRG
T1
वाले
this
start
time,
बढ़िया करते हैं
taking
but
the
वो एक
breather.
trade हो जाते हैं.
Interesting call as they're in the lead, but they did let it slip a couple of times. So, well, why not?
I think also just this is where you need a cheese round. This is where you need one thing to work for your squad, and then you close out the map. This is the perfect time for the coach to come in, because realistically, if you're a round down, you take a pause, you're basically looking to fix something while you're switching into another half. Like the round you just lost, it would be irrelevant because you're not playing that side of the map anymore. Now, you're coming in, and it has only been those attack side rounds that have been working for either side. This is what they needed to fix. One defensive round, and this game is over, and the coach earns his money.
One of the big strengths for T1, thinking back on towards the end of regulation, at 12-10 down, they go for this all-out play of aggression towards A main, something that I think we're used to seeing from DRG on the defensive side. We're used to seeing from most teams, but it was getting Buzz into this deep spot, swinging open door, and having just this all-out brawl.
The focal point of that was Stacks. He might be bottom of the board, but the amount of supportive assists that he has had...
His haunts are unreal.
Yeah, they have been... dare I say, some of the best I've ever seen. Like, it catches someone every single round. In fact, it catches multiple people most rounds. Looking like it might be slightly different, though. You've got Izu set up outside of B. He's got that operator in hand, and they will take that control. But the second they take it, Stax is immediately back to go and support the other side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, the honk goes up and no utility as a response. Nobody's seen. It's now time to reinforce this C site. But it might be too late. By the time he gets there, they're already teeing up for the push. DRG straight in, Meteor under pressure. He's surrounded. Stacks comes in to help and finds the first. Finds another. Stacks.
GG's guys. GG.
And he might have delivered them the win. Nick on a sliver of health has to stand up against the off. And even then,
GG's guys. 13-15. क्या बात है? इधर DRG का मैच जीत गए. Nice.
T1 वाली
T1 जीत गया. क्या बात है यार, क्या
what an incredible start to this series. One that feels like it could go all the difference to 3, but we will have to wait and see. We'll be back with Sunset after the break.
Guys, W, क्या बात है? Awesome. Next map कौन सा है? I think
Sunset.
Now that I'm a mom, things are different. Verizon's different too. They let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
W round, W. Game.
An update is required. Financial system updating.
पोल में आरसीबी कहाँ से आया यार? कुछ भी मैच होता है तो कि आरसीबी जीतता है, एमवीपी विराट कोहली होता है. आपको नहीं पता?
ये तो प्रथा रही है.
वो यही तो स्क्रिप्ट है, आरसीबी ही जीतेगा. आप लोग को पता ही नहीं है 2-3 कहाँ जीत रही है. मैं स्क्रिप्ट वगैरह बता देती हूँ, आप नहीं मानते हो. देखो गलत है.
If you want to win, you have to win against the best. So looking for revenge.
क्या जीते हैं यार T1 वाले, मजा आ गया.
Crazy! They've all battled through the pressure and expectation. Heretics have come back all the way! Finally, we won. Finally.
चलो नेक्स्ट तो मैप पिक की T1 का है. MI पर बेस्ट टीम है ना, ऐसा क्या? पर आरसीबी ही जीतता है यार. इस साल कप नामदे ही होता है उनका. इस बार तो ट्रॉफी जीती है तो इस साल कप नामदू है हम लोग. आज भी गेम नहीं खिलाया, आप खुद कॉम्पी खेलने चले गए थे हैं, आपने धोखा दिया और हमें बोल रहे उल्टा चोर कोतवाल को डांटे हो गया ये। हम लोग पार्टी कोड पूरा मैच, पार्टी कोड पूरा सब टाइम पार्टी कोड, लोग कितने सारे लोग आए खेले हमारे साथ, आप खुद कॉम खेलने चले गए, धोखा दे दिया आपने, ये कर लोगे। वेरी बैड, वेरी बैड। अरे वो दोस्त स्मर्फ था ना, वो बोला ब्रोंज तू करवा देगा तो चला गया। हाँ तो इसमें हमारी गलती है, आप हमें बोलते हो।
Hey guys, Mika and Bella here with Autumn of T1, and now Autumn, this is DH's first international and he is popping off. We know back in Pacific that T1 has been preparing him for this very moment with events like T1 Homeground. But talk to us how the team, the Masters Bangkok champions, of course, have been preparing him for this very moment here on the champion stage.
오늘 경기가 DH 선수의 첫 국제전 데뷔이자 챔스 첫 경기였는데 오늘 너무 멋진 경기력을 보여주고 있습니다. 이제 방콕 마스터즈 방콕 우승자인 T1 선수들이 팀으로서 어떤 이야기를 해줬길래 이렇게 잘할 수 있었나요?
사실 팀원들이 그 친구한테 뭐라 해줄 필요가 없이 워낙 큰 무대에서 자신감 있게 할 수 있는 거를 증명했기 때문에 콜업이 된 선수여서 팀원들이 이제 하는 거는 그냥 하던 대로만 해라, 자신감 있게 해라 정도로만 하고 너무 잘하더라고요. 알아서.
Well, the team didn't really have anything to tell him because DH was called up. He joined our roster because he was able to perform well, be confident on big stages like this. He was born ready. And I guess the team just said, hey, just keep doing what you've been doing because we all saw how good DH was and he really proved himself today.
Well, he better keep doing what he's doing. He is a natural. Good luck on the next map. 감사합니다.
Like I said before, when has a Korean rookie ever failed us? What a debut for DH here on the global stage. I've got Dan and Doug here with me. Once again, these numbers, Doug, this is ridiculous. And if he keeps doing these, he's going to have a nice time in Paris.
Yeah, I think he's going to do quite fine. The stats are fine, and they're good, and he put up really good numbers. But what impressed me most about this kid was how often he was in clutch 1v1 situations, and he was the one winning
Guys, come on, सब लोग like करो, like ठोको फटाफट.
He was constantly in those positions, but that boy stood his ground. He was incredible for T1.
I mean, pretty much the reason why they won this map too in that overtime, when he gets 4 kills as well to secure it, they go into that second one and finally they're able to close it out with stacks. DH has been incredible. He was good towards the beginning and he was good as well to keep T1 alive in this map.
Yeah, cool, calm and collected too from him. And it's time for our Verizon high-speed moment. And this one goes to what happened on round 8. What a fantastic retake from them. We saw so many of them. This wasn't an isolated incident.
No, I think there were really, really good protocols when it came to the retake situation for DRG, and I think this map does this clip does a really good job of doing it. I talked about it yesterday, I believe, not a huge fan of the Waylay, but I love the way they use the Waylay out there in order to take space, and then they swung behind it. I think so oftentimes that can be an issue. You can drop the ult, but do you have enough space? Do you boldly and do you confidently swing out to take those fights? And that's not always how it plays out. So I love the way they play that.
How to get Watchparty access for VCT? T1 जो है मतलब Tier 1 वो आप Watchparty कर सकते हो, बस आपका जो वो स्ट्रीम है मोनेटाइज नहीं होगा क्योंकि कॉपीराइट एक वार्निंग आता है, वो गानों के लिए आता है, जो मतलब वो गाने बजते हैं ना हाफ टाइम में बज रहे, अभी ट्यून बज रहा है, ये सब के लिए वार्निंग आता है. बाकी आप Watchparty कर सकते हो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, आपका जो भी ओवरले वगैरह है वो सब लगा लो, जो आप लगाते हो फेस कैम हो गया, ये सब हो गया, जो भी आप करते हो ये है। और बाकी T2 गेम चेंजर्स एंड ऑल, उसके लिए परमिशन चाहिए आपको, टियर 2 जो है वो परमिशन चाहिए, इसमें आप देख सकते हो आराम से, बस आपका वो स्ट्रीम मोनेटाइज नहीं होगा वो गानों के कारण, जो गाने बजते हैं ना, क्योंकि वो क्या बोलते हैं, राइट के सारे गाने राइट के नहीं होते, वो यूसी ऑफिशियल, हाँ वही आप मतलब इजीली देख सकते हो फिर वॉच पार्टी वगैरह करने के लिए, इसका परमिशन नहीं चाहिए, बट ऑफिशियल जो पोस्ट स्ट्रीमर्स है, मतलब जो वॉच पार्टी करते हैं वो लोग तो आपको पता ही है, बिंग्स एंड ऑल हो गए जो लोग वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं ऑफिशियली, यस नाइस, इसका नहीं चाहिए, बस वो टियर 2 जो है गेम चेंजर्स हो गया, चैलेंजर्स हो गया, ये सब के लिए चाहिए आपको, उसका एक फॉर्म होता है, उनके कुछ रूल्स होते हैं कि टाइटल में ये होना चाहिए, डिस्क्रिप्शन में लिंक होना चाहिए, ये सब रूल्स फॉलो करके वो तब कर सकते हैं, इसके लिए तो अभी तक नहीं है, इन फ्यूचर कभी होगा तो परमिशन हमें भी चाहिए होगा, अभी के लिए तो नहीं।
Which is absolutely outrageous given that it went to OT, so I can't wait to see what Nathan D had to say about what happened ahead of map 2.
Hi, Amika and Vera here with Nathan D of DRG. Now, just wanted to get your thoughts on the Euro and Waylay composition, because the team seems to have a really good understanding on it, especially on that map and especially with the retakes. Was this always the plan, especially with the recent roster adjustments?
想问一下教练，看到你们在图一是拿出了夜路加上幻冷的组合，并且看到你们的理解是非常到位的。那最近队内也有人员的变动，这一场的发挥在你们的计划之中吗？
我觉得我们今天的发挥的话，其实我是挺满意的。就是我们输掉一些可能残局上的处理，然后围垒的话也是我们可能想打得比较突然一点，给对面一点措手不及的感觉。
Actually, I'm pretty satisfied with all the players' performance today. Like for the Waylay pick, I just want to say we fixed some problems with the former Neon like comps. We want to play more aggressive and maybe like catch our enemy off guard.
Well, the team is looking good. Hopefully, you bounce back on the next map. Thank you.
Next map तो T1 का pick है यार.
One of the other things he was sort of alluding to is that
इसमें तो करना ही पड़ेगा वरना full GG
I'm happy with how he performed, but in the lay rounds, there was a difference maker between us and T1, and he's right. But it does get scarier on Sunset. DRG, they really need to step it up.
I do think Sunset's a fun one because both teams are 4-1. Both teams have bested the best teams in their respective regions on this map. So you've got DRG who's able to walk away with 2 wins against Billy, and then you've got T1 who's bested RQ on Sunset twice. So these are strengths for both teams. I'm curious about what the heck is Demon One gonna play? And do they double down, which I think they will. I mean, I'm inclined to believe they will. Do they double down on this Flash Waylay situation? I think Sunset kind of lends itself to a little bit more, to be honest.
If it helps, Demon One has only ever played Raze and Jet on Sunset, and nothing else.
Don't think he'll be playing either of those this time.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's take a look at Agent Select now and see where we are going.
Demon One Cypher खेल रहा है. Let's go. Meteor Cypher खेल रहा है. Neon Yoru.
Yeah,
same agent pick से बस Fade और Sova अलग.
Going into this map to Sunset, it's going to be Demon One on that Cypher, and they're going to continue playing this double duelist with that Neon and that Yoru.
Yeah, the real difference here is the fade over the Sova. I think this puts us into this conversation we've been having around Demon One on an island on the Cypher specifically. This feels like they've just slotted him exactly into the plans that they wanted to have prior.
मैं बहुत बढ़िया हूँ यार, आप बताओ, बस थोड़ी सी सर्दी वगैरह होके रखती है मुझे.
Yeah, it's now 2 maps in a row where they seem that this is like
क्योंकि इधर मौसम इतना खराब है ना, रास्ते वगैरह हर जगह पानी पानी है और मैं पानी पूरा एकदम क्रॉस करके गई थी. जहाँ पे मुझे नाव लेके जाना चाहिए था उधर मैं पैदल बहुत बारिश है और आज भूकंप भी आ गया, इतना जोर से आया ना, लोग डर गए लिटरली.
Thank you,
ना
Yinsu.
आप अंदर
It's
रह
time to get
सकते
into
हो
map number 2.
ना
The
आप
first
मतलब
was a
भूकंप में
tight
बाहर ऐसे
affair, but
अचानक
T1
दौड़
are
के नहीं जा
leading
सकते
by
क्योंकि
one
कंपाउंड में
map.
भी पानी है
And this is their choice on Sunset. Another debut for Demon One.
वो
as he
बंदे को
picks
बुला
up
लो
the
बोट लेके
Cypher,
वो और
sticking
फाड़
onto
देंगे
that role as we
किसी
would
ने
expect.
इधर कंपाउंड में पानी हो गया है कागज का बोट लेके छोड़ दिया तो बहुत बारिश हो रही है हाँ इधर तो भाई कल रात को जो बारिश हुई ना मैं तक डर गई रात के 2-3 बजे उठ के मैं अकेले सामान वगैरह ऊपर रखी हूँ जो झाड़ू वगैरह रखे हुए थे बॉक्सेस वगैरह सब इधर का उधर करी हूँ सब मेरे रूम पे मैं शिफ्ट कर दी रिस्क नहीं लेना है मुझे
How he did on the last map, a fantastic individual performance.
2-3 बजे रात के मैं ये सब काम
Recovery
कर
already
रही हूँ
needed in this pistol. It is a firing squad with DH leading the
T1 ने
scoreboard
आते
already.
ही तहलका मचा दी
And while Buzz is there to close it out, a pistol round for T1.
A solid start
Nice
indeed
start.
for T1 as DRG trail by 1, but they were able to make the fight fairly early on in the previous. See if that'll be the case again. DH, well, he was certainly a man that drew our eye throughout the entirety of regulation.
Nice.
Over on
Stay
Lotus, but
safe
in those
and
last
safe,
couple
madam
rounds,
जी बिल्कुल
the
यार
last round of
बिल्कुल
regulation, especially the
आप
first
लोग
of
भी अच्छे
overtime,
से रहो बारिश वगैरह में ज्यादा
he
तो
seemed like a
जाओ ही
one-man
मत
army.
मैं बाहर जाती हूँ छाता का मैं हैंडल भी नहीं पकड़ती हूँ क्योंकि कभी भी लाइटनिंग वगैरह गिरे तो मतलब कुछ भी हो सकता है यू
Especially
नेवर
in the
नो
late stage, pressure was on for DRG. The pressure
मैं तो
increases. They need
प्लास्टिक
2
वाला वो
maps.
नीचे वाला पार्ट
in a
पकड़
row.
के रखती हूँ छाते
And
का
starting out with
जब
a
भी
1-0
बारिश होता
loss,
रहता है
and
कंटिन्यूअस बिजली
Meteor's
वगैरह
playing
का रखती है
incredibly aggressive with the Marshall in hand.
और मैं चप्पल भी थोड़ा मोटा फोम वाला पहन के जाती हूँ मेरा वो पानी में कुछ तार वार गिरे ना हो ऐसे मतलब कभी भी कुछ भी हो सकता है सेफ नहीं है
Towards middle. This is all classics, nothing upgraded.
नाइस वन भाई मार्शल और गार्डियन का मेटा चल रहा है मैं बता रही हूँ
The player spotted crossing with a jump
रात रही
scare from Buzz. And they're losing a few, but that's a
रीलोड करते करते मार रहा
Now
है
I'm getting worried. Now I'm getting really worried. And they know where DH is as well. This man's been so reliable, but an early response like this from DRG, this could really
There we go.
disrupt the rhythm. A rifle, but only 30 HP, Tom.
फैंटम
He's
उठा
got to
लिया
get the
है
jump on DH.
1v1 लो है
DH has light shield,
नियॉन
so a single bullet to the face would be enough to win the round. Now he believes that he has baited
DH निकाल सकता है ये
DH,
राउंड
but DH is just sat at the bottom of middle. He's waiting on this fight, and it gets a little bit scary.
नाइस
But that youngster is the safe pair of hands again. He's looking to try and get the rifle, and he will find it.
Yeah, that's at least a silver lining, but the same as the previous map. It's great damage from DRG. They had nothing. And a few more bullets loaded up into that Marshall, and maybe this could have been a clean round, but the fact that these classics are able to win fights like this from Ackerman straight down middle. That made that incredibly close, and you can see how tense it got on T1's side of the
ऑलमोस्ट
stage.
ये
They
राउंड
win
चला
it,
ही गया
but again, they have to invest
Look at
fully.
this round. Oh, it's a singular rifle being put into the hands of Buzz. The rest really isn't much, but well, if Buzz is playing like this, maybe it won't matter. This is a terrible bonus round coming in from T1, but somehow it's working. They came in with a singular rifle, I think a stinger and a few pistols.
Yep.
And now Demon 1 has to try and save DRG from, I want to say, embarrassment.
Now, this is not a round they should be losing. But Demon 1 in a 1v3. Two players on that angle. Spike secured as well.
अरे लाइक ही नहीं हो रहे वही ना लाइक करते नहीं यार फ्री का लाइक है कम ऑन
करो गाइस लाइक करो
I love this positioning as well. Look how spread out they are. Buzz to take contact on his right, and then a big swing from Izu. He's tucked in though. He set himself up for success.
3-0 bonus
Demon
round
did,
भी
but
T1 ले
Buzz,
गया नाइस
the one to carry this round through for T1. I'm thinking before we get back into the game, they've got to fully invest, right? We get in a battle, you're up, they've got nothing. Oh, it's an easy round. That's what you would think, but Buzz made it an uphill battle, and they came tumbling down. 3-0 start.
पूरा स्विंग करते करते हुए मारा है बस में
Supportive utility, the paranoia that came through. I think Stax is the one that, yeah, he puts that dart into the corner, and as they swap to look to the dart, that's when Buzz peaks. Like, it's just a perfect setup for that exact push. And while DRG fell into the trap, they lose to an incredibly weak bonus, and T1 have got a flying start.
Got this round, light shields across the board. Easy with the Outlaw.
A lot of stingers, though.
Yeah, they've got to get close. That's the real problem. Those shots don't land. The gate crash is used to get out of dodge before that's a little too scary. Now, those stingers are nice and close. All of these fights look maybe even favorable for them. T1 have to take these fights together. It's Izu looking for some on his own, but around that laneway, when they come to push back in, that's where DRG really pack a punch, not just on close range, but with the numbers by their side as well. Flexen picks up a double. Spirit Stinger in there as well. It's going to be DRG's round. A return.
T1.
A MasterCard Thrifty as they put one on the
guys,
board on their weaker
Stinger
round.
works.
That's one way to reset after a third round embarrassment.
हमारे Stinger ऐसे नहीं चलते.
We could just swap the last 2 rounds over. I think we have a perfectly normal game, but no. It is just the pace they were able to get in. Obviously, Buzz was so low. That second kill was very easy, but from then onwards, it's just stellar work. Playing these close range angles, knowing the vulnerabilities of their
Stinger plans, guys. Stinger
पे मारने का वो. Spirit Z1.
कोई ना, still हम लोग एडवांस में
हैं. Never should have had. Balance restored, 3-1, and this
2 राउंड के लीड में है T1. क्या गेम प्ले था वही ना.
Full cover.
So far, the best round.
I think Outlaw से miss हुए ना 2.
Next best was when they had classics. And it wasn't a pistol round either. A very, very strange start. But this has been an unusual series. Looking back at Lotus. Now rifles invested on both sides.
Mid से तीनों साइड
taking a pretty heavy blow in the last, but a 3-0 start, especially when they didn't buy in round 3, that's going to give them enough to buy right back into
Mid
this.
पे 2
Buzz
लोग
has
हैं और ये
ultimate to
पे
work with, but I'm
ट्रिपी
looking
है
at the other
और
side for
क्या बोलते हैं
DRG.
स्टैक
Ackerman
वगैरह
one
सब
away,
कर रही है.
but Spirit Z1 already has that dimensional drift, and on the attack side, that's probably going to be used here to clear up all this space and maybe stop Izu from having the impact with the operator. He's on the angle, waiting for his chance to strike, and there it is. The gate crashed back to safety. But Spirit Z1, he's got the sight for them.
Yeah, just clearing out any risky angles will allow the rest of the team to run through clean. Although saying that, Meteor's managed to find one on the cross. I think that's Demon 1 trying to jump around the edge, and instead another solid paranoia thrown through to give Buzz a little bit more. The TP to the other side, it leaves Nick, but he's done well. He's managed to make this one look interesting. Flex implants on the other side of the map.
4-1 लग रहा है.
Now has a
1v2 निकालना मुश्किल
play
है.
with.
Flexen's first half on Lotus was a disaster class. It was picked off in aim A, and it felt like in every round. But here's his chance. He certainly warmed up in the second. Now carry through that momentum to a 1 versus 2. He's got Izu and DH, 2 big players for T1. The operator swapped out. It is just the rifle, but Flexen isolates one. 10 bullets left, but time ticking. Playing inside his smoke, he can challenge as soon as
भाई Izu बचा लिया.
Lands the shot with
4-1 guys. क्या बात है T1 यार, उन्हीं का मैच पिक है.
To reclaim that all, but surely it's too far.
Yeah, it's not going to get it. Even still, though, a very nice attempt for the remaining couple of players to
Hard
the other side of the map. Nick being able to get a couple, and then coming down to the wire. This reaction shot.
Reaction तो था. Spike छोड़ते ही
I think even he's impressed with himself. And what could have been a close clutch for DRG ends up putting them back in a problematic scenario. Then again, you said it yourself. They did better with the Stingers.
Yeah, we're right back to it. But only 2 Stingers this time. They've still got those rifles
Stinger
to
वाला
back them
power
up.
लेके आए हैं. बस एक sheriff है
the
और 2
carriers with the
vendor.
heavy weaponry. And this will be again a round where DRG move together. And so still going to be disrupted by Izu. A nasty angle in mid. That's Ackerman down. And especially in a round like this, Tom, especially with a Stinger, seeing him slide in and get up close, close that distance, gain you space. You really want your Neon for a round like this. Huge pick from Izu. And he keeps the control on mid as well. That gate crash, not even that close to fading, so he can stick around for quite a while.
They've not been able to clear him either. So he's still going to have this very fast flank, and because of that, they have a very good idea that there hasn't been a rotation. 3 players still committed to this B side of the map. as they look to try and make their way through.
Oh, a missed shot by DH though. That's given them an opportunity
Trade
on
हो
DRG.
गया है,
When they got
फिर
the
भी
plant,
अभी
that's where things
TV
changed with Stingers in hand. This time it's beforehand.
TV3 हो
When
गया
Flexen
दोबारा.
goes diving into market, they've got good control, and Demon 1 lands his shot on backside. Stacks might have to back off. He's sticking around. He's getting up close. And he'll get the jump on Flexen, but the correction for Demon 1 isn't there. Meteor alone. And Nick will put him in the grave.
50.
They really are better when
Almost
these weaker
50
weapons come out as second round for DRG.
I'm not sure it's they. I think it's Flexen.
अरे पता लग
I think
गया
Flexen's just very, very good with the stinger. Like, he's a little bit more aggressive in the way that he plays. Like, just looks to try and get up in their face the second he has this gun. And yeah, look, just look, he's TPing into angles, just playing up close. And Demon 1 also having a solid round at that.
अरे पूरा डेस्क को पटक दिया भाई.
And you can understand why. They've lost 2 rounds.
पूरा डेस्क को पटक दिया है इधर T1 के कोच ने.
Yeah, those are the rounds that
अरे
you've already done
Alex
the
से
hard
ट्रेनिंग
work.
लिया.
Then it's just about converting your advantage.
क्या
Doubling
गेम प्ले
down
था.
on it. Aggressive play, Flexen under pressure. Stacks already wrapping around, and Flexen won't escape. The wall bang to connect the pick and get a rifle. Or the
एक
T1
राइफल
side, it's the only one
रिकवर
they
कर
have to
लिया
work
है.
with. Look at DRG, they're walking into the spawn. They're taking a very deep fight. Meteor will contain them at least alongside Buzz. It's all about avoiding that rifle for them.
Yeah, that's the thing. If they go into A, they're actually going to plant for backside. I don't mind this, but it does mean that they're almost completely surrounded. Stacks is actually going to try and utilize the Hunter's Fury, and the rest of them, while this is going on, are putting the pressure onto Spirit Z1. They keep the advantage.
T1.
And Izu is now the one that's been given that rifle. It's whether or not they can retrieve the other.
Nice.
Doesn't seem like it. They're going to split back in the other direction, try and group up as DH still creates the illusion that there's a player here. And in the meantime, Izu goes walkabouts. Now they have the dimensional drift. They can find everyone else.
Drops the rifle over as well, picks up another as he's running around the site. Ackerman and Nick have their work cut out for them. Ackerman good for the first, and the trade out makes it possible.
Oh, भाई क्लासिक से उठा लिया.
This game is weird.
Ultimate man भाई T1 क्या बात है बोली थी मैं क्लासिक से उठा लिया. साइफर टकला था, टकले में ज़्यादा लगता है टोपी.
Continues the madness of not just this map but this series.
You've got the first 2 rounds, then you've got
कुछ तो
T1
रिचुअल कर रहा है
winning
वो
round that
कोच
was
T1
one
का. डेस्क में
rifle
3 बार
pistols
मारा.
and a
आप लोग
stinger.
डिजाइन करके देख लो, बता
Then
रही
you've
हूँ.
got the opposing side
मुझे
winning round
लगता
with
है
almost
साइफर
all
की जब टोपी
stingers.
निकल जाती है तब
Then
साइफामा बन
a
जाता है.
normalish round. And then
ये देखो अल्ट खोला, ये टकला था तो क्लासिक से ही पटक दिया.
Then you have another stinger round, and then you have this round. It's weird. And well, T1, I'm sure Autumn is kind of got to retract his slamming on the table, because now they've ended up in, I guess, an even better spot. But they're up against stingers again, so.
कल तो IGL की एंट्री होगी.
Yes, Booster की
We've seen it with 4. We've seen it with
the
2.
most awaited entry
He's
of
spraying the stinger.
Paris.
He's like, now they know I'm coming.
Well, they certainly do. All that utility fired through, but Spirit Z1 the first
Oh.
one. And again,
Oh.
but Stack steps up at 3 versus
Hello,
2 that they
6-2.
find themselves in. The TP to backside for early control, and it might not even be needed. Demon 1 all alone. Last time, he had a pretty
nice.
hefty disadvantage, but this 1v3, a Guardian in hand. And a good idea of where this player is. He is checking this left corner. DH needs to be quick on the trigger, and he will be shut down. The spike, though, is not in a good position. With no cage left to cover the cross, that off could be... What? A jump shot with the Guardian. That's one hell of an attempt. Now he knows that that op is on the other side, but hitting this shot will be difficult. Uses the cam to bait him out, and he's done so successfully, but he can't land the shot. And the stun sends him running back. The classic round the corner. That's a risky play. They've given Demon 1 a chance, and he may land
one bullet था यार. Nice one, but
Buzz lands his, and 6-2 on the board. Again, though,
अगर reload कर लेता ना तो ये round जाता.
I feel like they fully believed he was hit by that stun. That's the only reason I can think of, that Izu would run around that corner with a classic, but it just feels like at times T1 want to make this as uncomfortable for them. And I'm guessing their fans at home as possible, because
nice one, बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं. क्या चिल्ला रहे?
pals here? I think it might be that he's cracked. I'll tell you that. 6-2.
Time out liya hai, I
The
think
lead for
DRG.
T1.
Well, they find it funny.
They've been slamming desks in the coaching booth.
I need sort of like that side by side. Like just like Autumn slamming the desk and then cut to DX, just laughing his head off.
Yeah.
Like it's just the parallel of the coaching staff versus in the server, and I can definitely understand why, because although they are winning in some of the weirdest ways I've ever seen.
Without a doubt. A 4-round lead, but with the way this game has gone, it could be swinging either way. For DRG, though, this is a disastrous start. Of course, they're on their opponent's map pick.
अरे अपना G fighting का वो चुरा लिया क्या T1
So
fighting
close to closing out Lotus. A few big clutches, big rounds from DH, the man that was happy down on that stage.
बढ़िया lead ले
That's
लिया
what robbed them of it.
Let's
And now you start to be left in the dust.
Tech pause भी हो गया इधर tech
incredibly
pause.
close rounds despite
Gear, वापस gear.
winning 2 where they had extremely light buys, essentially saving their credits for the next and somehow finding it there. But when the next
ये देखो
came,
कुछ
it was
ritual कर रहा है, देखो 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 हाथ बंदे में कुछ है भाई.
In essence, yes.
तो ritual करने बैठ गए guys.
No.
Ritual
Like, I feel like the last map was a
Power
lot
of
closer,
God.
but not with this much insanity.
Yeah.
But hey, for T1, they're on their map choice. At times, they have been fairly dominant when it comes to the defense, but in their most recent match versus RRQ, it was the attack that they ran away with. So, scoreline alone, I think they'll be very happy with the position they find themselves in. At the same time, in their most recent victory versus BLG, it was a 10-2 defensive half for DRG. Now, saying they can recreate that, again, with how things are going so far, maybe not so likely. They're going to want at least a little bit of wiggle room.
I think the interesting thing about this, and I know you folks are getting your stage shots, but when we get back into the game, you'll see that T1 actually left in a suboptimal position.
What do you mean? They have a Stinger. That's a great
They have
gun.
to play with a Stinger despite winning 2 rounds in a row, and I think that really tells the story of how this has gone. A streak of 2, but every round has been so damn close.
Well, what I've been told as well is that although we do currently have ourselves a technical pause, DRG are going to take a tactical pause directly after this. So this may be a slightly elongated pause for more than one reason, because I can understand why. Like the manner in which you're losing a lot of these rounds, I feel like a lot of control has been given over on main. I feel like they've left a player there lurking to try and hold on to it. I don't think they've had too much success when they've gone for these more direct A hits. And other than those B hits with low buys, there hasn't been anything that's worked for them on the attack side, and that is alarm bells. Because if you get those couple of rounds, you build off it, you start getting yourself into the half, you show something with your buy rounds that you're able to sort of maybe bait players into certain fights or get certain map control, then I'm not worried for you. But when they're the only rounds you're winning, that shows that, okay, it's only these cheese rounds where you're able to get up close in someone's face and spray them down with an SMG. That probably means that this attack side is as going as bad as it could be, and you've just had a little bit of luck that's helped you out. So I'm definitely nervous for DRG, because as we sort of mentioned, the importance not only of this match, but the whole tournament, of them not just trying to battle the champions, which is the goal of everybody's year, but also they still have their life on the line for just being in Tier 1. They are one of 2 teams that is the case. And you then have to consider the group that they're in. Like, okay, sure, Manchester Sentinels is a tough one, but you're going to be up against either the previous year's champions finalist or G2, who most people coming into this event put them at least top 2. Like, you're either having them or Paper X, probably favorites for the whole thing. So it is seeming like the loser of this match has got a tougher match in the lower bracket.
And I want to look back at the previous map. You know, DRG, they didn't win the first half.
ये लोग इतने क्या बोलते हैं
7-5, but we talked
कॉस्टली
about their
माउस
attack
वगैरह
side,
पे खेलते
playing
हमारा
for
माउस
Waylay
देख के
Europe,
तो फेंक देंगे
and how
बोलेंगे
much
क्या
benefit
ये
that's going to bring to them now.
क्या है ये
इस
किसके
माउस
कैसे
में
खेलते तुम लोग
तो either
6-2
not
down and a
silver
chance for this
पट्टी
to
भी चढ़
extend further for T1. Where do you see from this point the goalposts for DRG being? Where do they have to hit to give them a chance in half number 2?
It's difficult. We do now head into our DRG tactical timeout. As said, that was coming.
हैं टेक्निकल पॉज के साथ अभी टेक्निकल टाइम आउट पे डीआरजी
But nonetheless, back to your
गियर
point,
ठीक हो गया है अभी सुनाई देगा
I
डीआरजी
kind of
वालों
want to
को
see them try and level this up because
कोच
sure,
क्या
a
बोल रहा है
10-2 defense last time out, but
वो
versus
पानी वाला
DRG the
सीन हो
time
जाए तो
before,
मजा
8-4
आए
attack versus XOG 10-2 attack. They've proven that they're
हाँ
good
वो
on both
EMEA
sides
वाले
of
होते
the
तो
map.
कोच ने जो डेक्स पीटा है वो
But I
दिखाते
just think it's
रिपीट
going to
में
be more difficult when your Cypher is a
आपको
stand-in.
भी चाहिए क्या
a lot of the time,
पॉपकॉर्न
if
यार
you
आप
look
बोल
at
बोल
the way
के
Cypher is played on this map, it is an anchor hold at the
भूख
B side
लगवा
quite
दिया
regularly.
भाई
A lot of information to be found around middle and in towards B main. Well, even if just the communication is a little bit off, that means Demon 1 has to kill a whole team as they run into the site. I don't believe that he's going to be able to do that. He needs to have those supportive bits of utility to help him. So I think, if anything, the ease should be more so on that attack side, especially when you've got this double duelist. Like, you need on the defense to have that push on one side and him as the hold on the other. On the attack, you can be a little bit more loose. But thus far, the loose style has meant that someone is getting caught in most rounds early because T1 aren't just sitting back and letting you have that
इज़ू ने
control.
फिर से ऑपरेटर ले लिया है क्या
Well,
बात
this
है
should be the easier, as you said, Tom,
मैं
for
भी
DRG
दिखा
to
रहा हूँ
put the
हाँ
pieces
और
together
बताओ
with
और
the stand-in.
बताओ
So far, they have yet to win a rifle round, and now is their chance to right that wrong. Ackerman back to winning ways in those early fights. Paranoia
बस
sent
को
through, but
निकाल
that
दिया
doesn't
इज़ू
stop
को भी
them
निकाल
as
दिया
Demon 1
भाई
picks up
क्या
another,
सीन
and another stacks down, but DH in the corner
किसी
has
ने
the beat.
देखा ही
क्या
नहीं डीएच
He'll
को
only
भाई
get two. Demon 1 saves them. Meteor left alone in a
क्या हो रहा है
1v3.
एकदम वो
That
लोग
could
चारों
have
एक साथ ही
been
पुश मार रहे हैं
a nail in the coffin
अरे
of
भाई किसी ने
DRG. I
डीएच
don't
को
know
देखा ही
how
नहीं
that
था
corner was left uncleared for so
1v3
long. Especially when the paranoia was thrown through from that position. But they've righted the wrongs here, at least.
Yeah. I guess it just literally came down to we've killed enough people, there could possibly be another one in the corner. And honestly,
ओ
for
तीनों
DH,
एक
it's
साथ
a
आ
nice
गए
try.
नाइस
Like, you
60
look at that with so many players open and you go, ah, maybe he should have got all of them, but he was able to at
एक
least
साथ
take
पुश
two.
मारे
The problem is the damage was already done, and thankfully for the rest of
टाइम
the
आउट के
players,
बाद इम्पैक्ट
Demon
शो
1
करा
was
है
quick enough on the trigger
देखते हैं कितनी
to be able
दूर
to
तक
take him
जाता
down.
है
That flash as well. Buzz was so unbelievably blind.
Phenomenal flash from Spirit Z1. That got way too close in the cubby. You know, you can't put your head that low, too, from that position. It's far more than he should have been allowed to get. But just one more, and that's a completely different scenario we're looking at. DRG,
फिर से गियर
3
का
rounds
टेक
on the
पॉज
board. Their
किया
first
एक
rifle
एक
round
राउंड के बाद
secured,
खराब
but
हो
not
रहे
without
हैं
its bumps.
वो भी उसको अच्छा
Unfortunately,
नहीं
we are
लग
back
रहा
to
है
attack pause, a delay in the momentum. Although, to be fair, I think a lot of these players will be happy to take a breather.
Maybe not so soon after the last one.
Yeah.
Definitely a stop-start. I don't think it's alarm bells just yet for the side of T1. I think that last round was very much just an all-out brawl, similarly to what we were seeing on Lotus on that A side of the map, just everybody diving in with their utility. And it has felt like a very 50-50 fight, whether or not Buzz is going to be able to just dominate, or in this case, where Ackerman has the supportive utility needed. A question will be if DRG can build off of this, because, yeah, if everybody fights in one spot on the map and you come out on top, it's not like a round where I'm going, you're going to be able to do this every single time. Like, if the paranoia lands a bit earlier, maybe Buzz gets a few. If the flash isn't as good as it was, maybe he doesn't go down. Like, these are rounds that are still difficult to repeat, but definitely good to see that they've at least managed to get themselves one that isn't just stingers running at people.
Yeah, absolutely. But even then, it requires Demon 1 to pick up
अरे
three
आपका
very
इंस्टा आईडी
important
देख
kills.
लिया
The first
क्या
two
दिखा
trades on the initial
लिंक
fights.
से गए हो तो वो मेरी गेमिंग
third
आईडी
one
है और मेन आईडी आई
Picking up a
थिंक
ball
गेमिंग
that
आईडी
was
के बायो में ही
dropped far too quickly. And without a moment of thought for DRG.
गाइस लाइक करो पटपट
Even coming straight out of that timeout, you could see there were blips.
फाइनली
And as I
भले ही
said,
बाहर
the
बारिश
surprising
है
thing to me was that
अच्छा वाला फैन ही
DH
चाहिए
was the
मेरे को
one
गर्मी
to
है
throw
बहुत
that paranoia so early on. He was stood in the same spot as he was when they came to push.
Well, it seems like this one is going to be a little bit longer as we will be swapping out a PC, but luckily we're not going to leave you bored. Before the tournament, we had, of course, to get that script meeting
अरे
ready and
एनवी
going, so
फाइव
let's see
लाइक
how
ही
that
नहीं
went.
हो रहे हैं कोई दिक्कत नहीं यार लोग लाइक ही नहीं करते फ्री का है लाइक और सब्सक्राइब। हाँ भाई इस वीडियो का एंडिंग ऐसा होना चाहिए था एलेक्स ने आके सारे स्क्रिप्ट तोड़ दिए।
Hello everyone.
स्क्रिप्ट के साथ टेबल तोड़ के चला गया।
Wait, I thought we are finalizing this one in Paris.
That's boring. We've done this already in Toronto. There is nothing like a good redemption arc. EMEA deserves this.
Hey. There are more changes to the script again. But you already know my thoughts on this. Let's touch base once we are in Paris.
Hello，大家好，抱歉我来晚了。
Did we discuss which teams to get kicked out? All of the Americas teams this time?
वाह किसी ने लिखा Tenji is asking if he can stream the script meeting.
But who doesn't hate Cuba?
Yeah, keep dreaming, guys.
肯定是我们啊！我以为到了8点我们才决定。
को म्यूट कर दिया तो चैट पे लिख रहा है वोट कैसा दिखा है।
All of the changes.
बढ़िया वीडियो बनाया है यार।
Once you're in Paris, it will be great.
बोस्टर को दिखाओ
really
बोस्टर।
Just trust me. I think we will work out a storyline.
बोस्टर की जगह बोस्टर की गर्लफ्रेंड को बना
Everything sounds good for me. Thanks for following up.
Yeah, okay, gotta go.
All right, cheers to the meeting, guys.
इसको म्यूट ही रखा है अभी तक।
म्यूट ही रहे।
दीप देखो गाइस कौन जीत रहा है। पैसिफिक नहीं, अच्छा पैसिफिक को हटा दिया भाई, देख रहे हो असली वाला अरे लंबा टेक्निकल अरे पीछे केजी को क्या बना दिया हुआ वापस लो इसे पोस्टर ये पोस्टर गाइस वापस लो क्या है ये
केजी को क्या बना दिया
वापस लो भाई वापस लो मैं उधर केजी में जितने भी है एक साथ यूनाइट होकर सारों पोस्टर में बता रही हूँ अभी के
भाग जाएंगे
मैं होती तो पीछे से ऐसे खींच के लेके ऐसे करके फाड़ देती फॉलो किया आपको इंस्टा पे थैंक यू सो मच नीरज
j'imagine et pour toi
c'est pareil bah franchement regardez enfin sur Twitch les matchs c'est quelque chose mais les voir en physique c'est vraiment
वो उधर
incroyable
केजी का
le son
कॉस्प्ले भी है वो पोस्टर को देख नहीं रही है दो केजी
sur place c'est 10 fois mieux
दो कॉस्प्ले केजी के वो लोग देख भी नहीं रहे
अरे वो लोग आजू बाजू खड़े हो जाएंगे आप बोल के
वो अगर कोई लड़के ने बनाया तो वो अगर बोल दे मतलब ऐसे करके बोल दे तुम्हें देख के बनाया था केजी ऐसा दिख गया तो फिर हाहाकार मच जाएगा एनवी का है क्या इंस्टा हाँ इसका इंस्टा है अभी
कुछ मैं अभी तो डालता नहीं यार एकदम बन सा रहता है
on est équipé effectivement so Buzz obviously Buzz. Et pour toi du coup en
दो केजे है दो केजे है देखते हो
même s'il chope pas beaucoup de kills il chope vraiment beaucoup d'impact kills
बस की फैन फॉलोइंग तो है
c'est un joueur qui est vraiment très fort.
So Buzz on one side, Meteor on the other one, and even though he's not top fragging, he has an insane impact, and I agree.
लंबा टेक हो जाएगा
Definitely. Merci beaucoup à tous les deux. On va voir si T1 arrive à gagner. Thank you very much, both of you and everyone, and we're gonna see if T1 manage to get the win on Sunset.
Well, it's time to find out if DRG can bounce back from
अरे एक कमेंटरी बन हो गया क्या अच्छा दोबारा स्टार्ट कर दे देख रहे हो
to this map. Make it all the way to Ascend, buy us a third map, and maybe
एक I think disconnect ही हो गया था.
First series alongside their first map win, but to do that, they've got to defeat that team on the other side. Who, as you can hear in the crowd, they've certainly got some fans out here. Buzz and Meteor, the Buzz chant. I like hearing that. Yeah, but I think it's a great point as well about Meteor that we heard from one of the fans that. He might not be top fragging, but his impact is tangible. There's a reason the man's been voted an MVP before, and he certainly set out to try the two-time here at Champions. A long road ahead of them, though.
Although when he was MVP, I think he was top fragging a lot.
Like, a lot of people vote based on the scoreboard, Tom.
Yeah,
a lot of people.
We are all scoreboard warriors at heart. Just don't use rating. Nonetheless,
please. Gotta use cast.
We can already see launch him back into the game. Hopefully, unlike in our EMEA show match, he has already got the bind done for how to.
Hello, राजू, मैं यार ठीक हूँ. थोड़ा सा सर्दी वगैरह हो गया है, बुखार तो है ही आपको पता है. मौसम इधर इतना खराब है ना, ठीक होने के चांसेस ही नहीं. आप बताओ आप कैसे हो, कैसा चल रहा है आपका?
Not ideal for any of the players down on the stage, but for DRG, maybe a little bit of a momentum breaker, not only them winning the last round, but also just the way that the map was going, if you just joined us, was very much they were only able to win a couple with stingers, and with the rifles they were really struggling. They did just manage to win their first.
PRX के भी supporter है, पीछे wingman भी है,
The Gecko fans have been starved for attention so far.
Guys, come on, सब लोग like करो. Free में होता है यार.
It's actually just Gecko's looking for his wingman at the moment. Can't go in with one of the abilities.
That's true.
He's been heavily nerfed.
It's like karo but.
But yeah, as we get back into things fairly soon, obviously, as you guys know at home, there was a PC swap needed down there. Always takes a little bit of time, but last time coming out of one of these tech pauses, we had a tactical pause. And what I like about this little break is that although we might not be touching base with the coaching staff, your IGLs have had quite a long time to think about things. And I think that will benefit more towards DRG.
बढ़िया बढ़िया वेलो खेल के आया हूँ मैं just परेशान हो गया टीममेट से इतने गंदे टीममेट्स आते हैं हमारे तो ओपोनेंट्स बड़े तगड़े आते हैं
and then losing when they've got rifles in hand.
Opponents बड़े तगड़े आते हैं इतने प्रो लोग भेज देते ना क्या बोलूँ मैं
that will need to build around this little break the most because they've had the issues. T1 are 6-3 up.
One of our
they
just lost
about
around,
stacks negative.
One of the most iconic players we've had. I can't believe you take shots at stacks.
Absolutely
outrageous.
I gave him a fist bump backstage. I was very gentle as well. I didn't want to hurt the wrist. You know me, the muscles.
Oh yeah. You're almost as strong as Flexen. We just can't quite see it.
The toes, they're too thick.
I'm seeing headphones going back on. I know, honestly, this whole game, like I think we came into things with the team coming in with a stand-in, that stand-in being Demon 1, switching over to the Chinese region to try and make this work, and he has been impressive. He's had a lot of high-impact rounds, he's had a lot of moments where I think that you can see that the individual level is definitely still there, especially slotting into a role that isn't necessarily one that's his own, especially known for his more duelist/chamber play, but he's definitely looked comfortable within this squad, and obviously we're kind of having an eye on the double duelists of Ackerman and Spirit Z1 to see, especially on these last few attack rounds, what they can bring into play. The problem though for T1, when we do get back into the game, is that economically, they're going to be in a little bit more trouble with what they can try and deal with.
कब हटेगा ये टेक्निकल पॉज
ऐसे ही चिल्ला रहे मेरे को लगा शुरू हो गया खत्म भी हो गया ऐसे
really been able to keep a lot of these rounds clean.
Yeah, I think that's one of the big problems. You know, looking back at the previous map, Spirit Z1 as well. I'm waiting to see his
champions
return
में
to
भी
form in
tech
terms
pause
of those
होने
early duels. I'm going off memory here, which I probably shouldn't. That's usually a risky game. I think he was 6-1 in opening duels, and you could feel it. Both himself and Ackerman finding so much space. And so far, it feels like they've both been having a tough time. And I think in a lot of these rounds, there's been well-placed utility. You think about the slide up that Ackerman went for in the round that they won, because there was very efficient trades from Demon 1 right after. But he slid through, and there was an immediate flash from Izu, a swing from Buzz. In terms of the utility that T1 are putting down, then you think back to stacks on those haunts and how much impact they were having on Lotus. It has felt like they have that little bit of an advantage in that aspect.
Oh, either way, it's going to be a little bit longer. So let's go back down with Lou to meet some of the DRG fans.
Et de retour pour vous jouer un mauvais tour, puisque la pause n'est pas encore finie. On espère que ça va venir très vite, effectivement. Et du coup, j'ai Fida et Sasso qui m'ont rejoint du côté des DRG. And I'm now pleased to welcome two DRG French fans to here in the arena, Fida and Sasso. And my first question is going to be very easy. We're in France, but you're supporting two Chinese teams. So how come is that? Have you followed, their scene and stuff? Donc pourquoi en France est-ce qu'on soutient des équipes qui viennent de si loin? Est-ce que vous avez suivi un petit peu la scène chinoise?
Qu'est-ce
qui vous fait DRG finalement?
Alors moi, je soutiens la chaîne chinoise parce que je la regarde depuis presque plus d'un an et c'est vraiment incroyable. Il y a vraiment très peu de monde qui la regarde et Kang il l'a dit l'année dernière. Vraiment, mettez-vous sur la chaîne chinoise et c'est vraiment le bon plan à suivre. Donc moi, je conseille à tout le monde de regarder la chaîne CN sur la chaîne de Kichi.
Oh, un petit shout-out à Kitty qui est en train de caster le match d'ailleurs. So why are you following the Chinese team? I've been following them since the very beginning. There's only a few streamers who are following them. Indeed, Kitty, for instance, who's currently catching the match in the arena. So yeah, as Kang said, watch us more. Et pour toi?
Moi, en fait, ça fait 3 ans presque que je follow la ligue chinoise, notamment pour BLG, qui joue demain, du coup.
हम लोग तो भाई अपने हमारा ऐसे कभी इंटरव्यू होगा तो हम लोग अपने नेटिव में छोड़ के फुल फटाफट इंग्लिश में बात करेंगे या very support या shame
Okay, très cool. So yeah, I've been following them for 3 years as well.
Very good player, very nice.
Playing tomorrow also. So yeah,
you
should definitely watch a bit more of VCT China. And last but not least,
मैं क्या बोलूँगी या this player very good.
Le meilleur joueur.
I watch one NPC no good, so I am also no good.
Moi un peu triste mais c'est Vokashu. Faut vraiment nous rendre Vokashu. Je suis vraiment déçu. Après je vais pas cracher sur Diamond One. J'aime vraiment beaucoup, mais j'aurais vraiment aimé avoir Vokashu.
Yeah, so for me it's Vokashu. I wish he was there and we really want to have him here, but of course I'm very happy to see Demon One step in.
Gear पूरा मतलब खराब हो गया टूट गया है क्या?
Bien sûr. C'est Fléchine qui jouait chez eux l'année dernière et maintenant il est ici, donc je suis obligé de le supporter.
So former DRG player for me, Flexin of course, and now I'm supporting him in DRG, and let's see who's going to be able to carry this match between T1 and DRG on the Chinese or on the Korean side. See ya.
Guys, come on, सब लोग like वगैरह.
Hello,
अरे ये लोग भी आ गए.
I thought we would hop on for a bit because someone might have missed us.
Yeah.
I missed yapping with you two for a bit. So how are we doing?
It's not like we
Hello, Mickey. Welcome back. कैसे हो आप?
That's true.
Yeah, I traditionally not a yapper. Yeah, very quiet.
Everyone believes that.
Keeps my opinion to myself.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And I'm 6'7".
Wait, why you just dropped like an elite Zoomer meme on me?
I don't even
Keep
know.
going.
I love that. I thought it would be fun during a tech pause to play some games, but for now, just to give you guys an update, we have swapped out a PC. We're still encountering some client issues, but as soon as that is fixed, I will let you guys know. Have you ever played a game called Never Have I Ever? Have you played this before? This is like
I have actually.
This is like a staple of my university.
I think DH का ही हुआ है कुछ वो तब से कुछ fix कर रहा है.
So the aim of the game is you're trying to say something that you have never done, but the other two people have to try and catch them off guard. Does that make sense?
Run that by me one more time.
So we're just gonna play a practice round. You guys at home play along. So the aim of the game is you want to say something that you have never done, but the people next to you have.
Isn't it the other way around?
No.
That you've done that they haven't done.
No, that's why it's called Never Have I Ever. It's not called
I don't know if I understand that, but let's run it.
So for example, never have I ever played Jet in a game of Ranked. Oh, damn it! Okay.
Wait, really?
So it works? Yeah. So I half failed there. I only got one. I only got done. I didn't get you. I didn't catch you.
I think I got one.
I have actually never played Jet in Ranked.
I find that really hard to believe. Genuinely.
I always feel, and also it's not for me.
Yeah. Alright, can I do one real quick?
Go for it. Your turn.
Never have I ever had a cheeky Nando's.
Oh. Wait, this week?
Wait, you too?
Oh, okay. We're all failing this game. I have had a cheeky Nandinos, and
Wait, is that different than a Nando's?
No, it's just it's the same thing.
Okay.
I go
don't even know. What are we talking about?
I go for hot livers with peri peri fries.
Chicken.
Yeah, it's my
Not
fave.
chicken. Cheeky Nando's.
Elite
Oh my
order.
bad.
While I'm there, do you know who has the most disgusting meals ever, unacceptable, eating habits? Sliggy, because he likes to eat microwave chicken and rice. And he eats that every day.
Oh, Sliggy, that's quite...
That is outrageous.
No,
that's not a good
get
look
it.
for you. No,
No,
don't
I
get
get
it.
it.
And
I get it.
honestly,
Sliggy,
Dan,
I get it.
Dan, if you get it, don't admit it.
I
Okay?
get it.
This is not a good
What
thing.
do you mean?
I feel like if I explain myself,
Explain yourself.
it gets even worse. But if I would do the same thing. I used to
Voluntarily.
Yeah. Why not?
You have a dirty palate.
I mean, it's not that you can enjoy other things while also making it easy for yourself when you're at home.
Microwave.
It's like watching
That's
Valorant
an
every
insult
day.
to my culture, by the way. But yeah, you got your turn for a Never Have Ever. You got one?
No, I don't have one. I don't know.
Okay, I reckon I have another one. Okay, let me think. Oh, go on.
No, I'm thinking.
Oh, I thought you had one.
Yeah, you okayed with a little...
Yeah, you came with
I'm just reading it, I'm sorry.
Oh, never have I ever rooted for an America's team.
I mean,
no, that's a lie.
That's not fair.
That's a lie. There's no way. You have never, ever, in the 5 years of Valorant, hoped that an American team would win something.
It's like
I feel like you have. No, I feel like
That's a load of malarkey.
I mean, if we really thought about this, actually maybe Crew. I think maybe I kind of rooted for Crew cheekily back in the days.
Vamos.
I was really rooting for Crew.
Until they beat Fnatic.
It was actually because they beat Fnatic. Yeah, I was hella rooting for them.
Let's go. Were they? Yeah, I don't know
2021.
that they count.
But I mean, if you think about it, historically, you know, we had Gambit versus Envy. Embarrassing performance, quite honestly, from Envy in that final.
Right,
like
relax.
3-0 from Gambit.
Relax.
Was I realistically not going to root for Gambit? And then after that, we had FPX coming through. We had Fnatic coming through. All these teams coming through. So how could I root for Americas when we had all these narratives?
But I feel like you also like
Fnatic loud,
like Leviathan at some point. I feel like
yeah,
you like
I think actually
2022.
just not the NA teams. Like I like Lev, I like Loud, I like Crew.
I got one that
even Vivo Keen, any Noahs?
Yeah. Well,
That's crazy.
That's
NIP,
Yeah,
NIP, I got you, baby.
Okay, I got it, and I am confident I will win this.
Okay.
I am confident I will win this. Never have I ever intentionally pulled up to listen to a Taylor Swift song.
Oh my god. That's
Kab
why you
khatam ho
so
gayi
snitching.
technical
Why
pause?
are you smiling?
I'm
when
so
you're saying
confused.
that?
Have you like
Huh?
listened to Taylor Swift on
Kaun sa?
purpose?
Yes. Who
Surely
hasn't?
you have.
Wow.
Yeah,
Doug.
I have.
Yes.
Oh my god, they're gonna come for me.
Honestly, Doug, like I'm so happy that you're not like the other girls. Like, wow.
It's me. I'm the problem. It's me.
Pick me, final boss over there.
I just dropped a
That was great.
You
that
let
was
that
really
one go.
Great.
I
Honestly,
learned that from you, to be honest.
You are the anti-hero to some people. You say that, but there's actually a lot of Swifties in this tournament. I want to shout them out. Patman on Paper X was very excited about the prospect of Taylor Swift dropping an album while he is in Paris competing. He was tweeting about it. We have Chichu's in-game name. Before
How do you find this lore? I'm so curious.
Dan, I have to stalk people for a living, you know.
Okay, great.
So Chichu's name before Chichu was Swift13, which is Taylor Swift's favorite number is 13. So Chichu is a Goda Swiftie.
Okay.
We have Neil, Xenio, and Weber. Famously Swifties, and the list is so long, it's going to take me a while, but good news is the tech pause is over. You don't have to listen to us anymore, and now you have to listen to more of Mitch and Tom.
You have to.
अभी तक खत्म नहीं हुआ
Thank you
भाई।
very much, Sue. It's time to get back into the game.
Kab
It's been a
khatam
cruel
ho
summer
gayi.
down here with these tech pauses, but it looks like we'll be back into the game pretty soon. 6-3 is where we left you, and we just saw DRG win their first rifle round. If you're just tuning in now, you have missed chaos in terms of the ecos. With Stingers in hand, DRG look like one of the strongest teams. With rifles, not so much. We'll see if there's going to be a change as finally we see the countdown moving towards zero. No, Tom?
चलो खत्म हो गया।
Not right now.
I'm not in it.
The barriers are going to go up. Players are logged back in. PC swap successful. Client issues subsided. But T1
PC
they have
swap
issues of
कर
their
दिया है।
own. Economy's in the bin. And a weak buy coming through after that loss in the previous round. This should be DRG's first back-to-back round win.
Oh, wow. You said like a million jinxes back-to-back. There's all the tech pause stuff, and then you've hit us with the they should win their round.
I'm feeling good today, Tom.
Buzz has a stinger. It's been the best gun in this match so far. And after early control over A, they've immediately rotated to mid, expecting there to be some pressure put through on that side. The drone should, yep, that's going to get a little bit of extra information. Now they're going to try and pincer in on them. It's a little bit dangerous, but I like the use of the dimensional drift. Will allow the escape and also give Nick a good opportunity to try and clear them up. The Stinger still going strong.
Yeah, the damage is certainly being done, but T1 not going to deny the plant, going to lose another player into the trades in the meantime, and DRG 3 versus 2. Buzz has got a rifle, and last time he was in a position where he was the one we looked at, it was a 3K in A main. He dominated and gave T1 a real chance. I think that's why they converted. But now, smoked out, time ticking. No paranoia to work with. No stun. Not even a slide. Nothing to help out on this. This has got to be raw. aim power. They're not looking the right way here. That's a free kill. Flexen gets caught off guard, diving in. Buzz gets one, and now it's a 1v1 with Ackerman. But just about DRG will connect the win. 2 in a row, found at last, and both with rifles.
Yeah, right, it gets incredibly close towards the end. I like that Ackerman is just so quick to make sure that trade goes through, knowing that his opponent's in a little bit of trouble after being stunned up, but it does mean that everything is incredibly close in the end. But if DRG can continue this climb back, I don't think they're going to mind too much. This is, however, where we do get those guns coming back online. So, Mitch, I'm going to hand this one over to you. I think you had about 17 jinxes. What do you have to say for yourself?
फिर से tech pause भाई.
It's just my bad.
Yep.
I was feeling good. I got a little too confident for a moment there,
PC
but
तोड़ दो. कबाड़ खाने में डाल दो दूसरा लेके आओ.
I'm starting to regret that now. 6-4 nonetheless.
फिर से tech pause यार.
Looking good. They've connected them back to back, and as I said earlier, you know, they made the best of that downtime. They corrected course.
But to be fair, they have a pretty good record after technical pauses of winning rounds, so.
फिर से tech pause लो.
I'm not sure you have the stat regionally, but
I don't think anybody has those stats regionally.
Didn't come prepared, huh?
Maybe with an EMEA a while ago, you could say that was almost every round. So anybody who won the game just was good at winning after technical pauses, but.
Like करो तब तक guys, tech pause पे tech pause हो रहा है.
We did, bit by bit.
We definitely.
I actually
improved.
Was the one that fixed it all. It was all me. But yeah, for T1, still stuck on 6, now conceding 2 in a row, and a big lead of 6-2. Starting to look like we could be even Steven at the halftime. One thing I've noticed in the break, actually, I'm not talking about the tech pause, I mean in between maps. We had Demon 1, like, I was looking down at the stage a lot, and that guy was locked in, not on his monitor. He had his head down. He was like calming the nerves, obviously doing a lot of thinking about that previous map where, as we said, he had a phenomenal showing, you know? But I think he's disappointed not to have closed out that map. And coming in here locked in, we already saw him
उसका थोड़ी दिक्कत है वो
save the
अभी
day
उनकी
really
तरफ
for
से है.
DRG in what, round number 9, the first of these 2 that they've just had, where he manages to find a 3K in opening trades, not opening duels, but his teammates go down every step of the way. He's the one bringing it back and keeping them with the advantage, or at least keeping them even. It's a very important thing to see him with confidence, especially in this role, especially after it's been almost 5 months since we've seen him on a stage, let alone the international.
The fun thing about this matchup is that if they win this, I think most people going off the next match would have G2 winning. And so then he'd get to play against Jorgamo to make it through the groups. Like, it would be one hell of a storyline if they're able to turn this around. I say it's not looking fantastic. The last couple of rounds have definitely given us some hope, although they've been so far and few between that you can't say that there's been any sort of momentum really building.
Well, also look how close that one was from T1's perspective. They came in with next to nothing. A couple of blows dealt out by DRG, and yet they kept trading it back and forth to a 1 versus 1 in the end. And it was Ackerman who had to pull them out of it. So in a round where DRG, like, we come in going, oh, well, they should be winning this. This should be their victory. It very nearly wasn't. And for T1, that's fantastic. They're making the rounds that should be dominant for their opponent competitive. And now that they'll have rifles coming back in, now that we could see that op on Izu again, depending on how they distribute their economy,
इतने महंगे गियर का क्या फायदा?
Where they hammer it home and lock in an 8-4 lead
खेलना
for the
काम
halftime.
टाइम
That will be
ज़्यादा हो रहा
the
है.
other issue for T1. This goes back to
क्या ही करे यार,
they'll
टेक
feel
पॉज पे
gutted
टेक पॉज
because
आ
it'll
रहा है, कुछ
be
कर नहीं
2
सकते.
rounds of SMGs and then sort of like a lot of close rounds that could have easily gone their way to a very, very dominant half on their own map choice. And instead, they'll now be going into what should, in theory, at least based on the most recent result, be the better
इनका टेक पॉज खत्म नहीं हो रहा है.
Oh, I like this. Oh, it's just been that's just brutal.
टेक पॉज का क्या ही करे, पता नहीं गियर क्या वो हो जाता है.
Is he saying no as in he's better? Let's see who's coming up as Radiant.
I can't believe they just smacked a silver on someone. I mean, that's
first
rude.
one as well.
Yeah, look, there's Ascendant. Lower.
Lower.
Ah.
Oh, no, you say higher. Lie, no one will ever know.
But technically, if that's what we're doing, up or down, the silver guy said low. Is
हमारे जैसे रास्ते का माल सस्ते में यूज करने का.
Accidentally violated himself. These things happen. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he's ready! He's ready.
Record दिखा दिया उस बंदे ने.
That's actually fire. He sat in the crowd with his ranked rating. And
इन लोग के लिए minor सा मतलब वो भी मतलब बड़ा issue होता है ना.
I don't know Sushi. She's never played.
हमें क्या है एक round mute कर लेंगे.
Obviously Radiant.
That's
not boosted Radiant.
Not boosted, absolutely. She hasn't been playing.
Who could even boost it, honestly?
Oh, jeez.
No, as in like, who would do that?
I don't think he could boost Sue because she deserves the top rank.
Yeah.
I've seen her play.
Lurking on Killjoy with an Odin.
Nothing wrong with that, Tom.
Yes,
that time you realized
many things wrong with that.
6-4 is the score, and it looks like we're ready to dive back
भाई
on
फिर
into
से वापस
the
आ गए
game.
फिर से
Sunset.
tech pause now
2 rounds left
please.
to play for in this half. T1 leading by 2, but they've just conceded 2 in a row as DRG start to put rifle rounds on the board. This is where the first roadblock will be hit. T1 have full rifles. They've got the operator out on Izu as well. A turning point perhaps for the defense, who still have a chance to finish this half with the lead that they had just moments ago.
T1.
A convincing 8-4 on the card.
Let's go.
The DRG are coming in with momentum.
Immediate usage of that Nightfall, an attempted TP, and it has failed miserably. Meteor swinging out of mid.
Nice.
Is already looking to put this one to bed, back on the rifles and back to winning ways for
Nice,
T1.
7-4.
Well, that tech pause win rate has just gone down drastically for the side of DRG. They've just been slammed.
Yeah, that's a pretty tough pill to swallow over on the DRG side. Again, they connect those 2 rifle rounds in a row, one against an eco, but the second resistance is shown. Flex and caught in the TP. They turned around just in time. And it might seem silly, but you have to think the Fatal was put through. The Nightfall was there, so that player couldn't hear him, but the Spidey senses tingled just in time as the pressure was being put on elsewhere, and then they rush in to try to convert on that distraction. But Meteor ends up disrupting it from that mid push. 1 round left to play for in the half. T1 already guaranteed a lead, but by how much? Look how aggressive Buzz is being. He has pushed them out of mid. I mean, DRG are locked into an A push, like it or not, and that's where the Hunter's Fury is tracking them down.
Demon 1 only on a pistol, the rest of the team making their way into elbow, but this early push has definitely put some doubt in their mind. The rest of T1 seemingly quite happy to almost play this retake style setup, as now the attack look to make their move.
Meteor, he's been a menace through the smokes, but that reveal, it's caught him off. Well played by Nick. The advantage now found and converted into a 2 by Nick. The flash they thought would be the difference maker, but DH gets caught out alone as well. Crumbling under the pressure applied by Nick. We're left into a 1v3 for Buzz. They know where he is and they're lined up with a firing squad.
चलो इतने सारे tech pause के बाद 7-5 का switch आ चुका है.
But T1 maintained the lead.
Yeah, no, a very good recovery from DRG. It was a spot where from 6-2 up, they definitely seemed like they were going to struggle. Nonetheless, we'll be back after the break.
Welcome back, folks. Halftime concluded, and it's time for your Coinbase Econ report. Now, this was a bit of a crazy map so far. I know for me, but yep, there we go. Buzz was definitely the standout. Give him a rifle in an eco, and the man gave you a round win.
Easy win.
He had a stellar half. I think especially now, going into the attack side, it already seemed like he was a pretty big focal point of their defense, but I only assume that that's going to be even more so going into this second half.
Pistol round अगर T1 जीत गया तो और भी
Stacks has been stellar all the way through the match, but you also have to talk about Meteor. Given that little bit of additional space to sort of get in behind, and he's always going to cause you issues. On the other side of things, a late show up from Nick also helped out massively the final round, bringing things back into contention. And well, I said it before, the last time that DRG played this map, they had a very dominant defense. We'll see if that can be recreated.
Well, they have to hope so, needing a third map here. T1 already claiming Lotus, but this is T1's pick, one they came in prepared to play. There's no doubt. Aggression early on towards mid. 4 players up close, and it's Spirit C1, a man who had plenty of opening duels go his way. Although he finds DH, the trade is immediate, and the space, well, they're taking it right towards Ackerman. Good stun, but a player further back unstunned is Buzz, and he will be unwavering as they move towards this site. Flexen caught down to 20 and completely boxed in. Nowhere to go, and he's wrapped on, but he at least finds one.
Yeah, that could have gone a lot worse. It looked like he was going to get nothing for his troubles. Still, though, Stacks is going to spot out the first. I don't know if they've necessarily seen Nick just yet. Meteor is going for the fight, a little bit individualistic. The swing back wasn't bad, but Demon One's done well. Unaware of where Buzz currently is trying to figure out every single angle. Instead, he's being swung on and is bumped once again. He is having one hell of a game, closing out the pistol as he started it. 3 in the round, and a 3-round lead now for T1.
Yeah, that pistol's just going to send them further into the lead, make this a much more difficult battle for DRG. And here's an interesting question, because they've been extremely good when it comes to the weak buys, when it comes to the stingers. At this point, it's a risk, but you could see them go in for a stinger bot. Looks like they've decided against it, though.
On defense, it's so much more of a gamble. Like on attack, you can run it down. You can maybe find 1 or 2 players on their own. On defense, you have to basically pray you run into the stack of players, which may have happened. And at least for now, they have got their stack in the right place at the right time. They don't have the weaponry to back it up, but I feel like this is very all in for the side of T1, but they are doing well to pick apart these pistols. There was definitely danger in this round, but well, Buzz, he's happy to run into danger head first.
And they're even clearing the nice. You know, Demon One had a chance to fly under the radar there. You think that, okay, they 4-stacked A and then left one guy to play info around mid, around B, deep camera, so they can rotate early, but no, he was there as well, and T1 won't be caught off guard by that sneaky little play. 9-5 now on the board. A big lead. We have seen the gap close in, but it took everything DRG had to offer. And again, it's been a while since we touched on it. The stakes for this team, they have to outlive XLG in this tournament, or Ascension will be calling them. Both teams having a very tough lower bracket, regardless of how results go. Hello. He's playing like his life's on the line, and Spirit C1's there to back him up. It's a might start here with a flawless.
Yeah, what a response. We've hyped up Buzz all the way through. He still sits atop the pile, but it's the same sort of stuff we saw from him in the first half. Ackerman just taking over that control, fighting tooth and nail with a teammate alongside him and just landing every single shot. Superb round from him. Puts them back on the board in clean fashion. But they're going to need a few more of those. Still 3 behind.
It's one of those things as well, just the impact of Flexen's paranoia straight down through that laneway. It's so difficult to play against. This time he comes in at a bit of an angle, and it doesn't catch the first player through. Buzz.
फिर से aggression चालू हो गया.
DH and Stacks with their own kills in the A site. It's fallen just like that. DRG trying to repeat the success with the previous round, but trying to push around through elbow. The paranoia out of position, and ultimately the wall from Buzz is what stops that from being a bit more risky. Because yes, he could see, but the rest of his squad was blinded up. But no one could follow up on that from the defensive side as they were locked out. And once Buzz came swinging through, it was done.
This is the problem with those sort of A-side aggressive plays. Is like it really does feel like a coin flip. Like whoever hits their utility at the right place at the right time, whoever lands that first shot can create a domino effect. Think about it. Last round was a flawless in the favor of DRG. This, well, it's not flawless because 2 players are probably going to survive, but it's flawless for the attack who are not losing a player. It's just not a sustainable way to play the game. And because of that, T1 immediately bounced back. And sure, there's enough credits for DRG to buy into the next round, but they need to find something that will consistently work.
And they're running out of time as well. Yeah, they've got the credits here, but it's going to fade very quickly.
Good, man.
They slide through. He was even stunned up, doesn't matter. And blinded on the other. I mean, those are fights for the most part that you're at a major disadvantage. There's your Meteor fan in the crowd. Happy to T1 push up to double digits, 4 rounds ahead. Rifles for DRG, but this is one of their last opportunities to fight for this map, to fight for this series. And it will be Buzz and DH falling at the hands of Spirit T1.
हो क्या रहा है भाई एक बार ये टीम अच्छा खेल रही है एक बार वो टीम अच्छा खेल रही है उन्होंने सौदा करिए कि एक राउंड अच्छा कर लेना एक हमें दे देना भाई हो गया भाई क्या खेल रहे एक बार ये टीम एक बार वो टीम एक बार ये लोग उठ जाते भाई नो वे
I love the fact as well that we have spoken
ये
about
देखो सच में खराब हो गया एक का मुख खुला का खुला ही रह गया
for this whole game he's like, are you winning, son? No? Okay, I'll save. Yes, awesome. Great job, guys.
Well, one of the things you said was like, oh, when they come to push B, his communication's going to be...
चलो अभी थोड़ा slow down करे हैं T1 वाले वरना ये round तो पूरा aggressive खेले
T1 don't decide to just throw themselves into the blender.
इस बार B की तरफ उड़ा रहे
They have. The idea here is to fake it out and look at how it's worked. DRG rotate. They push mid with 3 early, come through market to reinforce the B side, thinking that's where the hit's coming in. But now, those players stepping back in the other direction and seeing no contest around A main. T1 should be sensing that this side is much lighter defended. And in fact, it is only flexing.
Well, DRG are now pushing up. This is where they now have the information. They've cleared out B, but I think it's going to be too little too late. A TP at least from Spirit Z1, and now he's going to be able to find them that information. He now knows that this is another A hit, but it's not a stack up of players anymore. Rotation is coming in, but they can't take this risk. It's just not worth it. It's down to the spams, but nice work for Flexen. That stack's gone.
Yeah, Flexen making a different name for himself when it comes to A main on Sunset. The spike will be retrieved. However, T1, they're not looking to the side, at least not with 2 of their players. Paranoia being lined up right now, but they don't find the picks and swinging deep. Nick unblinded, able to drop DH. It's picks across the board for DRG. A response. This could be the MVP performance. In fact, it might need to be Buzz by his side. Another for Meteor. Buzz with 1, and it's Izu alone against Demon 1.
Demon 1 versus Izu. Nice one, Izu. क्या बात है भाई? क्या बात है यार T1 क्या खेल रहे? Izu और Buzz है तो यार easy.
This is one of the first
गलत प्लेयर के साथ 1v1 पे आ गया. ऐसा फील होगा.
A lot of it came down to Meteor.
Meteor ने लेकिन ये राउंड अच्छा पिकअप करा है.
Every single time, not giving them an opportunity for a trade. Well aware of the angles that were left missing, and gave Izu a chance, maybe in a round that they never should have had one, because the way that kicked off looked so good for the side of DRG. Well, at least in the early stages, we're right back to regular programming. Izu's looked to fight towards that A side with a multitude of DRG players ready and waiting.
पर Buzz अभी भी जिंदा है, बस.
The rest of T1 though, they're going a different way.
Flexen definitely having a better time when it comes to A main. Demon 1 though, under heavy pressure, finds 1, but he'll go down eventually. Thunder's Fury clearing out the backside, at least the closer corners. That's going to get the Paranoia out of DH with a deep swing. T1 falls, but Ackerman's there so quick to trade this back. The advantage stays with the defensive side. The spike trapped on the site. There shouldn't be a way for him to get out of here. The drone Feeling Ackerman as Meteor creeps his way ever closer. He's got this wrap around it. It's really down to Flexen's timing, and he's not clearing the angle. He's not covering it. But eventually the trade comes through, leaving Stax alone against two.
He's known for his ability to clutch, but they're grouping up, looking to play this together. A wonderful reposition from Flexen. Didn't want to give another isolated fight.
11-8.
He joins his teammate and closes that distance once more, but it has been at 3 for a very long time. They've never been able to close that gap any further. And we now wait to see if they can finally start to string rounds together.
Well, it's very much now or never. Look at this from Flexen to open up the round as well. It was a TP to cross that gap early, a hunt to bait for him. He swings on the back of it. Demon One doing great work to find one. Ackerman's quick trade through the smoke, but really the round's about Flexen. A-Main was not a place that he had very many favorable fights in the previous map, but going into this, it seems like he owns it. They'll need to keep ownership over that. Spike towards B this time, and the early pressure on A. Paranoia, primed and ready, not used. Bucky in play for Ackerman, sensing that it's going to be a weaker buy, and he can get aggressive with that without too much risk of delivering a big weapon to his opponents. I like that adjustment. In the back pocket. Demon One does well to stick around and find one.
देखा नहीं है मैंने इंडिया में कहीं इसको
I think it's the rifle on Meteor. Looking to get in behind. That's the one for free. Now needs to isolate this duel onto Demon One. This is going to be important. He wins this, and the round is genuinely on. The Paranoia, though, fantastic. It's going to force them away. Pop flash back, but again, the pressure is all on Meteor at the moment. The rest of the players still yet to claim any weapons. They're trying to give space for him, but he is being spammed out already.
Oh, Meteor is almost 1v1.
Into the
क्या खेल रहा है यार Meteor?
Just trying to get away from an opponent who's running in.
Oh भाई पिकअप हो गया है, but Meteor ने 4 kills निकाल दिए थे. 4 लोगों को अकेले निपटाया है उसने.
अरे
11-9.
11-9 हो गया स्कोर.
We talked about buzz when it comes to having the rifle with the weakness, but jeez, that is ridiculous.
Did we need that slow mode?
Look at this, he steps into the wall. They thought that's going to be their fast lane to success, and instead it was very nearly their downfall. Isolating. Just one man, but he fires back so strong. DRG able to close the gap to 2 now. The rifles back out on T1, and another close round with weaknesses. It makes me worried.
Oh, faster play being attempted. Izu is going to spot a lot of players out with the shorty.
Nice.
And that's Nick already gone. A fantastic start, which will give them a lot of space. There is still another player here, but they're going to be revealed. Meteor's been getting so many kills that neural theft is already back online.
Izu's such a madman, but he needs to deliver more. Meteor and DH down. Here comes the ult out of Spirit Z1. A lot of information to work with. Good stun though from Buzz. He converts the kill. Izu expecting that decoy, but Spirit Z1 delivering in every fight. And
4 kill निकाल लिया भाई.
Meteor with a
4 1 ने 4 kill निकाल लिया. हो क्या रहा है? एक बार Meteor निकाल दे, एक बार इस टीम का निकाल दे भाई.
Just one behind, and the economy of T1 starting
क्या
to struggle.
हो रहा है guys?
I really like the way that T1 tried to play that. They see that Spirit Z1 is going into the ult, so they push back sight. They try and avoid him while he's giving information, take another fight. But the fact is, he was the danger in that round. He was the problem that they needed to get rid of. And individually was enough to take that one home. We said about rounds being
brought
together in a row.
भले ही T1 लीड पे है, जीत भी सकते हैं वो लोग, बट DRG भी कैचअप कर रहे हैं बीच-बीच में. बढ़िया एकदम टक्कर दे रहे हैं. T1 ने टाइम आउट लिया. लेट्स गो. Come on T1, come on.
I'll be honest, I start to understand Autumn's frustration from earlier in the game.
एक सेकंड में आई.
T1 here to course correct.
Like
tough round to do it in. As we said, the economy now taking a big hit. We should be looking at 11 to 11. It's on DRG to make that happen, but they come in with a nightfall as well. It'll be great to clear out some of these positions that you're going to be worried about with those weaker weapons, with those shorties, or even the Buckies. Buzz is pulling one out. We saw it attempted from Ackerman to little avail, but I think on the attack side, depending on your routing,
Okay.
somewhere you can find a lot of value. And we're right back to this A main aggression. It's going to be a very direct play with Stacks. Yeah, I was going to say he had a Guardian. Oh, he has a Guardian again. Time's running out. Is he keeping that? He's on the other side of the map. I don't know if this is going to be in a pump fake towards A and a rotate back. We'll see. Reveal's on the way, and there might not be any going back.
11-11 हो जाएगा अभी.
Shut them down.
Now we have seen that double duel has really started to come alive. It's
11-11.
big round from Ackerman.
Very close.
Shutdown of that A side push.
कौन कितने मैचेस जीते? T1 ने पहला मैच जीत लिया है. अभी तो 11-11 पूरा मतलब टक्कर चल रहा है. बराबर हो गया अभी. T1 लीड पे था बट अभी बराबर हो गया.
Won the first Masters, didn't make the second, and now look to come back at Champions. And DRG, an Ascension team that need to do better than XLG in this tournament. Otherwise, they have to go from Champions to Ascension just to stay within the league. They are fighting for that right now. At least on the other side, it's much more of that direct take again. But there's a couple of players to deal with.
Meteor ने निकाल लिया है. I think T1 अभी match point पहुंच सकता है. Come on यार.
Lose Demon 1, lose those traps, and all the information.
Match point.
Retake, they've still got lots of point. Primarily, Nick throws that through, but a TP from DH. He is behind them now. Buying time, perhaps.
T1 will close this map, लग रहा है.
Grabbing himself good, but he's fallen and Buzz left
कुछ भी हो सकता है.
मीत, क्या मैं सही समझ रही हूँ?
From a big lead in half.
क्या मैं सही समझ रही हूँ?
At the halftime, they had the lead. They won the
मैच पॉइंट में DRG OT ने तो जीजी क्लोज जा रहा है बहुत यार. T1 लीड पे था.
This time on their pick.
फिर ऐसा हुआ कुछ टेक पॉजेस के बाद कि ये टीम एक बारी खेल रही है, ये टीम एक बारी खेल रही है, ये टीम एक बारी खेल रही है, ये टीम एक बारी खेल रही है. ना मैं जिंक्स नहीं कर.
Some real resilience being shown by DRG.
ऐसा क्या?
Number 2 seed for China, but
समझ रही हूँ.
many had the expectation that once Demon 1 was added
अभी
in
शायद
as a
OT भी जाएगा है ना?
substitute for
ये बोल रहे हो आप यूरोप में गेम है,
be a
टेक
different
कॉस्ट
story.
तो होगा ही. वाह.
Maybe not just yet. Buzz though, he still has other ideas. DH as well. Overtime it's coming mid.
नहीं छोड़ेंगे अभी. OT.
Demon 1 can pull off a 1v5.
Priyanka, as I said,
well, he certainly got his moments.
Velo VCT is all about their twists and turns. बिल्कुल यार. Especially VCT में तो कुछ भी होता है भाई. 12th round पे लॉक करके रख देते हैं लोगों को.
In fact, he'd be very much justified to do so.
OT जाएगा.
कोई मतलब नहीं है.
From T1. We saw throughout that break between the maps just how deflated he was. Losing that first. Having the opportunity to close it out, but you can't put that on him here. They are playing so patient too.
Nice. OT. I don't like T1, but I want all Pacific team to win. वही मैं उसी के लिए T1 को support कर रही हूँ.
It's actually crazy as well that after how many coin flip rounds we've had on the A side of the map, that they still do this again. Like, this has been just the most A main fight heavy half we've seen, I think, ever. It's not even like the B site isn't popular when you go across the majority of teams. In fact, these B splits normally so common on the map, but both teams so confident in that fight. I'm
Region over Fab team
set up outside the B site. I didn't even know this half of the map existed.
इंडिया की टीम नहीं है पर रीजन की तो है. हाँ. कभी तो यार ग्लोबली स्पोर्ट्स भी जाएगा.
Flashes the left side, buzzes through the wall. It's a guaranteed kill if they're there, and they're almost always there because you want that early A main control. If you give it up, they have a launching point to actually exec on the site. For DRG, the site's set on B most certainly. They're locked in here.
And with how much space Izu already has, it is going to be the rotation back in the other direction. The thing is though, the
अभी तो कुछ भी हो सकता है. अभी तो 50-50 chances है.
Maybe
सारे डोमिनेशन सब खत्म 2 राउंड जो उठा के लेके गए एडवांस में वो जीत गए जी से तो कोई उम्मीद नहीं है मुझे जाने दो होता है हर बारी ऐसा अभी तो पॉसिबल भी नहीं है कि दूसरा जो टीम एसेसिन्स के लिए क्वालिफाई करे वो लोग जीते भी क्योंकि पूरा दुनिया का पूरा रीजन का वो टीम आता है एसेसिन्स खेलने के लिए उनमें से क्वालिफाई करना तो बहुत मुश्किल है
Izu alone.
ये की हो रहा है?
And he's done once he comes through this smoke. That's 13 for
की हो रहा है?
DRG. Another map point for this squad.
मैं कल RRQ को सपोर्ट करूंगा अगेंस्ट FNC क्या बात है मैं तो बस चाहती हूँ बोस्टर को नाचते नाचते स्टेज तक आना ही पड़ेगा वरना RRQ को मेरा फुल सपोर्ट है RRQ को मेरा फुल सपोर्ट होगा अगर बोस्टर का एंट्री अच्छा नहीं हुआ तो बोस्टर की एंट्री पे अभी डिपेंड करता है मैं किसको सपोर्ट करूंगी जी को डायरेक्ट टूर्नामेंट में एंट्री मिली हुई है हाँ वो लोग तो मतलब क्या फ्रेंचाइज टीम है बाकी टीम जैसे कि एसेंशन के लिए अभी क्वालिफाइड है आप लोग PSCQL DLT ये सब क्वालिफाइड है तो उनके लिए मुश्किल है ना पूरा एकदम जीत के क्वालिफाई करना T1 के लिए और वो भी क्या बोलते हैं रेलीगेट इजीली हो सकते हैं अगर अच्छा परफॉर्म नहीं किया T1 पे जाके अगर वो लोग कैपिटलाइज ना करे तो ब्लेम नहीं कर सकते हाँ वही फ्रेंचाइज टीम है वो लोग तो राइट के साथ एसेंशन बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल है वही ना पैसिफिक रीजन में कहाँ से भाई कहाँ से टीम उठ के आएंगे
Spirit Z1 back over. He's
One
put it
more
on the left
OT.
side towards B. So he's just going to have to walk there. But definitely doubt being put into their minds.
बस जिंदा है मेट्योर जिंदा है
Tenchi just going back to look for a corpse. That will give them all the information they could ever need, and this lets them know that for now the A site is completely open, although Flexen is going to push right into it.
It's a great reposition, but the angle's going to be cleared.
Nice entry, yaar, guys.
The shot flashed through from Spirit Z1. Oh, but up close, DH can't get the better of him.
1v2
2 versus 1.
3 निकाल लिए थे Spirits ने
almost. Been in so many tough clutches, but this one winnable.
Who's going to look? Who's going to look?
The wrong way, backing into each other.
Nice 13-13 double OT.
Demon 1 gives the game away. 13-13, another overtime. A game that I think a lot of people would have expected to be a bit one-sided, and it's been anything but.
But the other thing as well is just, I feel like every time that it looks like it's going to slip away, Meteor just pulls out a round out of absolutely nowhere. Like in the first map, I want to say it wasn't the Meteor that we expected
ये लोग के साथ भी ऐसा होता है नियॉन को ट्रैक नहीं कर पाते देखा आपने वो सीधा ही आ रहा था स्लाइड कर करके थोड़ा ऐसे लेफ्ट राइट करके ट्रैक नहीं कर पाए मेरे साथ तो और खतरनाक चीजें होते हैं हमारे वाले तो मेन डेक की तरह इधर से उधर छूटते हैं इंडिया से ज्यादा टीम निकली नहीं है फिर जापान कोरिया टीम से लड़ो लीग में जाओ एंड में PRX T1 खड़ी होगी वही ना वेरी लॉन्ग प्रोसेस यार वेरी लॉन्ग अभी T1 क्लोज करेगा hell yeah let's go
an OT loss before this could be them fighting for a 2-0 in favor of DRG and instead they're fighting for survival just like in the grand scheme of things with XLG and the Ascension points they need to make that deep run and it starts here for DRG attack side.
चलो जहाँ पे आ रहे उधर ही साइड पर के है.
The timeout subsides. The barriers soon to go up.
Let's go. T1, come on.
Thinking about A main aggression.
Who is surprised by that? The fight that has been going throughout the entirety of this one. Spam's doing quite a lot of damage onto Meteor. Stack's going walkabout. Flexen has made it into mid, but It seems like his opponent is well away. He's managed to get through though. That's
Hello Tillut, क्या हाल है? Welcome to the stream. कैसे हो आप? चाइना इतना लेट आया गेम में, चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी एंड खुद का रीजन बना लिया. अरे
a further advantage garnered. Although with him low,
2v3 है. चलो लीड तो T1 के पास ही
there's still
आएगा.
a good chance here for DRG.
It's the Izu off. They already have the man advantage for T1, but now they can sit and hold an angle. Any peek in that direction is almost an immediate loss. Izu's been pretty consistent with that, but now swaps over to the rifle as push comes to shove, and it's time to get aggressive. And DRG are waiting for this though. They're looking for the fight.
Nice one, Izu. क्या मारा है? T1 जीतेगा. हाँ वही. Let's go, one more round.
Are now facing into
बस ने वो बढ़िया किया बेट बन
series point. DRG.
पोजीशन रिवील्ड हो गया.
They're gonna have to dig deep, even just on an emotional level, with what they've been through in this game. This could be already over in their favor.
This fight was so integral. Once again, Meteor holding the line, Buzz doing so much work. They both had fantastic maps, and then even just at the end of the round, it's the movement from Buzz.
Nice. दो लोगों को मार दिया इसने, देखा? क्या बात
Like the amount of bullets it takes, even to
Let's go Pacific की team. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Out from Izu, and that player has already been spamming bullets. They don't have time to correct.
Time out लिया है.
We spoke about how T1 like to call those pauses going into the round. They've been struggling in those defensive round. That's what they've done. DRG, they're calling it because otherwise they're in the lower bracket.
I think this is
Come on guys, like कर दो फटाफट, हमें भी अच्छा लगेगा. आप लोगों के like से motivation मिलता है.
14-13, you're deep in OTs. You feel like even just the smallest adjustment on each of these maps, and it's already your series, but you could be facing a 2-0 regardless, balancing those emotions alongside the tactics.
It's also as well, when you've played 27 rounds of a game, how do you then go, I have something for round 28?
I got something new.
Yeah. It's difficult. Or to just spot something that you think can be adapted, especially when a lot of the attack side for T1 was just ramming their head into the A site.
Well, you could probably say they're going to round their head into the A side.
That doesn't mean you'll
चलो
win.
one more round T1.
You know,
Come
it's
on.
something else
Come
to
on.
Flip a coin.
T1 कर दिखाओ.
करके दिखाओ.
So to speak.
They're going again.
Not full committal though. This is a fake. You can see just even in the numbers, and they're drawing the numbers completely over to that side of the map, but DRG already had a gate crash in play. Spirit C1 was ready for this. This must have been discussed by DRG. Now they've got two players on the site with a quick rotation from Ackerman. The numbers are here. The defenders have now fallen for the ruse, and they will go ahead in the early fights. Demon 1 and Spirit C1, they know that DH is here. The TP crosses the trap. Early flank online for DRG with the man advantage. They just need to buy time now. Draw the eye of their opponents. That's a freebie for Flexin. DRG look to stay alive here. This Meteor is shut down after one.
फिर से OT 4 सेकंड वाला प्ले. यार सबसे बढ़िया प्ले 4 सेकंड ने तो डिफ्यूज करते करते गोल गोल बढ़िया था.
I love the adaptation in this round. It was just that
one more
allowing
OT,
quick
one
enough
more
rotations
OT.
after the initial contact. There wasn't a follow-up, and the mid-round call was perfect. Maybe that was the plan all along, but I genuinely think there was, okay, I've seen nothing, go. We need to get back to the other side of the
Helicopter
map.
diffuse. हाँ.
And T1's plan wasn't necessarily a bad one, but it was just how quick they were able to react.
Helicopter.
14-14. Lower bracket for one of these teams versus either Heretics or G2. It's not a pretty picture. DRG are not ready just yet to give that one up.
Nice.
Oh, the shot from Izu. That Spirit Z1
I
down
think
a big
third
part of
map
his aggression, a big part of the opening duels that DRG have been able to win in the reposition from Izu. It's not getting any better for the attackers.
नहीं ये
He's
जाएंगे.
now ready
नहीं
with Buzz
2-0.
by his side.
नहीं
A
दूसरा
deadly
मैप
duo
होगा.
indeed, and it's Buzz.
ओ बस ऐसे ही नेक्स्ट राउंड ऐसे ही खेलना नेक्स्ट राउंड.
In this round, only Nick
थोड़ा सा तारीफ किया कर दिया था.
another chance to close the series out for T1.
कुछ
ये
नहीं
था यार वो।
ईडीजी जीत जाता कल थ्रो कर दिया हाँ एनआरजी ने क्या निकाला है यार पहला मैच मजा आ गया था वो देख के यार मैंने थोड़ा सा ही तो तारीफ किया था ये राउंड भी बस को ऐसे ही खेलना पड़ेगा भाई ऐसे ही खेलना पड़ेगा ऐसे बिल्कुल सेम टू सेम नो डिफरेंस ऐसे बिल्कुल ऐसे
Once again, DRG are in a position where they have to find a response.
रैंक गेम की तरह खेल रहे हैं वो मैं म्यूट हो रही हूँ गाइस
बफर होगा
स्ट्रीम इधर ही एंड कर दूँगी
अरे अबे 3-5 और एक ओटी
He's been the one to pull them out of these bad situations, but he has to go huge here. Even the double isn't enough, but stacks on mid.
Oh, let's go Meteor भाई बस वाला लग Meteor पे आ गया क्या बात है W guys W let's go T1 जीत गई ये नहीं होगी अभी स्ट्रीम Let's go. क्या बोला था अरे मैंने बोला था बस सेम टू सेम खेलना है 3 किल करके बट वो ट्रिप में फंस गया नहीं मैंने बस को बोला था कि मेटियोर को बोल देना ऐसा ऐसा करना है तो आप लोग को तो पता ही है पोल में मैं भी रहती हूँ कभी कभी तो अभी स्ट्रीम एंड करना पड़ता अभी स्ट्रीम एंडिंग वाला वो वनडे प्ले हो जाता है गाइस बच गए हम लोग लेट्स गो T1 पैसिफिक टीम जीत गई क्या खेल लिया यार मेटियोर ने अच्छा खेल रहा था मेटियोर ये नाइस वन मजा आ गया लेट्स गो
बस ने भी अच्छा खेला
हाँ बस मेटियोर आइजू ये लोग ने तो भाई तहलका मचा दिया
And they'll take it 2-0. Powered by T1 indeed. A well-earned moment in the spotlight down on that stage. Some phenomenal performances. Stacks helping out. Meteor, as we said, he digs deep. He pulls out these big plays when they need him. But Buzz was really the star of the show on this final map.
Oh yeah, for sure. Incredible what he was able to do with sort of like the pacey swings.
अगला आप लोग गाइस किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो टीम हेयरटिक्स या फिर G2
And honestly, like when you watch someone play like him, you genuinely sit there half of the time and just go, I don't know how he's done it. And then Meteor was like the 1-2 punch. You leave him in a late round and you just feel like he's going to win it. It might not be the showing that we necessarily expected from T1, but they got the job done in the end. And that was sort of the main thing. Nonetheless, you have definitely heard enough from us today. Let's over to the Verizon post-match interview with Buzz.
Victoire de T1 à Paris et le public exulte. On va pouvoir en discuter un petit peu avec Buzz. Buzz, congratulations.
ये भी पहले कुछ फ्रेंच में बोलती है फिर वो भी कुछ बोलेगी दूसरी लैंग्वेज में इधर गाइस ट्रांसलेटर के लिए ट्रांसलेटर है समझ रहे हो आप लोग
So what makes it so strong? Why does it work for you guys?
방콕 때부터 투 타격 때 기압을
लगता है
이렇게 이용하셨는데
देखो ये ट्रांसलेटर है इसके ट्रांसलेशन के लिए एक ट्रांसलेटर है बट फिर उसको भी ट्रांसलेट करके बताना पड़ेगा तो उसके लिए ट्रांसलेटर ट्रांसलेशन चाहिए तो ये हो रहा है अभी
일단은 저희 팀 이주 선수도 그렇고 저도 그렇고 폭발력이
यार बस ने क्या खेला है यार बस
그리고 저희가 제 개인적으로는 더블 듀얼리스트 메타의 창시자라고 생각하는데 그런 거에서 저희 팀이 다른 팀보다 더블 듀얼리스트 했을 때 좀 더 압도적인 느낌을 받고 있어서 더 잘하는 것 같아요.
और मुझे पोल और टाइटल दोनों चेंज करने
for the double duelist comp, and because we started that comp, I think that because we are the pioneers, we have the better read on it.
चलो ये वाला पोल मैं एंड कर देती हूँ दोनों टीम को 40% इधर 20% विराट कोहली कैसे तो गाइस इतना लंबा जो मतलब टेक पॉजेज एंड ऑल के साथ मैच हुआ T1 वर्सेस DRG, उसके विनर है विराट कोहली। ट्रॉफी जाता है RCB को और मैन ऑफ द
मुझे
मैच MVP विराट कोहली। अभी दूसरा पोल गाइस आप लोगों के लिए, कुछ हटके लिख रही हो, रुको। क्या लिखूं, कुछ हटके क्या लिखूं पोल में? हाँ, अब तो मजा आएगा। पहला मैच गाइस RCB जीत गए हैं, विराट कोहली ने बढ़िया जिताया है।
माही भाई
चलो पोल पे वोट कर दो गाइस, स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर दो सब लोग। कम ऑन, नया पोल आ चुका है, अच्छा सा पोल लगाया है मैंने। कम ऑन वोट कर दो और पिन कमेंट चेक कर लेना, ठीक है। लेट मी स्विच द स्क्रीन अगेन।
Team Heretics and G2
टाइटल
very
चेंज नहीं किया
soon.
तुमने?
अरे भूल गई फिर से। मेरा भी गाइस टेक्निकल पॉज। वैसे कोई एक बात बताओ, अगर मेरे डुअल मॉनिटर हो गए ठीक है कभी, तो मेरा ये जो यूट्यूब अकाउंट है वो मॉनिटर पे भी चलेगा? मतलब मैं वो मॉनिटर पे माउस लेके जाके उधर पोल क्रिएट कर पाऊँ?
हाँ, तुम्हारी एक स्क्रीन जो ये डुअल स्क्रीन है ना, उस पे
हाँ।
एक टैब लेके जाके उधर शिफ्ट कर सकते हो, ऐसा इजी।
वाह,
वो मैं बता दूंगा तुम्हें, टेंशन मत।
इजी गाइस इजी, फिर तो मज़े आएंगे। वरना इधर हर बारी वो एक ही मॉनिटर पे।
नहीं नहीं,
चलो मैंने कर दिया है, इधर चलते हैं। ये लेट्स गो, वी आर रेडी। जल्दी से जल्दी पोल पे वोट करो।
BRB नहीं नहीं, ठीक तो रहा है
BRB, हाँ वो मैं क्या बोलते हैं टाइटल चेंज कर रही थी ना, टाइटल और पोल सेटअप कर रही थी और मेरे पे एक ही मॉनिटर है तो वही आ गए गाइस। हम लोग आते ही हमें रेड बुल दिखाया जा रहा है, नहीं खरीद सकती, गरीब हूँ मैं। यार ओमेन वाले तो लैपटॉप बनाते थे, अभी पीसी बनाने लग गए।
पीसी बनाने लग गए
हैं? नेक्स्ट तो यार देखो, मुझे G2 की टीम भी पसंद है ठीक है, और टीम हेरेटिक्स भी पसंद है, जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ बेंजी, फिशी, वुड,
मिनी बू
बू और वो यही लोग थे ना, और कौन है? और एक
हाँ ये तो लोग हैं।
रेंस। इन लोगों के कारण बहुत पसंद है, स्पेशली बेंजी फिशी के कारण टीम हेरेटिक्स भी मुझे पसंद है। तो आई एम यू नो वेरी वेरी न्यूट्रल। बस मेरे क्या बोलते हैं यार, हाँ बस मेरे पिकेम्स के थोड़े से लग जाएंगे अगर 19-20 हुआ तो।
अभी तो रीजन टॉप पे PRX है फर्स्ट नंबर, सेकंड नंबर पे G2
का तो आज पहला मैच है,
इजी है G2 के लिए तो।
हाँ तुम और जिंक्स कर दो। अब टीम हेरेटिक्स को सपोर्ट करने जा रही हूँ मैं चुपचाप, वरना कल मुझे अनक्यूब करना पड़ेगा G2 का कर।
नहीं हारेगी।
जोगोमो देखो, वो देखो जोगोमो, लेट्स गो। वो डीमन वन है ना जोगोमो के साथ?
नहीं दिखा था।
वो लोग तो यार पुराने ईजी के टीममेट थे, डीमन वन और जोगोमो, जब चैम्स जीता था ईजी में। ये ओ भाई वेंजी फिशी को देखो।
What's good, everybody? It's Baby here. I'm with my teammates Valen and Trent, and we're gonna be playing Never Have I Ever.
और एक धोखा।
And I got a list of questions here, so I'm just gonna start cracking them away.
और एक धोखा भी।
All right. I kind of want to do these out of order, but I'm gonna start with this one. Never have I ever won a three-peat.
बट धोखा हो गया और वो क्या बोलते हैं टीम हेरिटेक्स वाले इसकी बिलीबिली गेमिंग की वो लेकर आए।
I mean, I haven't.
Oh, you haven't?
I haven't.
Damn,
I won one.
You know what it feels like?
I mean, I kind of know what it feels like through you guys.
Right? You were there.
I was definitely there. So, you know what? I'm going to turn mine over, bro. I have two.
You have.
I did it.
He's a three-time champ.
No, I didn't do it. But anyways, let's go to the next one. Never have I ever missed a practice without a good reason.
Hell no.
Missed a practice?
I don't think so.
Nah.
Are you kidding?
There's definitely.
That's crazy.
Well, all right, so what's your, like, what was one of the situations?
No, I've, maybe I missed practice if, like, I wake up late or something, you know, just getting extra sleep in, but.
Leaf नहीं का
Have
सच
you
में
ever
baby
missed
bे
one
ये?
like, without a good reason? Like, you just, like, decided to just troll one day?
No, dude, we're hard workers.
Damn.
Should I lie? Should I give a good story?
Yeah.
Dude, one time I was partying all night and Josh called. He said we have practice. I said,
Leaf उसमें
"Hell no,
अमेरिका
Josh,
में
I'm not coming." And I
इसमें
didn't
नहीं
show
है
up.
I feel like you're just putting words, like you're taking words out of my mouth right now, bro. If I'm honest with you, bro. All right, next one. Never have I ever lied about my rank. I've never lied about my rank, straight up. I've
never had to.
I never had to.
Never had to, bro.
No need to.
Yeah, we've been good.
Next.
Yeah. Never have I ever drank out of the stage 2 trophy.
I don't think I have.
I think I may have drank out of it. Done a
What
little
did
bit
it
more
taste
to
like? Did it taste a little metallic? Or?
I'm not gonna lie, my stomach was a little messed up after.
I'm sure, bro. You got some paint chips in your stomach.
ये देखो ट्रॉफी में ये खाना खा रहा था baby बे।
Protein Cheerios.
ए गद्दारी कर रहा है
Protein Cheerios.
You had about a gallon of
Cereal
milk in
खा
there.
रहा है
I
ये।
put way too much milk in that. I swear I put too much milk in there.
Can we air a side piece of him drinking out of it right now?
yeah, I give you guys permission to cut that in. Me drinking out
जीतू
of the
के
trophy.
ओनर्स
But
बिना
dude, that
किसी
thing
ने
is
दिया
deeper
था
than I thought it
ट्रॉफी।
was gonna be, bro.
और
Did you
क्या
put the milk first?
All right, come on, man.
Milk.
Why would you do that? Why would
उसने
you do
किससे
that?
मांगी होगी
All right, never have I ever put milk
दोस्त साथ
first
जरा
in a
ट्रॉफी मिल
cereal.
That's
जाती है
not a real
गेम प्ले
question.
What do you mean?
बाजू वाला बड़ा है वो
I swear, it's right
ट्रॉफी में
here,
खाना
bro.
खा रहा है
Oh wow, it is a real one. Milk first, have not. No way.
टीवन होता तो
You know that was the first time I ever did that? I feel disgusted with myself.
टीवन होता है इसकी
It was the
जगह
first
तो
time I've done that.
टीवन
You
होता
know,
है इस जगह पे तो
Natural.
Were you just so
Trophy
वो अन्ना लेकर आते
Cereal.
He was so locked
I'm
in the
so
content.
embarrassed.
Trophy
I'm
के
actually
पैसा
so
जहर खाने के
embarrassed right
पैसे नहीं थे
now. I
तो
was so
ट्रॉफी का
geeked
क्या
out
क्या
about
पैसे
like
लेंगे।
having the trophy and what I was about to do to it.
अल्लाह वो
I couldn't, bro.
अन्ना ने फिर
Damn,
टीवन
bro.
वो ट्रॉफी
3P does you. All right.
अन्ना अपनी
I mean,
ट्रॉफी
you know,
दिया था मेरे को
since you want to go there, since you're trying to bully me. All right. Never have I ever gotten ace before Trent.
वो ऑरेंज वाला होली कंचना कसम
Yo,
से
you got an
दहेज
ace for
पीने
Trent
के
too?
खाने का
Hey,
पैसा
yo,
नहीं है
dab me up, bruh. Dab me up, yo.
I haven't used my thing. What do I?
So basically,
I haven't
you
gotten
That's not
an ace before
necessary.
myself.
no. So you just want to put that up there?
I have not. All right,
No
got
way.
it. Yeah.
No
All right,
way.
right there. Is
Yeah,
good.
That's good. That's great.
What about
All right, yo.
right here?
Oh yeah.
Hey, there you have
All
it.
right, so I'm
That was
half.
Never Have I Have It from the boys from G2, yo.
Not a day goes by that I don't miss Baby Bay over here on our talent team, but I'm happy that he's having a great time in Americas. Welcome back to day 3 of Champs Paris, everybody. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I have never done a desk with Doug and Tombiz. Have I?
That can't be true.
No,
I don't
that
think
is,
the three
you
of us
definitely have.
We have?
Yeah, we
Surely,
did. We
in
did
early
the
days.
lower final in Iceland.
Oh.
There you go.
I was there?
Brother.
I don't remember.
There you go.
Just like that?
Yeah, easy.
That was
It's because I missed it.
And Riot
Wait,
को
wow.
वापस
It-
भेज
the
दिया
NRG one or the loud one?
Mhm.
I don't remember. At some point.
Well, it was ice. It was definitely. I think it was loud.
Oh, okay. Well, that's nice. Well, I've never
There
done
you
a
go.
desk with these two since 2022. Welcome back, you two.
Never have I
Okay,
ever.
there you
in
go.
the last
There
Do
you
you
few
know
years.
what I have seen though, Doug? G2 play Heretics quite a few
Have
times.
you?
Quite a few times.
I too have
Yeah.
seen them
But
play
an
quite a
event
few times.
that's not Shanghai.
No, but
No.
at Shanghai,
there
yes.
you go.
You were there.
Yes.
Yeah, we were there. How did it go?
It went great, and then it didn't go great, but it went great for a little while. For
Wait,
G2
whose side are you
until
on?
it didn't. I'm speaking more historically.
Okay.
है लीफ है वो बस ऐसे आया हुआ है देखो लीफ है guys.
The rematch. I'm glad Leaf is back on the stage after missing.
मुझे लगा ओनली उसको इसलिए लिया अमेरिका में लिया.
नहीं लीफ ही मेन है उसने तो तबीयत खराब करके वो रिप्लेस करा.
Jogemo भी है Jogemo.
Jogemo let's go.
First of all, Doug, what is the golden era? And second of all, I guess to Tom as well.
Golden era?
Can we really say that G2 are currently in their golden era if they have not won anything globally? I'll start with you, Doug.
I don't think that that's a disqualifier to that.
But what is the golden era? What does that mean?
Oh, it just means they're winning a lot.
Okay.
They're winning a lot, and they've performed well internationally. They've performed well domestically.
I have a separate question.
Yeah.
So back in the day, were DRX in a golden era?
That's on DRX's marketing
because they
I mean, that feels like a miss.
They won everything domestically and then finished 5th to 6th.
Yeah, that feels like a marketing miss on their team.
See, that sounds like a no, but he doesn't want to say it.
Kind of tough on them.
Is that where you sit though, Tom? You don't believe in this golden era title?
No, if you don't win an international trophy, it honestly doesn't mean much.
A global trophy.
Or global, yes. If you don't win a global trophy, it's all for nothing. The build-up is to get to these international events. You play against the best in the world. And sure, it means something that you are that good regionally. But for me,
regional top team Sentinel G2 Americas फिर
sure yeah I think
ये कौन सी टीम है?
And look, we've been around the game long enough to know that
कौन सी?
ये वाली
international success is incredibly
अच्छा
difficult
अभी
to do
मतलब
and
एक ही टीम है इधर से
on, right?
वो तो लोगो है
रीजन का लोगो है मुझे लगा दो टीम अमेरिकास का दिया हुआ है तो दो टीम EMEA का भी दिया हुआ होगा.
I don't think that that's necessarily true. I also think the beautiful thing about this golden era that they're in is that they genuinely could not give two flying flips about what anyone else thinks about whether or not they're in their golden era because that's how they carry themselves.
I mean, they did
right?
put a song out called Golden Era that they all sang in.
I mean, they carry themselves.
यार टीम हेटिक्स को भी दिखाओ बेंजी फिशी किधर है? ये क्या कर रहा है?
अरे कैमरा चेक कर.
Hello.
Hello guys, हम आ चुके हैं.
Looking for an international trophy.
मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है?
Vlogging.
मेरे को क्यों लग रहा है बाद में जाके कोच से पीटेगा इस बार.
Domestic.
कैसे vlog बनाया?
I'm inclined to agree with you, but alas, we're not.
Do you want to get in trouble with Brian? Because I will snitch.
Livy form में लग रहा है.
For me here, for me it's the golden era. As a I put a question mark after that.
G2 के सारे प्लेयर्स एकदम जेंटलमैन जैसे लगते हैं मतलब वो वेलिन को छोड़ के मतलब वेलिन और ट्रेंट अभी थोड़े छोटे हैं ना मतलब छोटे जैसे लगते हैं बाकी लीव जॉन जोना
he comes back in and they look almost flawless. I think they
But
were
Leaf तो
basically
breach की
flawless
तरह
the
दिख
second he came back into the team. The thing that's so
कई
impressive
बोला
with this
तुमने,
squad
कई.
though, that even though he is a phenomenal player and he's definitely going to add a lot in this tournament, when they were playing with
पकड़ा
Blazey, they still barely lost.
यार मैं जा रही हूँ
barely
टीम
lost even
हेटिक्स को
maps.
सपोर्ट
Like,
करने
they were able to take down pretty much everybody on the road, and then he was
बेंजी
like the icing on
फिशी
top of the cake, which does show how much
बेंजी
depth this
फिशी
squad
कम
has as
ऑन
a whole.
I am true fan of G2. Yes, no changing.
भाई मुझे बेंजी फिशी
Hey
वो
guys, Vika here,
दोनों
and I am
पसंद
here
है.
with one singular lead.
मनोज मेरे
It's
G2
so
के
good to
वो
see you
जर्सी
here.
की
Are
तरफ
you
और
worried at
मिनी
all
वो
that you might not make it to champions? And how important is it that you are here? What does that mean to you?
I mean, I didn't know
ये
100%,
देखो we
you know,
love
like,
Paris
on and off, like in the hospital.
खंबा है
So,
राइफल
like, I
टावर
couldn't be
नहीं है वो
sure,
खंबा
if I'd get better by in time, but I mean, I'm glad that I'm here. I'm glad that
ट्रॉफी के
I'm
साथ
back to health,
फोटो लेके
you know,
जर्सी
good health. And I mean, it's just
We
always
love
fun playing an
Paris.
event. I missed EWC because
अरे
of the
वो
सेवन
आईपीएल
that I
टावर
had,
की
so
जगह बस
being able
एक
to
वो
play and
खंबा
being
लगा
able to play at an international
अरे
was
वो
like always
इलेक्ट्रिसिटी
fun.
का खंबा नहीं
It
लगता
is
वो
really, really
ऐसा ही
good to
दिख
see here.
रहा है.
Another question though.
भाई
I
मेरे
just have to
बजट
ask,
वाले पेरिस में
in
पहुंच
theory,
गए कल
who's
मेरा
this
भी ऐसा ही
guy
फोटो
over
आएगा
here?
जेलिस मत
What
होना
is the
कोई
deal
भी
with him? Is he a caster? Is he a
लगा
pro?
कल के
Is he a
पास
player?
ही
Is
है
he a
मैं
content
पेरिस
creator?
पहुंच
Who is
जाऊंगी
he?
कल के कल
He's
वीसीटी
our
में दिख
vibes
गई तो
merchant, you
शर्माना
know,
मत
but I'd say he's a little bit more useful than someone like
Bradley.
Zelsis, if I'm being quite honest. You know, I mean, we've seen him on the server, but out of the server, he's also helping us too. So he's kind of the GOAT.
And I'm sure those two baguettes are going to come in handy as well. Good luck to you guys.
No shot, baby Bay's eating carbs now. No shot. It was lies. The diet tasty game were lies. But I'm very happy to see Leaf back. Also
Oh,
very happy
Benji
to see
Fishy,
Team
वो देखो.
Heretics back because Tom,
हाँ कूद के चले जाना पेरिस। अरे यार वो उन्होंने जैसे जर्सी में रखा था ना वी लव पेरिस करके, मैं भी उधर ही पहुंचूंगी। कल ही आएगा पेरिस, देखना। डोंट बी जेलस इफ आई बिकम रिच देयर इज अ साइन। ऐसे ही रील बनाऊंगी भाई, ऐसे इंग्लिश बोल के रील बनाऊंगी 1 सेकंड में वायरल। लोग पूछेंगे कल के कल ही मैं पेरिस पहुंच रही हूँ गाइस, देखना बस। बीसीटी के ठीक इधर ही ऑडियंस में बैठ के जिंगू के साथ जिंगू के लिए चीयर अप करते हुए जिंगू जिंगू। एटलीस्ट यार विंगमैन और ये सब का ये सॉफ्ट टॉयज तो इंडिया में बेचना शुरू कर दो।
Repeated success in this game.
At least, guys, at least bare minimum बोल रही हूँ मैं।
The fanatics of our day, yeah. The fanatics of our day, the G2s of the...
कोई मतलब ऐसा कंपनी बनना चाहिए जो ये सब इंपोर्ट करना शुरू कर दे एटलीस्ट। अमीर लोग है ना, वो लोग ज्यादा दाम दे के भी खरीद लेंगे। जिंगू को मैसेज करके बोल दे मेरे फोटो वाला टी शर्ट पहन के जा। बाप रे, काश जिंगू मेरा मैसेज दे। नेक्स्ट PRX के मैच के लिए रेडी रहना, थंबनेल में जिंगू को लगा देना।
Yes.
ये Benji Fishy, ये Minibu, let's go.
Well, the fun thing with this roster is I'd say that you've got 3 players who are incredibly explosive, up and down, sometimes here, sometimes not. And then you have what I like to call the safe pair of hands, and that is Rian. You put him in a clutch, he's probably going to win it. He's fantastic with his utility. I think if it wasn't for someone like Leo, we would be talking about him as the best of all time. Like, he is so good in every single role he plays.
यार मुझे भी G2 टीम अच्छी लगती है, बट टीम हेरेटिक्स में जो बेंजी फिशी क्या बोलता है, मिनीबू है, फिर यू नो वुड है, दिल चुरा लेते हैं यार। कोई भी नहीं लिखेगा इनके गर्लफ्रेंड्स है करके, मारूंगी।
अरे सॉरी मैं लिखने वाला था।
क्या अनमोड कैसे करते गाइस? कहाँ पे जाना होता है?
You can put him in a situation that you probably shouldn't win.
कोई नहीं बोलेगा स्ट्रीम बफर हो रही।
But then the ones that you should win, you win every time, and that's Rian's.
For me, I know Leo's, you know, with the news of his retirement recently.
यार ड्रायड को भेज दिया वापस। हाँ, उसको बिठाओ थोड़ी देर और। आज ही तो आई थी बेचारी।
For more on Team Heretics, here's Lou with Benji Fishy.
Mika here, and I'm with Benji Fishy. Now, this matchup seems familiar. I think you guys have, figured out G2, but are you convinced that you still have their number?
You know, it's been a pretty long time since we played against each other, but, I think we've changed, they've changed, and I think it's kind of just the battle of who's changed for the better.
Benji,
so I guess we'll find out today.
Benji, let's go guys, poll पे vote कर दो फटाफट। और लाइक भी कर देना स्ट्रीम को।
Very happy to see Benji back, of course. He also has a chance to right his wrongs, and I think the last time we saw Heretics as champs, the image that everybody left with Heretics is probably, the moment Benji was bawling his eyes out on stage, and I'm sure he would like to come back and actually go away with a trophy this time round.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he'd love to. I'm sure everybody else at the entire tournament would also love to, but they have had their hardship. And, I think maybe today, at least from my prediction, it's not getting any better.
Tom, do you, what the hell is happening?
I go with my head for predictions. Would I like Heretics to win? Of course.
Would you like
यार मुझे भी लग रहा है अभी टीम हेरेटिक्स जीत सकता है।
What is this?
Brother, there's safety across the pond for you.
Come on,
in case you do get excommunicated.
I mean, we already agree we are swapping him with sideshows. Like, it's happening.
You're right, actually.
You're going to Americas.
But Pacific have the coolest land, so maybe I'll go there.
Wait, can we go too?
All right. Before I derail everything, let's talk about the most important thing here. Of course, G2 and Team Heretics fighting for their first global trophy. It's time to bring them onto stage.
ये लेट्स गो। बेंजी फिशी का टोपी देखो।
It's time to see if Los Niños can take the shine off of G2's golden era. I cannot believe this is the first game we get to see for both of these teams at Champs. It is a huge matchup, and this map pool is going to be very interesting because for G2 it's almost flawless.
Yeah, that's the difficult thing. I think for Heretics, they had to remove the Abyss. It was horrific at the beginning of the year, so it had to go. Them picking into Corrode, though.
This is crazy.
I understand that it's been one of G2's weaker, but it's not like they've been amazing. They just about beat Mates, who they didn't do great this year.
And they perma-banned it at playoffs. They banned it against every single opponent as well. So
I do think Heretics are in a damned if you do, damned if you don't, because you're picking Poison, right?
Yeah.
What are you gonna pick? The map that they're 4-1 on instead of 5-0? Like
their best map is the third map in the series, so if they can get there, this really comes into a very, very interesting game. It's not like any of these though. Other than maybe the first one is a bad map for G2.
I'm so surprised they didn't
G2
so maybe they wouldn't think about that too much and just go with what they're comfortable with. But the thing is, this is not the first time Heretics has done this. They permaban Ascent for a whole year and then went through like 4 weeks in a row of just picking Ascent.
It is also worth noting that
defense.
Okay, have only managed to get 5 rounds versus the last 3 times they played it. So I think it also look at your opponent and goes, okay, I don't want to just go into a risk.
I do respect it from Heretics and Yinsu. It's kind of what you were alluding to just now. Is yes, you look at all these stats and they can seem a bit daunting, but then you have to remember all of that was domestic success, and now we're on a bigger stage. You're clashing play styles, and it may be historically a good map for them, but what's to say that they don't have something better?
I reckon Heretics' Haven is better than 2G, EG, and 100 Thieves.
Sure,
that's my hot take.
They were blasted, so were G's too. I kind of want to talk a little bit though about what I'm sort of expecting to see in Corrode. I love seeing Woot's Waylay.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
a
it's such a huge part of their setups. They had some really cool ideas, especially on the defensive side. The problem they had though was their attack. Their attack sucked. They didn't have anywhere near as much on that side. So I definitely think there's holds to be found. And I believe at least the last time we saw it, Jorg was also playing that Waylay. So we might get that
Yeah, sorry, I've been derailed because we just watched Baby Bay struggle to open the fridge for 30 seconds.
And then flex.
And then he, nails it. If that's not quintessential Baby Bay,
G2 वाले सारे कैमरा में ही फोकस करते थे.
I'm not being funny, but Weber would never do that. Weber would never flex, but he could definitely calmly
पक्का किसी एक ने सिखाया होगा हम ये मूव करेंगे. कैमरा दिखते ही हम लोग कैमरा की तरफ देखेंगे.
It is a waste slate, but every duelist on Boot looks good, right? That is the thing he looks the best on.
यार TH वाले भी पसंद है मेरे को. मैं दोनों टीमों में से मतलब वो टग ऑफ वार खेलते ना वो हो गया मेरे साथ. इस तरफ भी खींचते उस तरफ भी खींचते मेरे साथ नहीं आएगा.
You cannot do that against G2. If you get picked off over and over again against G2, say goodbye to the series.
Especially when the likelihood is the Viper on the other side will be Leaf, who is consistently a demon on anything you put him on. Leaving him on the lurk, and also especially on that defensive hold, having that wall go up and down at the right moment for your defensive pushes and delay, it's going to be integral. If Benji's having a bad game and Leaf is doing Leaf things, this could be map over, even though this is the one that, in my mind, Heretics have to win.
Do you reckon they'll bring out the Sage?
I don't think so.
No?
I mean, we'll see. I do, Tom, I love what you were just saying on setting up Leaf 2, because my eyes do go towards him, not just because of some of the stuff you were just talking about, but because, again, he had missed so much time. True. He just rejoined. What kind of form is he in? We saw that he looked really good in playoffs, but as we mentioned before, this is a different beast.
I'm not going to lie, I'm not worried at all. I think Leaf is going to drop 30 kills, like, no lie. But let's take a look at the agent select and see if we get anything different. Will we get the continuation of Waylay here at Champs that everybody's loving? We won't on the side of Heretics because
Woman, Cypher.
But also they've got rid of the Viper on the other side by the looks of it. Juggernaut's also hovering Breach, but I'm guessing that's a complete troll because that would be the surprise of the
Breach
Jonah blocking in the
Duelist, where is that?
There's a hell of a lot of delay.
तुम्हें नहीं मालूम वो वाला Breach वाला लाइनअप वाला है Breach का लाइनअप और फिर वो
ओ रेस ले लिया ओ भाई मुझे सांस आ गई मैंने सोचा टीम हेरिटेक्स का वन साइडेड है इधर योरू है वाइस है वाइपर भी लिया है भाई 100% विन रेट है और उनका 25% से लोग टीम हेरिटेक्स जीत रही है.
But it puts a lot more pressure on Miniboo to have a good game, and he is very hit and miss.
Yeah, I think we've touched
only
a bit
इनका
on
fade वाला agent similar है.
talent as well is an X factor for me on G2.
Well, this could be the best match we've had yet, and I've got just the casters for the occasion. Over to you, Uber and Wyatt.
Vinci, I don't think that is an embellishment. It's a triple crown Kings of Americas going up against your World Championship runners-up. G2 versus Team Heretics about to throw down in their opener game.
These are two teams who are just still on the journey to try and get that gold at one of these prestigious BCT international tournaments. Both of them know what it feels like to come up just short. That was the story for G2 earlier this year at Bangkok. But since then, at least domestically, absolute dominance. 4th place at Toronto, but still that trophy elusive.
A very different story for Heretics in Toronto. We covered some of those games and were mystified by their inability to get going in that tournament.
Didn't get a map in that tournament. But we know they're better than that. They've just been volatile.
T1 जीत गया पहला वाला.
We'll dig into that a little bit later here, but it's Heretics on the attack side to start things off. And it's already inching over to A. And who else but Miniboo to open up the attack for the EMEA squad?
A team and a player who can be so momentum-based. That is the right way to start off for him.
Let's go.
Prowlers here getting into that A side of the map, and G2 are going to give some space. Considering playing off this power to some degree, it's found a little bit late to it now. Grabwell also complicating things for G2 as they try and wrest control back.
Just the two of them both coming from spawn at the moment. Little upgrade for Benji Fishy as well. Really shouldn't be any hope for them to get back into this. All of the Heretics players just faced up together.
Yeah, it is like a triple face. They are ready for anything, and Jonah now is aware. 4 straight on back. Has a wall to work with, but very tricky situations.
यार मुझे TH भी बहुत पसंद है Benji Fishy. Miniboo ये सब के कारण.
I gotta say, it's interesting as well to see the Astra. We've seen absolutely none of that in America, so G2, certainly not prepared in that regard. The agent definitely more popular over in Europe, contrasting to what they go up against. This is a fascinating first map, though. The desk were highlighting exactly why. This is one where G2 have played 3 different comps in Americas and have lost with all of them. This is their 4th new look on the map since it's been released midway this year.
It's double Senti, which is bizarre. The Rays make it away back into the composition as well. That's a nice seize. Brienne's decayed down, but otherwise not affected by the paint shells that followed up that fade util. Jonah needs to top up himself. Decayed down as he's seized in the corner, but it's a wall in response. That'll get broken open.
And since the recent buffs, G2 have loved leaning into this stage, playing it on Sunset, which isn't in this pool, but then also taking it to Corrode.
Jonah P is waiting. A little bit of skin, a little shoulder, anything. Steps up.
वो लोग बाय में बस सिंगल लेके आए हैं.
Staved Heretics off at his B side of the map and have scaled into some degree of mid control with a big push by Leaf off of the A side.
Yeah, Heretics, who by the way have gone for that 5 stinger buy, but perhaps early ideas of going with some pace were just slowed down by G2 having both the fade and the Sage on this B side.
Valuable confirmation there. That Haunt indicates that Heretics are still milling about B main. And Jonah went to find out the hard way. Tension in the air now, as you know, in a couple of moments. Heretics are looking to test this. They got that better weaponry. It's Stingers for all of them. Very NA-coded buy-up. And Miniboo's going to get straight onto the site. Trent at least goes 1 for 1. Around the corner, it's Fallon. Couple headshots now. That's going to put the fear of God in these guys.
What?
Nice.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Tommy.
G2 with an absurdly high floor, even on their worst days.
You best not challenge G2 of all teams with the 5 stingers. They know exactly how to deal with that. And I suppose this round it's just simply not missing in the site.
How? ये लोग भी शॉक हैं. ये लोग बोल रहे हैं एक और ट्रॉफी में सीरियल खाए.
Oh my God.
You
see the Baby Bay effect right away. That is the difference. Normally, you would see Josh RT just kind of silently. He claps to himself. The team would congratulate each other. Nah, they're out of their seats. Josh is getting hyped through the coaching booth. They have a totally different mentality since he's joined this team.
Lee's first game back. He clutches, gets up in his seat, screams across the stage. I haven't played for 2 weeks. You guys effing suck. It sits down. These guys are different.
Oh, nice.
He's had enough. He's got the Guardian into this round. Instant first tap.
Odin आ
Mid
चुका है
control
guys.
already. Look at
Odin.
Jorg taking that space. Looks like the Hawk pinged him out though, and now he's going to have to reconsider. That B side is opened up though. BGPC on that attack side. Always good to crack open a loose side.
Now just trying to use those nebulas to cross, but it's a very well-timed siege that comes through from Trent to deny the ability of Heretics to scale into that site.
Plenty of time to work with for Heretics, and decided to cancel on that B. Slowed down a little too long by that C's maybe. Now they need to re-clear mid. Trent steps up, sees the Marshall shot, whistle past his left ear.
It does get hit by that Marshall, so down to just 50 HP. Valorant on the open face. One for one. That's not good enough against this BY. That's a gun recover now potentially.
A lot of Senti util over on this A side of the map here, but someone has to be there to take advantage. It's Trent, who's already knocked down to 49. Heretics now moving in numbers. Through the wall. Cuts rounds down.
Oh, nice.
And Miniboo are bleeding out as they get onto the site. Time is short, and Trent is going to make sure they wait for it. Just Boo with a rather Sheriff.
Nice.
He's been able to go up to a Guardian. Of course, that spike is down. Trent still needs to do something about this. Boo's gotten in there. Leaf and Jordan now looking to play together. Off the satchel, off the bomb buddy, and a little bit of a skip jump. Sticks the landing. That's a G2 defuse.
And we've barely gotten to see any of Chocobo playing Raze this year, but we know how ridiculous he is on the agent. His movement is as silly as it gets. I mean, if you just think back to how much he was on that agent when he won Champions with EG in 2023. That was honestly pretty savage of Boo to have the Guardian but go to the Sheriff and swing out wide instead for the one-tap.
But that's the utility from Leaf that was left over on that A site, rather, after he drifted across.
Yeah, gets a cam tag and the trip, so they're lit up with the Odin. Yeah, that's why G2 were just happy to play other sides of the map. They have all this info on A with the setup that Leaf's playing.
Double Odin for G2.
Part of the reason why they brought
Cypher back in here, playing off those kill trips now, which that much more deadly on a map with thin walls like this.
It's like they defeated NRG and were able to steal their best
ना Valorant पे सही लगते हैं उनको पहले वो दिख जाता है जो बाकी प्लेयर को नहीं दिखता है और वो लोग बोल सकते हैं जान के लिए तो भागो इधर.
So much obnoxious wall spam, which the Cypher really does benefit off of with the cam. That is one nice little
wall इनका भी टूटता है मतलब.
What do I make of that one? I mean, is it
one way wall बनाया है फिर भी.
What is happening with this wall? What is happening? I don't know what I'm looking at.
Jonah, really,
with
the modern architecture slant on Corrode here. Even Heretics like, what is this, bro? Little mystifying.
I mean, in the meantime, here comes Miniboo dimensional drift while the rest of the team are just perplexed as to what's happening in B main. He's gotten all the way into the site,
Is it a sign from an advanced alien race that are trying to communicate with us? No. No, it's just G2's utility usage. Here's the Nightfall, though, cutting onto the site. Two players caught by the paranoia, tucked in the corner. Balance strides out. Miniboo is down. Here comes Trent, looking to mow them down, but the sheer wall will prevent that penetration. Leaf here, knocked down to just the shorty. Very favorable scenario here for Heretics.
Balance spotted out as well, so they get the info on an additional player. Rians 1 kill away from the Nightfall just in case. But surely the man advantage and some good trading will be enough for Team Heretics here.
They've been able to get out of the danger zones, those very spammable spots after having stuck the plant. Rian steps up. Nicely done. Wood will chime in here, and Trent is going to be well and truly on the back. Meticulous from Team Heretics, but they bust open the weak side.
That dimensional drift got a lot of value. G2 attempting to go for the flood as soon as Heretics got into the site. There was a paranoia from elbow as well. Yeah, I think he was trying to boost himself up, but all good. Team Heretics just play that so well, being able to dodge out the flood and then get some good post-plant setups.
I think that the boost up gives Jonah a look over the wall in B main. Most likely. Off we go round number 5 here.
Oh,
nice.
And that's mid-lockdown.
Little unnecessary to get the headshot through the wall, but we'll take it for the style points.
Sending a message, I feel.
Plus 10 aura. Jaw just waiting in the smoke with Valen over on A. Team Heretics can really take their time here, however. Miniboo maybe with an opportunity on another. I think Jonah might have just gotten the spot. Maybe he popped up on the minimap. Hard to say, but aware either way.
We'll
be able to fall back towards that elbow position. But Heretics, naturally, extremely well armed in this round. And there's Miniboo. Yeah,
क्या
all comes
खेल
up
रहा है
a
यार
little bit too
मिनीबू
slow
आउट
for
लॉ
Jonah's
लेके
liking. And that'll leave it all on Leaf for that B site.
आउटलॉ और मास्टर का तो वो चल रहा है ना
But now D2
हम लोग
getting
ही खेल रहे हैं
exploratory. Boo already has the bayonet fixed in place, and Valen is on the receiving end.
Valen does duck away, hoping to act as maybe some level of bait for Jaw in the corner, but with just the classic, does some damage.
Let's go.
That's all there is to be said. Valen here very low, likely a one. And
अरे दो ले गया भाई कोई दिक्कत नहीं है 1v3 का
finds himself 2 now and leaves Leaf with the stinger still en route to A.
Honestly, he's getting it with some decent pace. He might be able to catch them off while they're trying to plant.
The elbow play is going to wrap on him here. Leaf may be unaware that... Oh,
What? दो इसने भी निकाल लिए थे almost. Benji किसी ने बचा लिया राउंड को. My
37 health left for Benji.
तुम्हें बात कर.
How did that come down to 1 versus 1? The economic impact of that round can't be overstated. It's a big investment here for Team Heretics.
I mean, that was a chance to get their caster. I mean, damn near
उधर
capped
पिटा है
out for a
कूद
few
के वाल
players.
करना था उधर पिट
And now
गया
they're all bought down to 1.5 or so. Because Valen gets a 2-piece on the
भाई
weak players.
दूसरा गन होते तो छीन लेता ये राउंड भी
You know, still excited they won the round. I was holding my breath, but oh my god, what is that tap? Off the
निकलते ही मार दे
Taken out.
कुछ भी हो रहा है
Heretics' ability to cover the map adequately severely limited with the loss of that duelist.
Any hopes of using Miniboo to pressure up mid as a effort while they split into B for main? Well, that is nullified.
And that allows for an eventual walk down and insertion by a G2 player to punish a rotate later. Boo, rather, still sitting bottom mid.
Heretics, they really have no intention of committing to the site just yet. They know that it's of the utmost importance. They remove that Cypher utility first, then go for the execute. See, Rians is just queuing up that Nightfall for a moment. That could certainly turn the tides.
It depends where that really goes. There's actually no anchoring players on the side for G2.
I mean, it may just allow them the timing to get the spike down, but that might be it, however. In G2, they are getting in position right now. Look at Joff, he's over at elbow. They might be able to flood back in.
Leaf unaffected by that by the looks of things. Haunt is cleared. Jorgamo here up in tower, and the spam is a problem. Second kill through smoke of the round for Valen. Whoop down to 4. He steps up and ends up on the snake bite now. Joel trying to time this, in theory, to disrupt a plant. Quite a game for G2's duelist so far.
ये देखो
He's gonna be a
इधर
double
से
stack
बता
here
रहे
overall to
थे
elbow position. Paint shells, a tickle.
नीचे
Boo
छुपा
down
हुआ
to
है
61.
मारो
This is really going to come down to Benji. He is
Wood
the healthy
बहुत
player.
low
He's
है
tucked in the corner.
बहुत ज़्यादा लो है यार
Still healthy, still ready to throw down, and he's waiting for Jaw to give him
नेक पर
something
मारा
around
भी
that corner.
देखते
Still no barrel sighted. Slow orb at the feet of
अरे
Benji.
नहीं
Maybe is slowed by that, and Valen's been brought back into the game by the rest.
3-2
It's 4 players on G2 now for a retake.
Oh,
And George just
जल्दी
takes the
करना
shots.
पड़ेगा
Not a care in the world.
टाइम नहीं है Oh, nice
Slams down on Benji.
A
And that's Valen exiting the round with 3.
A G2 play that with some really lovely patience, just
Wood
allowing
को
for the
पहले
time
निकाल लिया
to
ना
get that res, and then they go back
इसीलिए
in.
ऐसा हुआ है
It was really well done. Played to that as the out.
Again,
ये
playing
देखो
around the
कुछ दिखा ही
nightfall.
नहीं रैंडमली हेड
Playing
मार
off the
दिया
side
देख रहे
of
हो
G2.
Just a nasty timing. for
नाइस
Valen.
देखते हुए जा रहा था वो
Just
नाइस
a little burst spray through.
If you've been able to take Miniboo and Riens off the map, you've gotten into the engine room of your opponents.
Man, Valen right now, top fragging in the server with 9. He individually was such a standout for the team throughout the course of Stage 2.
MVP, of course.
It almost felt like he took it upon himself, knowing that with this new iteration of the team, with Baby Bay just coming back, that someone had to step up in terms of getting the kills. He took it upon himself, and he has been in some of the best individual form we have ever seen these past couple months.
Jonah P here, eating a lot of this initiator util. Still able to find a... Oh, that is devious, brother. Bizarre angle looking in the yard. So he can remain posted up for the most part with an extremely tight shot. Mid, though, less contested by G2 this round. Just the trap wire left at top mid there. But there are players filtering into that A side after the early saber rattling by Heretics.
Yeah, G2 obviously with this setup, they have no problem just giving up mid. Leaf is peeking for anyone to go from top mid to that B link by playing towards elbow, and he's got that cam up. Jaw pretty committed in the site, but has the showstopper when the actual hit comes through. Ready to fight at this choke. Oh, buddy, that's
Benji at least able to get some value back in that exchange. And Miniboo deep on that B site. Looking to occupy the top mid area, but G2 are circumventing it entirely. All the way around, back through B.
Very patient RG2, retaining control of elbow crucially. They have it. Trip even to maintain that control. Allow the rest of the team to rotate over and then go for that 4-on-3, trade things out.
Paranoia avoided by Benji, aware now that Jonah is up in tower. Benji's had to play this position in the last couple of rounds. Jonah's aware there's a player tucked close. Simply drawing the shots out. Sees won't quite reach him. Omen TP for info. Staved off. It's Valon once again. Sets foot on the side. And the rest of G2 ready to run in numbers. It's on Miniboo now. Has to peer in from top mid. Trent's drawing his shots, as is Jonah. And then they back away for someone to step up. G2 guns aimed at the Yoru. What a beautiful
This is just Valorant at its best from G2. Everything they do there is so patient and tactical. From that slow up from Jonah into Link, there's that jump spot from Jonah. He gets the position of Benji in the corner. They're still waiting. Then from the shadows from Valon, gets tucked into the corner, close choke, gets the info on Boo. Then they push out together. They use every second that they've got in that retake. They maximize all of them to get the info on the players and go in.
They're fully aware.
So well done.
That Benji is tucked in that corner. So Jonah and Trent just draw his fire.
Well, that's the beauty of this G2 this year, right? Is that they have Jaw, the X factor, but overall the team is so intelligent. They play such a sound tactical game, but they have him as the wild card.
It's a Sage wall over here at A main that forces Heretics to reveal themselves to a degree. A very passive posting there. You look towards A elbow. That's where Jonah is set up. No longer with the op in hand. It's actually Jaw. He's playing that B main position, so tons of info being gained.
What are your prediction? यार मुझे दोनों टीम पसंद है. G2 का तो आपको पता ही है, मेरे पास स्टेपफुल वगैरह है, बाकी बेंजी विशी ये सब भी पसंद है मेरे को. मुझे G2 ये दोनों ही नहीं पसंद, पर G2 ज़्यादा नहीं पसंद है.
Here's the approach. Trent at risk of being caught with util in hand, but there's the C's thrown out, and it all seems too easy.
मैं दोनों टीम में कंफ्यूज हूँ यार.
But the dark cover keeps Heretics out of the sight.
मुझे दोनों ही पसंद है. I am voting for TH. Okay. उधर से भी पसंद है. बेंजी फिशी पसंद है. फिर आपका क्या बोलते हैं? Miniboo, Wood.
Oh man. And it's just all too easy for G2.
That's a brutal round.
यार वो
Heretics have to show themselves. A main have to deal with that wall, still spend some initiated util to try and divine what G2's intentions are, but they're so back on the site. Then they explode forward like that.
Really not much they can do in that situation. The defensive util is just so overwhelming, and they don't have the right weapons. Let's go.
दोनों ही टीम मुझे पसंद है, इसलिए मैं कंफ्यूज हूँ.
Next round, it's a timeout called from Heretics as well. And they have
टाइम आउट लिया है हेरिटिक्स वालों ने. देखते हैं हेरिटिक्स. सबका कोरोड मैप देख लिया. PRX कब खेलेगी यार? ऐसा मत बोलो, पता चला नया मैप खेल के उसी दिन से डाउनफॉल शुरू हो जाए.
उन्होंने वैसे भी उसमें नहीं खेला एक भी बार.
दोनों पसंद है तो चिल है ना, कोई भी जीत ले. हाँ.
They're basically straight off to EWC. They win that tournament. 5 days in between their final game and the start of stage 2. They get back in EMEA, they slog it out, have another perfect group stage.
नेगेटिव सोचती हो भाई तो कुछ भी हो सकता है ना. जिंक्स क्या ही करना.
No maps won in the playoffs. It's just been
VCT है ये, कुछ भी हो सकता है. इस साल तो और भी कुछ भी हो रहा है. जायंटेक्स जैसी टीम खेल रही है. NRG भी खेलने लग गई है. वो देखो बबल वाला नाइफ.
No expectations going into it.
कौन लेके आया ये?
Agent
देखने ही नहीं दिया किसने लिया है बबल वाला
नाइफ. Of those large expectations that they created for themselves, they just haven't been able to repeat that same success.
4 second stage 2 के first day बोला था कोरोड is good guys. तब से कोई उनके सामने कोरोड खेला ही नहीं. ऐसा क्या? But वही ना, खेला ही नहीं तो practice वगैरह you know.
The conditions have to be right for them, Wyatt.
And here's that
I think Pacific बोल रही हूँ मैं, Champions में देखने को मिल सकता है.
And get that plant from Boo. They have no control of the map with this setup right now. Leaf is trying to tease the wall. Benji is ready with the shorty, and there's the pit.
Leaf got hit by the Prowler, so had to play close to circumvent the near site.
अल्ट कर दिया है, दो अल्ट है, एक्स्ट्रा का भी अल्ट है और वाइपर का भी अल्ट है.
Big investment in this round.
And Minibu scales in, and he does get his, teleports away.
The ramp coming through a little bit late. Sheer Wall is also going to cut Jorgamo off the rest, and it's going to be on Trent
nice.
to try and fight them here out towards B main. That's starting to fall apart a little bit.
I think forward PRX के लिए बना है, इस chaotic and 4 second use Odin, ऐसा क्या? फिर भी डिपेंड करेगा ना सामने कौन सा टीम हो. वो तो पैसिफिक का पूरा रीजन का मतलब लिमिटेड टीम्स था. अभी तो यू नो इंटरनेशनल में कोई भी आ सकता है, क्या पता G2 वर्सेस PRX भी हो सकता है कभी को क्या बोलते हैं हेरेटिक्स वर्सेस PRX हो सकता है कभी. जिनका मतलब बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है, जिन्होंने स्टेज 2 में भी खेल लिया, उनका तो हाथ ज़्यादा बैठा हुआ होगा ना, उनके और ज़्यादा स्ट्रेटजीज होंगे. वैसे जो लोग पिक करेंगे PRX के अगेंस्ट, उनके लिए नेगेटिव पॉइंट ये भी होगा कि उनको प्ले स्टाइल नहीं पता होगा PRX का, कि लाइक कौन सा एजेंट लेके कहाँ पे क्या रीड करना पड़ेगा उनको.
Having a couple people push through, but the fact that Jaw gets divided, Trent's picked off alone. Exactly as they drew it up in that timeout, Heretics are able to execute pretty flawlessly.
दोनों टीम में ओडिन है गाइस, दोनों टीम में ओडिन है, क्योंकि ये मैच एग्जैक्टली इसीलिए तो लोग डर रही है. वही ना, क्या पता है एलेक्स मतलब कुछ यू नो डिफरेंट एकदम, वो तो हटके करता ही है, कुछ एकदम डिफरेंट प्लान करके रख दिया और कोई एकदम मछली जाल में फंसे करके रुक रहे हो वो लोग. एक टीम तो फंसेगा.
कोई भरोसा है.
Those are some ratty tricks to the B side.
मैं तो वेट करूंगी कभी अगर कोरोट पहली बार खेला और यू नो क्लोज जाके जीत गए, ठीक है PRX वाले, तो उनका वो माइक वाला है, माइक चेक जो होता है ना, वो मैप का हुआ है. यो भी दिखाए, वो जो टेबल पिच रहा होगा. What are you doing, stupid kid? Did I tell you? My comms video हाँ कोरोट का आना चाहिए, एकदम एक क्लोज मैप पे आना चाहिए, मतलब हारते हारते जीत गए उसमें. वो एलेक्स बोल रहा है What are you doing, stupid kid? Did I told you twice? Stop using Phantom, stop using Phantom, don't use your And Lee, hello. एलेक्स ऐसा कोच है जो प्लेयर जितना फेमस है, हाँ ना.
Not at his disposal whatsoever.
Leaf was on skates. He was just going back and forth, sidestepping him. That was crazy.
Just some sick movement. We're going to see that again.
सारे कोचेस में नाम एलेक्स का ही आता है, सब जानते हैं उसको.
G2 just go right back in and fight after that steel garden is used. Jonah was isolated towards elbow. He was caught by it.
भाई लीप को क्या हो गया? 6-6 पॉसिबल है, हाँ पॉसिबल तो है.
Really sick gunplay from Leaf.
दो ओडिन आ गया है अभी गाइस. ये मैप ही बना है ओडिन. लेने आते हैं वही ना.
Would love to get an orb from Minibu to have access to a dimensional drift. They did win a round off the back of it prior, but he is completely isolated forward. It's in so much danger, but he's holding his ground. And
Jogomo भी
low. Very low, but stays alive.
Yeah, Joe trying to juggle a little bit there. Takes a lot of damage in order to deploy that blast pack. Certainly, Heretics a little bit rattled after that early encounter, and now G2 looking to be the first ones to really get that deep mid control.
And with the wall from Heretics in mid, Wood isn't really able to activate too much towards that all the noise. Jaw just able to dodge out some of that spam. And, oh, the benefits of playing the Sage up to 100.
Jonah has an off here. So knows that his connector is covered. He can play that much more aggressively here out into yard.
And again, it's at about that 55-second mark that wall is going down on main exchange.
Oh, Velen ने एक और मार दिया.
Extremely slick movement there from Valen.
G2 का IGL
in a
himself
dangerous situation, and Heretics just have to be patient now. Jonah on one angle. Leaf sitting back on the side for the spam. The op rings out but gains no purchase. Jonah has to give some ground.
They'll be able to pick up elbow. 25 seconds now on the clock. Heretics overwhelmed by spam.
The shot here for sure. Brought down. Cyber cage now. Do I get loud Jonah to fall back yet again? Astra Util's getting thrown up. This is very ad hoc. This is very impromptu, and time is starting to tick down.
बाप रे ओडिन से भी लपेट गए बोलो
Henry ends once more. This is an impossible situation. Riddled with bullets.
7-4 ये क्या गन से ओडिन 1 ओपी ये मैप तो ओडिन का ही है एक ओडिन ए पे रख दो एक ओडिन बी पे रख दो
और क्या
And then on this round, G2, they just throw this aggressive walk down mid in the mix. Valen is just so sharp with his aim right now to collect those 2 kills. And by the time Heretics can actually get into that execute on A, they're dealing with
वो दो बड़े-बड़े ब्रेड अभी तक खाए नहीं पेपर थिन मैप है वही ना
This stage gets really annoying when G2 go on the attack side, by the way, to fight for that contested
अभी कुछ लोग मतलब G2 को जो हेट करते हैं ना वो लोग वो चिल्ला रहे होंगे ओडिन यूजर ये लोग ओडिन यूज करते हैं
Pretty enlightening as he has found the captain of the ship.
This is something Heretics had done before, and they split through B with the majority through main.
This time, everybody is going through this link. Poison Cloud going into this on entry. Maybe ready to teleport in, perhaps off this Prowler. इसमें यूज करने लग जाते हैं तो गुस्सा आता है कॉम वगैरह है हार रहे हो ओडिन ही करो ओडिन आता है तो ओडिन अरे बाप रे इसको क्या हो गया
It's one way or another, rock and hard place. Leaf eventually is brought down. Minibu plows through him, but Heretics have suffered such great casualties, and they still don't have that spike to hand. It's still dropped top.
ओडिन गन है भाई गेम में है तो यूज करेंगे भाई एनआरजी को इतना हेट मिला था ना इतना ज्यादा जब उन्होंने सेंटिनल को निकाल दिया था लोटस में 2 ओडिन यूज करके बहुत हेट मिला था बहुत लोटस ये कोरोड ये सब ओडिन के लिए ही बने हुए हैं डिफेंडिंग साइड में ओडिन के लिए बने हुए हैं बहुत ज्यादा एनर्जी को हिट मिला था हद से ज्यादा उसका अगर लाइव चैट रिप्ले होता है ना जस्ट देखो नेक्स्ट डे भी हिट मिला था जब एनर्जी वर्सेस वो फाइनल्स था ना उस दिन भी कि ओडिन क्लाउन्स ऐसे क्या क्या नहीं बोल रहे
Excellent way for them to start this series. Heretics were able to put together a couple nice executes with the ultimates when they had access.
एसेंट ओडिन के लिए बनाया हाँ सोवा लेके वो रिवील वगैरह करके वो बी साइड से
seeing the raise make a return on corrode of all maps. Stunning stuff. While we wait for the second half.
सेन वाले भी ओडिन यूज किए हैं ओडिन इज जस्ट अ गन वही ना
with these teams.
J'accueille un monument du Valorant français.
बहुत ज़्यादा हेट मिला था एनआरजी को आप अगर लाइव चैट रिप्ले करके देख सकते हो ना जहाँ पे सेंटिनल एलिमिनेट हुआ था एनआरजी से बहुत हेट मिला और नेक्स्ट डे भी मिला कि ये लोग तो ओडिन यूजर है ये वो बहुत आधे से ज्यादा सेंटिनल फैन तो एनआरजी को हेट भी करते होंगे अभी तक निकाल दिया था ना प्लेज ऑफ में डोंट अंडरस्टैंड दैट हाँ वही अगर आप कॉम वगैरह खेल रहे हो हार रहे हो आराम से ओडिन यूज कर लो कोई भी मैच हो
il était très très fort je me rappelle en practice il se mettait un peu de pression et de souvenirs
अगर आता है यूज करो जब हार सही नहीं जाती तो ऐसे ही गाली देंगे वही ना बहुत बहुत ज्यादा हिट था बहुत मैंने खुद चैट बंद कर दिया था फुल स्क्रीन देखने लग गई थी मैं मोबाइल में
So yeah, I think Boo is definitely a great IGL. Back then, 2 years ago, maybe he was putting a little bit of
ओडिन तो
pressure
मुझे तो
on
यूज
himself,
करना
but now
नहीं
it's
आता है
not
मैं
the case
ओडिन
anymore,
कभी
and I think
यूज
that
नहीं
team
करती
Heretics looks very confident and
स्पेशली
could
जब
even
मतलब
lead
क्या
the
बोलते हैं
trophy.
स्विफ्टले क्या
My
कॉम्पी
second
में भी
question
यूज
is gonna
नहीं
be about
करूंगी
your role. You're
बट
playing
स्विफ्टले में मैं
duelists
भी
for
प्रिफर नहीं
years now,
करती
but you know you're setting high
ओडिन एंड
standards
नाइफ
on
आर
yourself,
मेड
on your
टू
performance.
यूज
So how do you remain calm in such high stake matches? Donc tu joues dueliste depuis tellement longtemps, je peux même plus citer le nombre de games que tu as joué en dueliste. Est-ce que tu as des petits conseils peut-être pour Miniboo pour essayer de rester forcément calme dans ce genre de situation?
Parce qu'il est très fort et qu'il a beaucoup d'expérience. Mais ce que je peux dire, c'est que quand on est dans une mauvaise game, que les entrées passent pas, c'est toujours garder la tête haute et de dire que ça va passer au bout d'un moment. Et maintenant, ça fait plusieurs années que Miniboo, notamment lui, est dueliste. Et à n'importe quel moment, il peut faire la différence dans la game.
Definitely, I think those are
और
right
पता
words.
भी होना
He
चाहिए
can
ना
do the
लोटस में
difference
ट्वीट से
anytime.
कर
He
रहे हो
should
तो
just
इस
keep
पोजीशन
his
से यहाँ
head
तक मारना
cold, and I'm
है
sure that
यहाँ
he's
से
gonna
जाएंगे
make
तो
it.
इधर
For
से
sure, he
मारना
has been
पता भी
playing
होना
duelist for so long now. Merci.
लेफ्ट
Kelops,
में
good luck
लड़की
for
अच्छी
Ascension.
है
And
कौन
before
सी
that,
अरे मैं क्यों
we're
देख
gonna
रही
see
हूँ
who takes the win
वो
on
क्लोव जो बन
Corral
के आई
between
है वो
G2 and
ये
Team
देखो
Heretics.
एनवी ने पहले ही स्कैन कर लिया है बता रही हूँ मैं
ये मेरे को गाइस थोड़ा
सेंटा क्रूज वाले देख रही हूँ
you'd probably be surprised to see the road make its way into
Lotus में 4 सेकंड मस्त ओडिन यूज करता है हाँ ना
निकी भाई ने बोला ना लेफ्ट में
who picked up the Odin pretty early, was able to really cause headaches for
Trent
Heretics as
सबसे
they were
ज़्यादा
getting
damage
damage, but also by the Cypher utility
damage
cam, the
सबसे ज़्यादा
Trips
किसको दिया
basically
है
allowing G2
I
to
think
win these
योरू I
fights before they even
think कौन
saw
खेल रहा था ये
physically
वो
the Heretics players pull up
नहीं
on.
मिनी बू I
Yeah,
think
absolutely. So far, this looks like the
वो
coolest
लड़का भी हो
comp that
सकता
G2
है
have been
यूरो
able to cook up for this map.
Yeah,
It's the fourth one that they've tried since the release of
हाँ
वो तो है
उसके लिए तो मैं G2 को सपोर्ट
overall, right?
करूँ ऐसा
So
क्या
we'll see if this can be their second win on the map for Heretics. They just barely played
बोलो
by
बोलो
only one time. But honestly, I do respect the boldness of going for it because this is
मिनी बू को
the
ज़्यादा
form
यार
that has
अच्छा
been
हुआ
in G2's map.
थाईलैंड में
They've
नहीं
been great everywhere else. So I really do think this was a good pick. I like that they went
If
for
you
it.
know,
but now
you
they have
know.
to make the most of it on this defense.
Well, Minibu gets off to a good start yet again.
Same as the attack pistol,
Crucial
immediate
pistol,
Deagle headshot.
Boo here trying to chime in. It looks like G2
Oh,
unperturbed
nice.
as yet.
And evidently, the Frenzy can work
इनका
at range as
फ्रेंजी
well.
इतना लॉन्ग रेंज
That one
चलता है
goes down.
अरे
Heretics have a great opportunity to just surge right back into this game
दो
if they
मार
can convert the man advantage that they've earned off some pretty sick individual skill.
हम तो सिर्फ और
Team
लेने
has
आए थे
no shortage of that.
Slight course correction for G2, but they still have eyes for this A site. So they're going to be pitted in a 3v3 in the immediacy of this hit. Prowler sees a fair bit of action there. Dog! Okay, right click central it is. Who steps out though, secures the trade. Now Trent and Lee for the threats on the side. It's Rian's trying to give a bit of space. Some jiggles from Boo. A crossfire set up here for Heretics. Now
वही ना भाई हर जगह लड़के ही
We're not born yesterday. Gotta get up early. Gotta get a bit of Rian. The guy is like a lab-made
नाइस वन रेंज यार फ्रेंजी से मारा है
kind of has everything you could ask for in an individual at this level.
A perfect crossfire setup. Both Boo
Arey,
and Rians absolutely managed that utility that was thrown at them to the best. When Rians gets,
BT killed
as deserved, so much respect from the community.
अगर इंडिया में हुआ तो क्या होता अपने टीम को सपोर्ट करने के लिए 4 सेकंड भाई क्या कोई बोल सकता है क्या
Yes.
4 सेकंड भाई
Delightful 3 can start Heretics on the right foot here.
ब्यूटीफुल राउंड यार क्या खेला है फ्रेंजी से
मेरी फ्रेंड है थाईलैंड वाली हाँ समझ रहा हूँ मैं निकी भाई समझ रहा हूँ टेंशन ना
Going to recover that orb, but with only classics, this should just be a slow defeat on the second rounds here for G2. And I do frankly still need to be convinced of them being able to put together a solid attack on this map. We
इसे
still
सपोर्ट मिलता तो
should
4
have
सेकंड
big
टीम बदल
question
देता
marks
वही
about
ना
their ability to close out
वो
full game
होस्ट
Corrode
पे
right
इन
now.
वो जो इधर जो
This has been,
पूछताछ
as I
करने के
said,
लिए आए थे
the
फैन से और
one
उधर बोले
stain
जा रहे हैं
on
4
what has
सेकंड
been an
बाय
almost flawless run through Americas.
Minibu so far is now to find
एनजी
himself
भाई समझ गए हमारी भावना का
So now G2, suffice to say, running out of ideas.
Let's
The sheer
go.
wall. Bit of an issue for Joel. He will eventually have the curtain come down on him.
It's interesting too to see that Heretics, they have opted to
Defending
go
side
a
map
much
है ये guys
more
defending
meta
side
look
Bye,
on this
Anido.
map, running the double controller. Last we saw them with the double
Roti
duels that
फेंक के
they
मारेंगे
really heavily leaned into, and with very good reason. They have Boot and Minibu on their team. Those are
ऐसा
some
नहीं चाहिए
shooters. But they've come into this tournament switching it up. They have gone with that very meta double controller.
Seen a few teams, I think, just the volatility of how mid works in this map and how spammable it is. Maybe opt for something that's a little slower, a little better at carving up the map, setting the playing field to favor defenders.
As this standard wall from defense is thrown down, you can
आप दोनों पे भाई
get that up on B main. Nice for retakes. Of course, you can use it to walk down mid, pressure, as Minibu is doing right now.
नाइस आउटलॉ डिफ हो गया
Just about another first blood. That's 3 in a row. Minibu is heating up.
You're looking for someone to take over the game. It's going to be Minibu.
अरे
G2
आउटलॉ
now
कोई
have to put this
निकाल
together without their Cypher. Playing to the extremities now, but there's just a huge amount of utility in their face on that A side. And B, though, there's the extra player. Boo over here alongside Minibu, who, again, is right where he needs to be.
G2 are temporarily stalled out. If they want to work towards A, they obviously have to contest all of that Vice utility. It's the wall in main. G2 making their way back. They need to use this dark cover to actually cross mid and a Prowler to re-clear close as well.
They have to threaten some sort of A split, so at least the sheer wall's being drawn out now.
Thorns as well needed to happen eventually for G2 to get that
देखा
out.
जाए तो बढ़िया एजेंट टीम
activate
हेरेटिक्स ने
for a
लिए है
re-hit.
इस मैच
30
के
seconds on
लिए
the clock, so time getting relatively low as G2. They are slow on this foray through mid out of necessity. There's so much to clear.
But Heretics still 2 players over at B. They don't want to risk getting caught on a rotate through mid.
3 now with the teleport.
Yeah, here comes Miniboo back on the site once more. In the eye of the storm. There's a paranoia. They were hoping for more off that one. Jorley's
Nice one, Benji Fishy.
down. Jonah into the smoke. Knows Benji's lurking on the other side of it, but can't.
भाई 4 मार दिए बुलडॉग से देख रहे हो? Oh my god.
Some energy now from the Heretics.
बोनस
camp.
राउंड भी मिल गया टीम हेरेटिक्स को.
Especially
क्या
from
बात है यार.
Benji. Lethal shots coming from him. That initial kill from Miniboo just puts G2 in a very awkward position. They're slowly trying to rework that map late to get in towards this A site. But it's too little too late. Miniboo's able to teleport over. Team Heretics are more than ready, and the shots from Benji are just fantastic.
Let's go यार. क्या खेला है बेंजी फिशी ने.
G2 unsuccessful in consecutive rounds at working mid. Miniboo has been a real thorn on their side.
See if he can go 4 for 4 on first kills in this second half. He is the player on Heretics that you want to be heating up early, to be feeling that momentum. He is a player that just takes so many liberties.
Nice Benji Fishy भाई 2.
Racks up 2 kills. He's one away from getting the Steel Garden even.
I mean, he is 18 frags in 16 rounds. And he sees no reason to give any more ground than this. And there's the
क्या खेल रहे टीम
lining a
हेरेटिक्स.
couple up. Benji falling back now. Valor not really at effective range. Needs to close the gap, and Benji knows it even better. Steps back. Nebula in the way.
Just no reason to fight. Don't give him an inch.
Valor's trying to cut up the site here, but Heretics still want to play together, so they do so in the smoke.
Both G2 players very weak at the moment, just going for the safest of safe plants.
Kill trip, play off the side.
I mean, about the best thing they can do really is just try to get the plant and a little bit of cash for the next round. Surely they can't close this out.
This is inventive. Valen gets himself across the way. Leaf also an elbow, but there is a molly thrown down inside that smoke. Valen low. Trip on the site. Valen hoping to spray through and do something with this. Leaf. Wishful thinking, I feel. As it was just attacked for Heretics.
Nice.
Now will come and clean up from Connect.
Nice. Let's go.
The Sting of Dreams finally
8-8 क्या बात है.
Heretics well and truly back in this game.
They did not allow G2 any in that situation. Played everything as optimally as possible. I mean, not the most minuscule risk taken. Miniboo, another first blood, and Benji is right there to just clean up those G2 players when they try to go for the trade. Beautifully done.
And G2 have to be really careful of contacting these extremities, but they're playing a double
Let's
senti
go.
They have to do that to some degree.
They
can't just spam control you till break the map up. They need to walk into those sidelines.
And now Benji, he did get that defused, so has the Steel Garden. Dimensional Drift as well in the arsenal for Team Heretics right now. G2 fully invested, of course, into this round with a lot of emphasis on controlling B main. Prowlers exchanged from both fades.
Arcros sends Trent scurrying. Sees.
Nice one भाई. जाके मार के वापस भी आ गया टीपी लेके. क्या बात है.
What a crazy trap play from Heretics. That was so sick.
Nice.
Miniboo able to just get away. Jonah would love to find a res somehow to bring Jaw back to life. They don't have the entry now for this site exec. Need to run into the Odin, run into Benji, who has that Steel Garden ready.
They've got to trigger the shield wall all at once as well. Or just leave a play on the other side of it, I guess.
Yeah, good luck, Trent.
There's the Steel Garden. Lorenz is going hunting. Trent stunned up in the corner. Caught by the Nova Pulse
Nice.
of all things.
क्या बात है.
And now Benji can tuck in this corner.
Oh भाई Benji Fishy. Oh Benji, let's go. क्या बात है यार, क्या बात है.
Playing absolute top level Valorant right now. Oh my god.
Yeah, Benji. Benji.
Out of the ordinary. This was so cool. The Arcros over top combo with the flash. There's the Thorns so they could, you know, try to make it so they couldn't run away. They already crossed back. Didn't even matter. Miniboo is that fast. Gets out. Benji ready with his
Hey, 4 kill दोबारा.
In that corner. Sorry, bro. The whole team got stuck behind the wall. You're caught in. No gun. Stuck.
These guys
Sit. Oh
so
yeah.
they do not have an easy way to get a shield wall out of these chokes early in the round. They have to test it, and if they take too long, They've been split up multiple times on both sides of the map now from just triggering that while they're trying to go in numbers.
G2 are forced into this timeout now. Heretics flawless on the defense up until this point. Oh my god, Benji is just going crazy.
Josh has to get in their ears, and they've got to figure out how this double Senti comp is supposed to gain equity on the attack side of this map. How are they going to get map control when they have to face down contact positioning from an Op or an Outlaw?
This Sage util, not doing a whole lot until you actually get the spike down. They've only had the spike down on one round, and it was a 2v4 at that point, and Jonah was already dead. They've gotten no value, essentially, from having this Sage up until this point because Heretics are just denying them at these chokes, fighting them so aggressively.
That's the other edge of this double Senti sword. If you can't get post plants, you're weaker in trying to get that site control to start with.
Prowler exchanged, and G2 on this round, they don't have the cash to buy up in any serious way. It's just back to a few stingers.
Can I just say, what a way to bounce back from a epic crash out in MEA playoffs for Heretics. Looking really composed, and honestly, like you mentioned, with some genius individual moments. Don't be fooled by the number 4 seeding.
I feel as well, coming into this match, honestly, with some intention to pick this jaw in very quick. The rocket cone just goes awry. What was that?
Okay.
No one can even support. They're all sucked out of the choke. They committed the showstopper on this of all rounds.
Oh, man.
On this buy?
That is deflating. Yeah, maybe they're hoping to rush in around it, make something happen. There was no sheer wall to contend with, but there's always going to be stall util from Heretics.
I mean, yeah, when you're playing against the Vice, doesn't matter which site that Vice is on. There's going to be Thorns on the other one 90% of the time. The cross-map lineups, G2, they just want to storm into this A site now. They want to go with a bit more pace, but they are immediately stalled out by the C's.
And there's going to be a dark cover now inside A. They're going to have to fight through that. Razorvine.
Odin, let's go.
This choke point, there's an Odin. Benji's getting in the corner as well.
Yeah, has to clear the Horde though. Whip around.
Nice.
Lays waste. Here's Miniboo catching the push straight out of elbow. There's one.
Nice, yaar, kya baat hai.
And not
Kya
one
खेल रहे team Heretics.
I need to see on the replay again what the entire idea was really around that assault from G2 into B. The showstopper comes through. Man, yeah, everyone else pretty stalled out, and Dodge is overwhelmed by some util. That is so awkward. I mean, sure, they throw that ult away. They still have 4 other ones, but it's not like you can proactively use a Cypher and a Sage ult. Like, something needs to happen for them to become relevant, you know? It's not like the Showstopper or the Nightfall or something.
Now at least they have that. So they've got 2 consecutive rounds where they have side opening ultimates. But look at this close positioning from
Pura
Heretics.
fielding set hai, ye round bhi gaya.
And they just don't even want to allow them to get that spike down.
Rien's tucked.
Trade ho chuka hai 4v4.
Benji and Jaw traded out for one another. Nightfall catches on the G2.
They want to get this space. They want to deny the ability for Jonah to get value from the res in this round.
Trent is already trying to re-clear that, but there's an Astra Star thrown down, which will segment it off further. They're serious about keeping G2 off A.
They are telling G2, if you try to get this res, we are going to be right there to stop you. And they want to double back. G2 have left. Valen went for a TP towards that A yard area. And now they're working their way in.
Leaf needs to find a way to get some form of mid-control. At least the sheer wall's out of the picture, right? Benji's down, so that connector wall won't come up.
Oh, ace! Bhai sahab, ace le liya bhai, maza aa gaya.
I'm just stunned. They are absolutely 100% committed to we need to get this res. That sightline is completely open.
Couldn't make it any easier.
I mean, look what happens when you try to swing into this Odin. You're just getting stalled up by
nice
bullets,
yaar,
lined up.
Kya baat hai.
How else are they supposed to take back control with this comp?
Let's go, ace.
Yes. Fuck yes.
Hey, can't catch my boy Weber with the bleep. Bro, too slick with it. Okay, it is crunch time for G2 now. We had raised eyebrows coming into this map anyway. It's been the sole flaw in G2's map pool. But they opt to, what, ban a map coming into this series at their 3 and they ban the Sunset. I know it's been a great map for Heretics traditionally, right? But that opens them up to this Corrode pick and Heretics windmill slam it.
I mean,
yeah, more than happy to come
hoping, I guess, that Heretics, it's just not something they'll lean into, or G2 feeling really confident in the comp they've got this time for the 4th different switch. I don't know, but either way, I think Team Heretics have, at least it's looking like right now, have exploited this hole in G2's map pool to get an early leg up in this series. They've got nothing rolling on attack.
ये सब क्या हो रहा है भाई? क्या खेल रही है टीम हेरेटिक्स? मैं बहुत खुश हूँ मैं.
And if there's one thing Heretics do best and love to do, it is to fight.
Ace 4K ऐसा खेल रहे जैसे रैंक मैच है उन लोगों का.
They'll fight you with the traffic lights. They'll fight you on your front doorstep. All theirs, as it turned out. So what is the plan?
World Cup champions on fire, यार बिल्कुल.
To overcome this disgusting hold, this Odin play.
Match point हो ही जाएगा. इनका eco round है. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
A couple players hold it for a bit, and now Minibu feels it's time to leave. Hasn't been any sound. Work the map elsewhere. Leaf attempting to lurk up mid.
That's new. It's probably one of the first times on the attack side G2 have gotten this much penetration through mid and presence in connector. Valorant is taking liberties.
G2 who again, their economy is cracked. They're never getting the spike down. They're never getting extra cash. They just have to keep going in with these miserable half buys. And half, I feel like, is generous.
Valorant looking to cut up the site. This is going to favor now that Stinger play. It's going to allow G2 to function with this weaker weaponry. There's Horn, sees Wolf right in front of them, catches on the 2.
Oh.
It's so dirty! On a dime!
Let's go, yaar. Come on.
G2 into silence. And now Leaf has to give up some of that mid control. Doesn't want to tangle with Minibu, and who would? Needs to link up now with Trent. It's 2 sheriffs, but I'm sorry, this town ain't big enough for these 2 teams. And G2 looks like they're the ones that are going to get booted out at sunrise. They have to test this Nebula before it fades away, or Rians will make mincemeat of them. This isn't a fair fight. This is looking more like an extinction event.
This Team Heretics defense, it has that raw aggressive element that they're known for. It's had a lot of great first kills from Minibu, but there is also this depth as far as the strategy with having these trap plays. There have been a couple of these now, and G2 have just been utterly destroyed by them.
And they've been searching for answers. That prior timeout at the end of round 19 has to come to fruition now to keep G2 in this map. A stellar defense side, but nothing to write home about on the attack. Completely shut down.
Ek aur round,
using their ults to no avail for what might be their last round. They only have the neural theft left with Leaf. And meanwhile, you take a look at the ult economy for Team Heretics, 1 away from Seal Garden, 1 away from Nightfall. Those could be relevant in this match point round.
This ult preference tells me everything I need to know about G2's master plan. They're trying to get Jorg with a showstopper, give them a way to explosively break onto a site instead of being held in place, locked down, and just sprayed.
That showstopper had no value the last time they used it. He was fully isolated from the rest of the pack.
I suggest user error there as well.
With ease, yeah.
Jorgamo, high highs, and sometimes finds himself in the doldrums, the worst moments. It's a very belated re-clear of this B main area that's set up for a crossfire.
It's as you were saying, they want to get him that orb pawn over the top. Both players shoot it, so G2 well aware that they are going to be faced down by multiple players. It won't just be one they can push off and collect that orb. And they'll give it to Jaw with ease. No, and now it's the pivot towards A.
Please.
They're so divided across the
low to hai.
Unexpected.
Nice trade ho gaya.
Spray through the smoke and recover things somewhat.
That hits 3, the Nightfall.
Neural theft in play though. That gets popped by Leaf. Some valuable information now for G2 as Trent gets the plant down. Yes, Nightfall's in play, but that slow orb stops Heretics from capitalizing.
Everyone from G2 just routed out of the site. The spike is planted for them on that link side. Rians gets the haunt back. Minibu has a single flash, a couple util pieces.
Flashing in, Minibu lit. Leaf steps up for a moment. There's still some Astra Stars to deploy, and Boo is going to get things set up now for this retake from Heretic.
They
step up, and Jonah and Leaf are able to cut them down. It's
and
G2 get a lifeline in this first map. It's anything but pretty, but effective, sure enough.
It is the very first time they are able to crack that Team Heretics defense. And honestly, if you looked at the minimap 5 seconds before they got the spike down, you would not have thought that they were going to do it.
And it's simple. Valen smokes in there, TPs across into the corner, occupies that space, they get a plant, and they fall off. Make use of that fade util.
That was all on Valen being able to make that play, get that entry kill onto Benji Fishy. And the rest of Heretics still needing to take some time to rotate on this map where the rotates are so long. Still trying to work towards the showstopper of
They're going to fight for it. Minibu is not going to let them have this orb for free. This could get ugly. Jonah and Jord. It's the fake of the smoke. A trade. Join the game. Showstopper in the ready. Benji goes over his head. The trade is good for it. Another missed showstopper.
BB4 Odin hai yaar, come on. Odin hai.
And win that fight in A main.
Rians takes a hell of a lot of damage and just needs to get away. Wood has made his way over towards that A site. Some reinforcements, but it's left Team Heretics entirely divided across the map. So as it stands, going to need to take some individual effort to even things up into a 3-on-3 or put them at an advantage.
Still both controllers in play for the defenders. Can buy plenty of time to make sure they stack the right site. G2 no reason not to try and play with a bit of pace now. A little bit of confidence. That can. Just early warning for Leeds in case someone is tucked up close. Barrel will now clear the way and through top mid. Heretics are getting set up for this hold.
Yeah, they have maneuvered over to this site already, but G2, they want to depart because
that's crazy.
Yeah, he's just been over here taking the space, working up towards elbow.
He's cleared it all.
20 seconds on the clock, but hey, that's going to be enough. G2, they're getting through A main for free, and they've left Leaf all the way through mid just to be a nuisance potential backstab later.
Enough money here for Heretics that this does not represent a mandatory save. Even looking ahead, to get that Steel Garden online, but Heretics here say, just how worthwhile would this really be? It looks like they're happy to stay put.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that they think it is at all. G2, after a long drought, finally string 2 rounds together. Heretics, again, had a cool little trap play there set towards main. When they send that pop flash as soon as that Nebula drops, just the pull-away star.
I mean, they've cottoned on quickly to G2 feeding ultimate orbs one after another into Jaw.
Yeah, it was a cool idea to deny them, but the straight-up duels just didn't go their way. Jaw able to capitalize, get that first.
Ambani jeetega.
And so G2 cling on now. Literally fingernails into the cliff face kind of stuff. Still have a game on their hands. Heretics though to buy up. Still have a Steel Garden now.
Reliance Gaming
playing off the site. Here's how this first engagement goes. Just a little messy. Well turned flash, and Jaw comes forward with that showstopper. Fortunate they had the third line. Stepping up there
please.
To cover for
No OT,
I want to say that showstopper as well is why Rian's got such low HP. It's hard to tell for sure, but it seemed like that did a fair bit of damage to him. Probably also contributes to that late decision just to save. Team Heretics do have a lot of money left over, actually, to buy for the final round. Even if they lose here, just on account of Boo and Woot both having 5.5K. And they're getting close to a divide as well, a cosmic divide for Boo.
This is such a classic Boo scoreline, by the way. There are always very few kills, but he only dies in rounds that like Heretics lose. Like, that's the only time that he sort of goes down. So not the kind of play to play kills. It's funny, we talk about Heretics are super aggressive, super gunplay focused. Really in your
ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स ही है अभी बस बाकियों के लिए तो मुश्किल है बहुत. नेक्स्ट मैच क्या है? आइसबॉक्स. नेक्स्ट मैच आपका लोटस.
And I mean, Benji and Rians have done more than enough here, right? Miniboo with like 5 consecutive rounds of clean first picks, got an early outlaw in hand. Played up on the extremities for contact, was very successful.
Yeah,
I was actually about to ask if Miniboo was going to block you up, and he does, getting back into this out of the timeout. They did have the cash. That's not something that they've leaned into, a scoped weapon since the early rounds of this
Odin वाला उसमें ये मस्त स्पैम करेंगे वही ना. ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स भी फालतू है, कुछ इतना अच्छा नहीं खेलते. वही उम्मीद है यार, क्या कर सकते हैं. इंडिया नाम से एक टीम है तो T1 में.
Maybe just some jump spots from Leaf.
बाकियों को तो ascension पार करके जाना पड़ेगा पूरा.
Not for G2. In the hands of Jonah. This is headed over to A. In case there's any exploration from Benji past that line of scrimmage in yard.
Pretty deep Haunt gets thrown over towards B main and now A main, so exchanged on opposite extremities as G2 attempt to move forward, have to go through the poison cloud. Rians gets out of the way of that slow orb that was just bouncing all over the place.
You've got to respect the Odin, of course.
काश ऐसा ही हो जाता कोई मतलब इंडियन प्लेयर वगैरह कोई टॉप टीम में खेले तो उस टीम को भी सपोर्ट करने में मजा आता कि अपने इंडिया का प्लेयर है.
They haven't really looked to take mid either. It's pretty tentative play for Valen.
इंडियन प्लेयर्स सिर्फ पबजी और फ्री फायर में प्रो है. हमारे इधर वेलोरेंट के प्रो तो है बट इतने ज्यादा नहीं कि TRX फिर ये सब टीम के आगे टिक पाए. अलग ही लेवल होता है ग्लोबल में. इनफैक्ट पबजी वगैरह में भी ग्लोबल लेवल में अलग ही होता है. चाइनीज प्लेयर, कोरियन प्लेयर अलग ही.
G2's still got to get moving. This is map point. Now, less than 30 seconds in the round. God, if they got to walk into all these Vice utility, it's going to be a disaster.
20 seconds, they have to get through 2 Thorns right now. They're getting sold out. There's an Odin here as well, and the Steel Garden. There's no way, man. It's 15 seconds. How can they do this?
अरे जीत गए. टीम हियर टिक जीत गए. प्लांट नहीं होगा. Come on. प्लांट नहीं हुआ. Let's go 4 kill Minibu. Let's go. ये दुमका ना ये. भाई बेंजी ने क्या खेला है. बेंजी वर्ल्ड क्या बोलते हैं EWC चैंपियंस. लेट्स गो. टोल्ड यू TH. हाँ ना यार, मैं तो न्यूट्रल हूँ दोनों टीम में से, मतलब कोई भी. बट TH में जो बेंजी फिशी मिनीबू वगैरह है ना उनके लिए यार मुझे तब बहुत बुरा लगा था जब EMEA स्टेज 2 में निकल गए थे लोग हार के. तब बुरा लगा था. वर्ल्ड कप चैंपियन. भाई क्या खेला है. गेट अप. बेबी देखो. बोल एनवी किधर गया. एनवी जीतू को सपोर्ट कर रहा है ना. तोड़ो भाई.
यस
मैं तो बोलती तोड़ दो.
Now that I'm a mom,
मैं तो यार न्यूट्रल हूँ फिर भी मतलब.
they let everyone in my family choose different plans. We get what we want and we save money. Love that for me.
लग रहा है जिंक्स करना पड़ेगा. जिंक्स करूंगा भर के.
ये देखो. चैट बिल्कुल ओपन है. आप लोग कूद सकते हो.
चलो जिंक्स कर रहे हैं शुरू. अभी
देख रहे हो
ये जीतेगी
भाई. लेट्स गो यार. क्या जीते हैं पहला वाला. हाँ वैसे 1 सेकंड देना मैं आई. तब तक लाइक करो गाइस. ये एनवी जिंक्स करने में तुला हुआ है. टीम हियर टिक्स को अभी बता दे रही हूँ आपको.
If you want to win, you have to win against the best.
So looking for revenge.
अब स्टार्ट होने में 3 से 4 मिनट लगेगा. सब लोग बोल रहे हैं ओडिन ने जिता दिया मैच
आ गई मैं
Hey guys, Mika here, and I'm with the
Okay,
CEO of Team
match
Heretics.
start हो रहा है
Now, congratulations by the
Time
way
खत्म हो
on
गया
that defensive half. That was nearly perfect. I wanted to know about the map veto because we had Corrode and Lotus, and these are maps that Team Heretics doesn't really play that often, especially the Lotus on the VCT stage. So, was this all according to plan?
Yeah, pretty much. We had a good map pool coming in through the group stage. We didn't play great in playoffs. We simply just didn't have time to play Corrode. So we really worked hard on it, and yeah, we're confident in every other map in the map pool, especially now the Icebox is gone. So yeah, that was what it was for. We saved it for our champions, and I'm glad we showed it. And the same with Lotus. Like, we've got a lot of prepping on Lotus too, so it's a really good vehicle for us.
Well, excited to see what you guys have prepared on Lotus. So good luck, and make sure you flash that jersey loud and proud.
I can't believe Neil Zeno has a picture of Tom Biz on his jersey.
It's crazy. I'm everywhere nowadays.
Yeah, you must be really proud of that, Tom.
Of course, of course.
Welcome back, Doug as well. Any plans to go to Tom's barber?
I hope not. I hope not. I'm hoping I'm
I'll be honest
still
with you,
okay.
Doug. It's not a choice.
Yeah,
You're just gonna wake up one
brother,
morning.
I'm hanging on for dear life. I'm counting the days. I gotta get out of esports before it happens.
Well, do you know what was a choice? Re-ends without Odin. If we take a look at the HyperX reflex moment of the day, there was a lot of Odin moments, but Doug, honestly, this was just unbelievable.
Oh yeah, this takes the cake. I mean, and I love the way they played it from the beginning. You saw Jogmo dies early, and they were hellbent on refusing to let G2 even get into a position to res, and then they think they're finally safe, they can bring their star back into the game, and then re-ends happens.
I'll be honest, you picked the wrong half of this duo to come up here and talk about this, because Mitch is the Odin enjoyer, I am the Odin hater, and I do not like that worked that well.
I love the Odin. I'm a big fan of that Odin. But we saw a lot of Odins obviously on this map. It just feels like the thing that everybody wants to see. But also, we wanted Benji to step it up, and Tom, that's exactly what we got.
Oh, he had an incredible map. That's the thing. When this team is in form, a lot of it feels like his Sentinel play is such a pivotal part. You can have aggression elsewhere, you can have these riskier plays, but you need this man to be a safe pair of hands. And what he was doing was just such wonderful repositioning, making all of these fights so favorable to him. But then when you put him in a position to hit the shot, he was landing it.
The pathing that he took there on that play, and I mean, you were right. And those are the kind of plays that you'd expect out of someone like Benji Fishy, right? Like when you know you're playing against the likes of G2, you kind of forget about some of their woes in the past, and he stepped up in a huge, I mean, just look at the numbers.
You know you did a good job when Weber drops a Benji Benjamin David Fish. But let's hear what Josh RT had to say ahead of map 2.
Mika here once again with Josh RT of G2. Now, Josh, we noticed a few changes in the composition over there in the previous map. We did see the Raze and the Cypher. Why the change? No more Yoru?
No more Yoru. I figured, you know, with Alex or Jogamo, his Raze ability, like, why not throw it in there? We saw some inspiration from C9, actually. We're like, hey, actually, the Raze is kind of nice. Fortunately, we didn't show the best phase with our attack side. And I would just kind of attribute to, like, you know, first game nerves, you know, a little bit of like, oh, let's make sure we're speeding up a little bit in these moments. Not often did I see like a 20-second execute, so that's not what we're fully known for nowadays. But yeah, like, we like the comp, but you know, they had a better show.
Are we expecting more changes? Are we seeing Trent not on the Teo in the next map?
I mean, you guys will see soon, but yeah, I think Trent will be on Teo.
Oh man, I love that teaser. Thank you so much for that, and good luck to you guys.
Of course, Trent is going to be on Tejo on Lotus, and this is where we should not see any uncomfortability from G2, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little concerned with how some of Josh responded to the questions about how their attack side, they aren't necessarily known for burning down the clock, but that when they do historically play a bit slowly, we are going to get Trent insta-locking the Tejo.
Trent ने Tejo ले लिया है.
Oh, wow, I didn't even
Wood
see that.
ने chamber ले लिया है भाई, क्या बात है?
I like the fact that we're seeing that. I think the double initiator now ducking out. That was something that they ran before. Benji locking in the deadlock as well would be a cool little addition. One side of the map locked out, the other side going to be incredibly aggressive. And a player we've known for his sort of burst bullet accuracy and flair, picking up that chamber. Well, they're definitely bringing fire into the map, whether it works or not. It's something completely different.
Yeah, to be seen. Honestly, I love Deadlock. Yes, technically a Sentinel, but I think Deadlock feels so much stronger on the attacking side. And so, I honestly, I love this comp for Heretics. I love that they're starting on attack. I love that they're going to be pushing G2
इससे अच्छा आप एक नई मूवी आई हुई है लव इन वियतनाम वाला देख लेते और एक मूवी है उसका नाम आई थिंक मैं थोड़ा सा भूल गई हूँ बट इसमें प्रीत कमानी है कितना इमोशनल था वो मूवी अरे 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 हंसी आई कि नहीं फिर है क्या अरे अरे असली फीलिंग से आ गई थी सॉरी आपको सपोर्ट करना था ना मगरमच्छ क्या कितना इमोशनल मूवी था यार गाना देखो आप लोग तैयार पुराना गाना है ये पुराना वर्जन सुनना मैं तो बोलती हूँ एक्टिंग फालतू तो लेकिन उनका
it's one of those ones that feels risky. Like, you're very reliant on both Miniboo and Wu having good performances. If they do, if it's like the last map, they could absolutely destroy G2.
ऐसे मूवीज बने हैं यार ऐसे मूवीज बने हैं ट्रस्ट मी मतलब ऐसे स्टोरी वाले मूवी बने हैं जिसमें मतलब वो लड़की का थोड़ा याददाश्त ऐसे करके बने हैं लव इन वियतनाम देखना आप लोग या फिर परम सुंदरी भी बहुत अच्छी मूवी है अगर आपको रोम कॉम मूवी पसंद है ना ज़्यादा कॉमेडी है उसमें परम सुंदरी तो देखना ही चाहिए
So now we kind of get that renewed. It's crazy to think back to how things were then. But I mean, thinking back a little less far, that Korod game for G2, not convincing.
हाँ मैं सुना है कॉपी है सैयारा हाँ ऐसे मूवी बहुत है यार जिसमें मतलब ऐसा ही होता है या तो बीमार पड़ जाता है ऐसा टाइप का वो सबसे ज़्यादा अच्छा तो वो विवाह मूवी है शायद कुछ पुरानी वाली क्या स्टोरी है परम सुंदरी की चेन्नई एक्सप्रेस की मतलब वो बोल सकते हो थोड़ा वो वर्जन कॉमेडी बहुत है साउथ की लड़की इधर का लड़का मतलब दिल्ली वगैरह का लड़का तो कैसे मतलब कॉमेडी बहुत है मजा आएगा मैं देखती हूँ मुझे अच्छा लगा है मूवी एंडिंग थोड़ा सा मतलब और मतलब वो हो सकता था बट कॉमेडी सीन्स बहुत प्यारे हैं एक दोस्त भी है मतलब जो सिद्धार्थ मल्होत्रा परम बना हुआ है ना तो उसका एक दोस्त भी है बहुत कॉमेडी सीन्स है हाँ क्या देखता हूँ कल देखो पछताओगे नहीं अगर आपको चेन्नई एक्सप्रेस वाली वाइब पसंद है तो ये पसंद आएगी आपको अरे G2 वाले शुरू हो गए Come on Benji Fishy
This is going to be tough on Jonah. The wide swing is crazy, but Friends can't get the trade. I don't know how he gets away with that one.
मारो मैं तो परम सुंदरी देखती अच्छा है ना एंडिंग थोड़ा सा और यू नो मतलब हो सकता था।
Nice, W.
चेन्नई एक्सप्रेस तो एक नंबर मूवी थी। हाँ, तो वैसा टाइप का ही है। और इसमें कॉमेडी सीन्स बहुत प्यारे, बहुत।
Just spam the wall. Yeah, just that sheriff high bullet pen.
I think Heretics looked really contained there. In a post-plant scenario or trying to trend towards
ये देखो।
Jesus, guys, some decorum, please.
क्या हुआ?
दोनों ब्रेड के साथ लड़ाई कर।
Gladiators in there. Balance pushed up on. Oh, that's not good at all.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
नेट से ही उठा लिया गया।
Honestly,
paint shell, baby.
Feels like some karma for seeing Leaf hitting so many early grab. That's when he plays Deadlock. That's over on
Let's go, guys.
Blind.
Let's go.
Won't be seeing that today, but it deserved justified in a way, honestly.
Snarled up. Absolutely nowhere to go. Now,
मैं तो next ये मूवी देखूंगी, Love in Vietnam.
B-Main. Obviously one of the few teams that bring Tejo onto this map, or any map still, RG2.
I mean, worth noting that Heretics are continuing their streak of just having cool little util combo plays that are getting a lot of value in this series. It only took 2 rounds for one to be activated here.
Yep.
I mean, kind of the oldest one in the book, really. The nade with a thing that makes people not move. But it works.
That is the most circuitous way of saying immobilizing you.
एक साथ push कर दे तो ये भी
Another grab net here that came back online.
ओ मार दिया भाई। सैयारा देख के लेकिन याद आ गई है।
Set up by Waterfall. Sees on the route inside the smoke and eventually catches.
Nice. Trade हो गया।
Stray one has to rendezvous one out of there.
Low enemy.
Recover the stinger, wants to throw
और
it
एक
over
निकाल
the
देते
Boo, and in the
हैं।
midst
Oh,
of trying
Jogomo
to
ने
just
भी
be
मारा,
a
क्या
good
बात है।
teammate. He gets shot for it. How sad is that?
Put your body on the line out there. I don't want to hear otherwise. This time G2 far more proactive across the map despite the loss of Leaf early in the round.
GG.
So Valen pushed up, got that mound control.
2-0.
Obviously this is...
I can't help myself.
That's a little combo.
Me, bro, is going nowhere in a hurry. Oh.
ये बढ़िया फ्रैग निकाला था लेकिन
There's a guardian COVID, bro.
कॉम्बो का मस्त है।
That's
really pretty important.
Get some easy kills afterwards, clean them up. But hey, Heretics, they'll be content with that. Spike down, 1 kill. And also, definitely instills a little bit of fear about playing at C main early, I'll tell you that. But now they've got the full buy going. Still with that outlaw.
Leave. Witness protection program. He's moved. He's in a different postcode.
Hit Valen. He teleports immediately. He TP'd right away. As does Woot when he's getting pressured.
Stunned up by that special delivery. Able to rendezvous out of trouble, and G2 have maintained this foothold here, forward on rubble. They're going to want to fight for it, and Woot had best have his wits about him.
And he just wants to make sure he's looking in the right direction. Valen going to have to deal with everyone from Heretics coming through. He's ready for it.
Guys, क्या हो रहा है ये?
Those players are so weak, in serious danger of just getting one shot by the Guardian to the body.
कहाँ देख रहे? कहाँ देख रहे? इधर देख।
Heretics are going to be pretty sure on options. Jogamo's been dealt with.
क्या हो रहा है ये?
B-Main though,
क्या हो रहा है?
not the safe passage the Heretics might be hoping.
Nice.
They're going to go for this now. Hordes will eat Valen's crosshair placement for breakfast.
Leaf spotted out, so they know there's a player with a bucket and waterfall. Leaf won't have an opportunity to get a better weapon. Team Heretics can absolutely still win this if they play at range. It's stingers, it's a shotgun.
There's a lot of angles to watch for, and they don't know the status of halls, Heretics. Now though, G2 showing themselves in waterfall. Guided Salvo to try and clear the side, but Woot is obviously sat up on that box. Ready to give this space up, shouldn't be required as Leaf. Some early information, maybe a triple swing coming out, and here comes an avalanche of G2
bonus
players.
round भी G2 को ही मिल गया।
Get themselves their third.
Man, Leaf ends up doing a great job there, just baiting himself for his teammates to be able to swing. That was really well done. Prior to that, some good anchoring from Valen. Jogs right into backside to support.
Some pep in their step a little bit after a bit of a crushing end to Corrode.
It was really nothing crazy. It's just the G2 players killing them at the choke, denying them on that entry.
And a little thing, but that stealth drone for Trent gets so far down through B main. Notice that Woot was constantly looking back. They didn't have any coverage of that part of the map, and he was never truly looking secure in that A lobby area.
Some shards here.
Odin शुरू हो गया guys.
Opportunity for G2 to extend
Let's
the
go,
lead,
Odin time.
extend the economy. Of course, they've got the Odin online. Last time they played Lotus, they were running 2 Odins on defense just to spite NRG.
They might spring out and fight here. Guided Salvo used already just to slow that rubble push down. Jonah hit with a paranoia. Miniboo is hot on his heels. The Prowler doesn't slow him down for a second. He gets his crosshair set, but re-enters the second wave, then steps up with the Sheriff. Jordan wants to fight out in the open. He's down for it. Flash through the wall to follow up the clone might be the play. But G2 have a good opportunity to slow the game down. Boo revealed as that screen comes down. And with the last one to step up with nothing but the big iron.
4-0 चलो ये इको राउंड था टीम हेरेटिक्स के लिए कोई दिक्कत नहीं है गाइस लाइक करो फटाफट कम ऑन क्यों नहीं हो रहे लाइक हैं
I do want to say it's of note that on this map specifically G2 their defensive win rate 62% and attack it's at 47%. They win this map all the time and it comes down to their defense. They still are below 50% on attack despite winning this map constantly. So they really are reliant on putting together a number of rounds here.
Kind of bucks the trend of sometimes what we see on this Lotus map or any three-side maps. Miniboo here, someone who we've had limited opportunity to highlight in this map. King of Opens on Corrode. This time has had the book shut in his face for each of these last 5 rounds.
Root's got this operator trying to post up towards B main. Might honestly have an opportunity. It looks like Leaf was jumping
तो मुझे स्टॉक कर रहा है कौन आपको स्टॉक कर रहा है कौन स्टॉक कर रहा है बताओ
The disgusting off angle, isn't it? Here's the Nightfall.
And then the salvos
देखो कोई वो
push Heretics back. That keeps Jonah alive.
Conjuring देख लो आप इसी
Nightfall
मौके
his
पे
life and the space is retained.
Haunt re-clears that rubble space on A and gives G2 the window now to fall back to more defensive positions.
That was some really
ऑपरेटर दोनों
excellent
साइड
play
है
with the
जॉगोमो पे
utility
भी
by the two
ऑपरेटर है
G2
और इधर
initiators
वुड
in
पे
that
भी ऑपरेटर
situation.
है
Very well done.
They both, of course, have that safe info gain. Stealth throw.
ओ भाई थोड़ा सा क्या एंगल होल्ड करके रखा है भाई लीफ ने
And now the 3 remaining Heretics players scrambling to get up towards Rebel side. G2 know what's going on. Jaws pushed all the way out of sight.
क्या एंगल होल्ड किया है भाई
Doesn't have any info to play off of yet. Paranoia here in a baby
Operator
doll.
down.
Balamon heavy hands for more than he buys.
अरे अरे
He bent the house on it.
IV3
कंजूरिंग तो बोरिंग है इतना हॉरर नहीं लगता है मुझे इस बार का और हॉरर नहीं है लोग बोल रहे हैं अक्कर बक्कर बम्बे बम्बे
मजा नहीं आया इस बार
एनवी ने तो फर्स्ट डे फर्स्ट शो देख ली थी घर में
नहीं
ये देखो हल्का सा फाइनली ब्रेड को खाने लगे वो लोग भाई
That's just to keep him alive and control that space. But it was all worth it. It was all worth it. That was some really, really lovely team play.
उन्होंने भी रिचुअल कर रहे हैं मैं बता रही हूँ बोला होगा जब तक ये स्कोर नहीं होगा हम लोग खाएंगे
नहीं नहीं बहुत पुराने वाले सारे देख लिए नया वाला नहीं
देखा they were missing, you know, was a bit more of that trash talk, a bit more of that flavor.
For all their success they'd had coming into this year, they were considered to be pretty low key.
अब लग रहा है थोड़ा सा कमबैक होगा टीम हेरेटिक्स का कमबैक होगा थोड़ा सा
maybe they weren't always in the game.
कम ऑन टीम हेरेटिक्स न्यू वाला कैसा है बोला है इतना ज्यादा हॉरर नहीं है अगर हिंदी में देख रहे हो तो बिल्कुल नहीं देखना चाहिए क्योंकि उधर भूत आने पे जो मतलब वो मंत्र पढ़ते वो अक्कड़ बक्कड़ बम्बे बोल रहे हिंदी डब में
actually, you know, sort of saying that he really had become fixated on chasing the trophy.
और इंग्लिश में भी मतलब इतना मतलब खतरनाक मतलब नहीं बनाया
After that weak performance at Masters.
लोगों का ऐसा रिव्यू है मैंने भी देखा नहीं है हिंदी में बस अक्कड़ बक्कड़ बम्बे वो है सबसे अच्छा तो बना था द कर्स ऑफ लायोरोना बहुत अच्छा बना था बहुत कंज्यूरिंग मतलब हॉरर सीरीज में और वेरोनिका भी
fast attempt to get out of rubble that will
इतनी
succeed.
अच्छी
G2
फ्रेंचाइज
no
की बात
real interest
लगा दी
on
कंज्यूरिंग
this
की
side
हाँ
of the
हिंदी डब
map
में
at
हुआ
the
है ये
moment.
अक्कड़ बक्कड़ बम्बे वो कर रहे
Outside of the Odin from Leaf, one of 2 defensive Odins that will be frustrating to the utmost extent.
Such
Team Heretics.
Gentlemanly play.
हाँ अभी हेरेटिक्स का वो राउंड है इको राउंड है
It's just a solo explore here for Boo. Safe over towards that rubble area. Looks like Heretics want to wait this one way out. Set up a spot here to play off for Woot. Got to be a little intricate and around like this for Heretics as you are under
ओ जोगो मैंने डोर खोल के भाई
George just has a peek. Benji is the
कई
one that gets picked off.
It was a lot of
ऑपरेटर से
damage
ही
dealt
मार दिया
from Valen as well, so Miniboo Very low on
Nice
HP.
double.
Boo has retained this space forward on Rubble. He's been playing off one of those sonic sensors.
Trained info there, but
दो रिंग ले लिया
और तो मेरे को एग्जॉस्ट लगता है ऐसा क्या?
अगर तुमको है ना सबसे कॉमेडी में देखनी है ना हॉरर तो कंचना देख लो
हाँ कंचना
I'll take the Odin. I will take the Odin in this situation.
Worst
Three players
comedy.
don't really care.
Yeah, Leaf against Sheriff's here. Sees Miniboo coming. Nicely done.
Nice
Headhunter for Woot. Lives up to his name. Trent now might need to play a little safer for the time being. Buy a little time for Jonah to join. It's another Odin, of course, on the site. Now Heritage is going to try and find a safe place to get this plant down. Ariens is getting an outline drawn of him through the masonry.
G2 allow that plant. It doesn't really matter. They're just going to wait for the rest of the team to get there. Dimensional drift to try and ensure a safe retake in this 4-on-3.
Yeah, Jaw sees a heck of a lot from his Riens. He's out into the sunlight. Quite the opposite, playing from the dark cover. Is felled by the shorty of Jaw.
मुझे तो उसका गुस्सा हॉरर लगता है ऐसा क्या?
Side rounds.
Heading into this, we really had no idea what to expect from Team Heretics. They haven't played Lotus at all.
5-0.
मैं तो खुद 12 बजे के बाद मैं खुद मंदिर का बन
unorthodox double senti
क्या walk पे निकल
chamber.
जाती है?
I mean, this is only the second time Root has played chamber this year.
हाँ ऐसा ही है ऐसा क्या खौफ जरूरी है डरना जरूरी है
One pick so far hasn't been able to get a ton of value from it.
ब्रेड खा लिए भाई ये लोगों ने
rock solid.
खा रहे वो लोग
And Doug honestly mentioned on the desk that he likes this double senti look quite a lot on the attack side. I think he was talking to the deadlock as well. Heretics can get those solid post plants, but David stopped before the sites constantly, much like G2 suffered on Kuro.
Balon spams away from the door.
हाँ
Oh my God!
ऐसे ही भाई स्मोक में मारते मारते मार दिया कई से स्मोक में ऐसे रैंडम मारते ही मार दिया
Heretics have all 5 ultimates.
हाँ 5 अल्टीमेट है
in this specific round.
Tour de force was set for some value there, but Trent respects the
अभी
long
सारे
sideline
एक
towards
डाउन
Rubble,
हो गए
forcing a bit more of a
खत्म हो जाएगा
readjustment here
करीब
from Woods.
I mean, we are yet to even see a situation where this deadlock can thrive on attack, which is really going to be in those post plants, disrupting floods and retakes coming in.
Well, Wood is definitely away from the safety.
Hold them to the
trademark
creep.
here. That rendezvous, rather.
एक ट्रेन का
Obviously,
पिक
with
और
that
इधर
audio
ट्रेड हो
cue of the
जाएगा
ultimate
आराम
being
से
used, G2 know they're going up against an AWP.
So
they're not giving to. They're not going to give anything to Root, right? I mean, and this is just frustrating as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, clock really getting burnt now. We're heading to 30 seconds, and Heretics don't have any critical map control yet.
Yeah, now the door is activated because Team Heretics want to make it seem like maybe they're going towards A, but no, it's going to be a pivot
की
towards
तरफ
A.
जा रहे हैं ओए ओडिन स्पैम What the hell?
Now Wood gets lit up on the side. Jaw waiting for them to push through. I don't know how this is going to go down. Shorty spam. Jonah though is caught by the crab net. Wood gets purchased. Stinger. And Miniboo not quick enough for Valen. He's had 2 massive
भाई
kills
क्या
in
हो
this
रहा है
round.
इसमें हैं
Now the post plant, all well and good, but ideally you have an even
flawless होने वाला है
नहीं होगा जॉन ये
अच्छा हाँ जॉन हो गया
खुद ही कर रहा है भाई अनवी देख लो वन बचाओ मिल गया एक
quick step sidestep gets him out and
मतलब
gets the kill against Wood. Stunned up briefly in time is anything but on his side. Benji comes around.
नाइस एक राउंड मिल गया लेट्स गो बहुत बोर हो रहा है कौन लड़की भी नहीं है बात करने के लिए हैं
तो हम किससे बात करें तुमको लड़का बना दिया देखा मैंने देख लो अभी ये लोग ऐसा कर रहे हैं मैं नहीं बोल
This is G2 having to fight a retake against the double senti of Heretics.
मुझे
favors them there. Wood just has a stinger and a tour de force to work with.
I'm just wondering how many rounds might it take for Heretics
Big boss
on this hack
कैमरा किधर
when
इधर
they
अच्छा
swap to
कैमरा
defense
तो
where
नहीं है
G2 are
मोबाइल का
less
सेल्फी
favored
कैमरा
on
गाइस
attack. They're worse
हर्ट हो
half
रहा है
by
मुझे
the
बिग बॉस
numbers.
ब्रो बना दिया आपको है ना ब्रो या ब्रो क्या हाल भाई के गाड़ी तेरा भाई चलाएगा
Wood has picked up this
भाईजान
operator after finding success with
आप
the ult,
लोग
and again,
ने तो
this
जेंडर ही
hits in
चेंज कर
towards C.
दिया
Balon under a lot of danger, just needs to escape.
गाड़ी तेरा भाई चलाएगा
Showstopper there was hit with the paranoia in the way in, and now a nightfall. Balon the only
ये
player caught
ब्रो
by that.
ये
Jonah forces Wood
गाड़ी
off the
तेरा
line
भाई
with the
चलाएगा
prowler.
चाबी
Now
दे
he can hold it, get into tree once more with the Odin, with the actions here at C.
Team Heretics can't really take much more space though. They've already committed both of their ultimates just to getting the spike down. Pulse control, and G2 have an Armageddon for this retake.
And that barrier comes down pretty quickly. Armageddon now
Discord में भाईजान का डिस्कशन हो रहा था
ओह क्या बात है टीम Heretics भाई
That is premium anchoring from the EMEA squad.
They play to the 1 out. And they win out all of those duels.
क्या बात है यार क्या बात है आप और एनवी तो भाई बहन जैसे हैं मेरे लिए ऐसा क्या ओह माय गॉड मुझे लगा भाई भाई लिखा है आपने मैंने 2 बार ही पढ़ा फिर चेक कर
ये देख
अभी मैं एनिमल मूवी वाली रणबीर कपूर बन जाती बच गई मैं
And despite G2 being up 6-0, look at the state of their money. They're into this round with a hero rifle, a judge, and a guardian.
मेरे पे वो वाला मीम जो भेजा था ना मैंने बड़ा सूट करता है किसको मिल रहे प्रिंसेस ट्रीटमेंट इधर मेरे दोस्त लोग मुझे ब्रो बनाने में लगे हुए मेरे तो लड़कियां फ्रेंड्स ब्रो है सही है यार
दीप को निकाल
एनिमल तो बहुत क्रेजी मूवी है मैंने नहीं देखा मुझे बस रील वगैरह से पता है कि
नहीं मत देखो
हाँ देखूंगी
वो इसकी तरह है चेनसॉ मैन की तरह है समझ लो
After 40 seconds of straight audio, Team Heretics have cut noise.
Next
towards the safe side. They wait out for Boo to actually break that stealth drone. It's just Trent, playing towards A and no longer.
Yeah. He was pinged out there.
I come back for our team here. Let's go.
Horn has to be cleared, so that will show Jonah P here in this corner.
आपको तो देखना चाहिए एनिमल ना
Guardian doesn't quite have the flexibility to get him out of that
रील से जितना देखा उतना काफी है वो जो पूरा कुछ ओडिन जैसा मशीन गन लेके आचन वैली वे ऐसे करके जा रहा है नाइस वन यार वुड नाइस 6-3 लेट्स गो
Coming to life in this game on attack.
अपन बनेंगे रेड
Trolling the map, cutting off rotates.
रेड फ्लैग बनेंगे सीधा
Making it hard for Trent to get that passive, safe info on the A side.
What a kill to find here, though.
ऐसे कौन पिक देता है भाई स्मोक के थ्रू पे एनिमल जाने तो आप कबीर सिंह देखो कबीर सिंह भी मैंने नहीं देखी है
Maybe that made it even better, honestly. That the jump made no sense.
Guardian's definitely not built for that.
No, not ideal in the 1v4.
वो तो और मत देखो
किसने टच किया
They are halfway to making up this total, but they're going to be seized off the rips, so slowed right on down. And as G2 now a chance to send a Paranoid in to further disrupt them.
कबीर सिंह तो जी मूवी है ऐसा क्या
Spam through from Jonah.
वो सिर्फ दिल टूटने वालों के बाद देख
That it ended up being from the point of view of those Heretics players.
Yeah, just there with a smattering of damage. Boo as well. They can shrug that off though and get back to business. So far,
I was going to say, Boo does have this ultimate to teleport into the site, gain some information, and off that distraction. Team Heretics can
हमारी आवाज बीच में कटती थोड़ी
क्या इससे कट रही है मैं ब्रो बन गई तो आवाज कट रही है अभी
which is being exploited by Jaw. He's pushed all the way behind them with the AWP.
He's gonna go for it anyway, by the looks of things. Okay, trademark to stop a backstab on
Team
them.
के titles मिल गए guys. The bro streamer.
And Jaw heard him run away, so he's pushing up. Heretics are being flanked by an offing Yoru at the moment.
Valentine on the site. Jonah not able to reach them. It's only Wood out of the mix, but Trent from upper gets the job done. It's dirty work, but someone's gonna do it. Playing in the side. Spike recovered by Riens, making his way forward. It's Boo sat back inside Tree. And G2 have a chance now to contain this Heretics squad.
They do have that paranoia to play off of. It's in the hands of Boo. Maybe that can be the tool to victory, but Jaw's been on
this
nice.
He's too good. Riens
अरे नहीं यार NT
flutters by.
7-3.
And that 3-round streak of Heretics is put to bed.
Jaw just got so much map control alone on that round by being pushed all the way out B. Team Heretics were surrounded this entire time that they were maneuvering towards A. To those 20-30 seconds before planting. Trent right here, this was the perfect moment, throws down those missiles. Players forced into the open, two-piece was lovely. Could always trust Trent to have a good game when he's on the Tejo.
Yeah, I mean, obviously someone who abused it extensively for G2 during his heyday, and even after those changes, still found ways.
One of the only teams in the world that still play it.
Couple of maps where it pops up. Example of how those guided salvos can really be utilized. Who gets chomped on here? Forced to TP away from rubble.
And he does throw an early smoke over towards B heaven, so that definitely implies
Operator
Heretics have
दोनों
ideas of
साइड
getting
में
into
है
this
बट
B side.
बहुत
But with the
अच्छा
wall
चला
going
रहा है.
down,
Let's go.
exposed, isolated in the site.
He felt like he had to play ahead of that smoke, so puts himself in an odd off angle. Trent's just trying to go to work on the wall here, but this is the true post plant.
I was hoping Trent could have helped, but can't when that wall is thrown down. Now Jaw trying to work his way into Blue Room, does have a teammate in Jonah.
Setting up the gate crash. Oh, nice use of the clone there. Does trip the sonic sensor. Should be able to get into baby door now, but Jorg is taken down by Miniboo. It's now up to Jonah. Has to flick with the own, and it's just
nice 2v4. ये round भी team Heretics. Let's go. चलो bye Priyanka and VG and bye bye Neeraj. Thank you so much for joining.
Bye bye. Good night.
Get off this one.
Cuties तो है बाहर ऐसा क्या?
Mentioned by Buddha up, and it forces Lee forward. Puts himself in a little bit more of an exploitable position.
And then all of that util dumped towards B main, the wall. Believe there was a nade as well. So Trent, he's forced back towards that waterfall side. The Leaf is immediately overwhelmed. Doesn't even have the ability to get
save.
That's how you're always conditioned against these double senti comps on the attack side. You do not want to have to give that space up and try and flood into a side canvas with their util.
Yeah, it's that nade, that wall. Leaf caught alone. Benji Fisher does a great job there, adjusting to an off angle after being tucked in the corner right as Jonah's going in.
Nice. क्या निकाला है यार?
The Nightfall is in play for Heretics. One away from the showstopper. It's a low buy for G2. They're on the cusp of a couple ults. They could make this happen.
Oh, okay. Talon just, I don't know, hides out of sight there, but it's not exactly a rare spot to play from.
Just teleported up, I think, like right as the haunt was pinged, basically, and Woot was confident to continue holding that angle. Too confident. He's punished. But Miniboo does recover that orb, so they have the showstopper and the Nightfall to activate a site exec with.
Yeah, but there's a gate crash here for Jorgamo to get out, and he hears this showstopper coming.
Nice.
Couldn't get away. That's nuts.
4v4 trade इधर complete हो चुका है.
Setting up now. Last time we saw G2 try and flood.
Leaf भी low है.
Battered. And Nightfall used very early, and Team Heretics can't really do much off of it. Counter Nightfall going to come through from Jonah. This is going to have to get massive value. Definitely going to hit at least 2 players.
Also got itself in the back corner. That is respected, though, by Riens.
This site smoke is really great for keeping these anchors alive right now.
Yeah, G2 trying to make their win, but they've got a cross here. Miniboo's going to see a head pop up in a moment you'd expect.
एक operator है ना. Retake में operator ज़्यादा.
2 players seized there. This is dangerous. Decay down now, getting that health back.
Defuse भी करना है.
Step up. And Trent eventually falls, but it's
nice,
with that 2 versus 2. Link trying to get out through the smoke and Riens. Gives a good account of himself.
Nice. क्या बात है 7-5. क्या बात है. Let's go.
Riens again. Gives Heretics the edge they need, and it's a more than respectable half for them. 7-5.
लग तो रहा है टीम Heretics जीत सकता है क्योंकि ये मैप डिफेंडिंग साइडेड है.
For G2. And Heretics run back 5. Jordan couldn't get out in time. Miniboo too quick. And this post-plant setup was excellent. The way that Boo was controlling the site by cycling those star covers, you could see the safety that it provided for the other Team Heretics players to retain control towards Bend, to fight when G2 were flooding back in. Beautifully handled.
आज इतनी रात तक मैच चल रही है. हाँ, टेक पॉज हुआ था ना बीच में. बहुत बड़ा टेक पॉज था.
Strong showing on this next half. Put him out of this game in a 2-0.
और लंबा चलता अगर प्री मैच होते पहले मैच में.
In the audience.
क्या हो रहा है यार? टीम Heretics जीत रही है. मतलब अभी लीड में तो G2 है. एक मैच उठा लिया है टीम Heretics ने.
Nicole and Jason, Trent's parents here in Paris. So first of all, welcome to France. It's a pleasure to have you here. And the first question I wanted to ask you, Nicole, is we know how hard it can be for parents to let their children commit full-time to esports. So how and
मॉनिटर गोल कौन सी मॉनिटर लेनी है आपको यार? कोई मतलब क्या बोलते हैं अच्छा FPS वाला मॉनिटर प्राइमरी मॉनिटर गया है तो ऑब्वियसली अच्छा ही लेना पड़ेगा, सेकेंडरी होता तो 5-6 हज़ार में भी मिल जाता, बट अभी प्राइमरी है तो कम से कम 12-15 हज़ार तो लगेंगे। कुछ भी एसर का हो, फिर क्या बोलते हैं, और कौन से कंपनी का है, अच्छी कंपनी का।
Donc quand est-ce qu'elle l'a réalisé? Bah tout simplement, il nous l'a dit depuis très jeune. On a commencé à voir d'autres gens qui nous l'ont dit autour de nous, qui commencent à nous appeler, à faire des calls Zoom, etc. Donc c'est une évidence et il a fini par le prouver. And my question to you, Jason, is, you know, we see like the vibes here in the arena, everyone yelling for each kill. How do you handle the stress of seeing your son playing on the big stage?
Oh, this is a lot of stress for our family. Trent handles it very well, but we struggle with it. I'm just really proud to be Trent's dad.
And we can definitely see that. Donc comment est-ce que tu gères le stress de voir ton fils jouer sur cette arena avec tout le monde qui crie à chaque kill? Et bah tout simplement, je ne la gère pas. Mon fils le fait très bien, mais moi pas vraiment. So thank you very much. C'est merci, c'est très beau de voir ce soutien. And we're gonna see if Trent manages to get the win on this map too.
Blistering start for G2 on the defense side. White, they get out to a 6-0 lead, but it's Heretics who claw round by round back into the game. And this guy's a big part of it. Wood here, your spotlight for our Coinbase Econ report. Just an incredible showing. As soon as he started to get that attack side op in his hands, he popped off.
It helps for the economy as well when you get a bunch of kills with a free gun. That's your ultimate. I think that definitely plays a factor. Yeah, Wood really did come to life, and it's once he started opping.
Wood ने बढ़िया खेला यार,
you know, the tide began to really turn, honestly, for Heretics. But the thing I really wanted to look at coming out of this half is the fact that despite G2 being up 7-5, they only won 2 gun rounds in that entire half. That is a crazy stat. That bonus round did a lot of work for them in terms of getting in the lead and being able to maintain it by a slim margin. And now they have to close this out on what has been, by the numbers, their weaker half of the two here on Lotus.
So they'll start their attack side, of course, around this lurk wall at A. All moving forward. Stealth drone through to check that baby door position. Benji, though, waiting for a grab net opportunity here. Looks like a paranoia followed it in. Benji!
Nice one, Benji.
On past. And he's going to take his shot.
Leaf tried to take a timing, but was caught for it. And now, what did G2 do to respond? They try to get it to be fast. Yeah, Minibu is ready, but he knows he needs to get out of dodge. Wood's picking up the angle for him. Can he get one? Yes, he can.
Perfect. When one steps back, another steps up. But G2 able to brute force their way in.
Without taking a lot of damage. These players are low on HP and feeling the pressure while trying to get this spike down. But Heretics, they'll need to slow down. They need to wait for Boo to get back in the mix. He's just rotating now.
Nice.
Valorant is eager to make something happen, but it's all on Trent.
Heretics का क्या बात है? अभी तो 7-7 easily हो जाएगा.
That horn from Riens was massive. It chunks Fallon down to about 20 health, makes him so easy to pick off. And now we'd have to do something, frankly, extraordinary. Sat on the site, footsteps here from up above. That's one down. Benji.
Nice, क्या बात है? Let's go.
Pistol secured for Heretics. Smooth sailing over the last 7 rounds.
He's ultimately just overwhelmed and alone. Heretics open this up with another trap play, by the way, and it's Leaf trying to take a timing off that trap play coming from Tree when he gets caught. There was a nade with the grab net thrown over towards kind of that back rebel cross area on the far left side.
अभी तो ये वाला राउंड भी टीम Heretics का है, तो इजीली 7-7 हो जाएगा. Cover up.
Did you see that lovely way that Wu, Minibu, they play off of each other from heaven, and Main just swings back and forth.
Wu picks up the line as Minibu doubles back.
And they didn't get all the kills, but they did so much damage. Made it easy for the cleanup after the fact. G2, their patented round 2 Stinger Force.
Yeah, it's a pretty distinctive look in it. Works out more often than you maybe feel it should in America.
I mean, they made this their hallmark in 2025.
There's the question of
इन लोगों ने पूरा
starting to
stinger
get
buy
some of this
कर
map
लिया है.
control. Going up towards Rubble could be a risky proposition as Woot is already got himself an outlaw in hands. This will clear him and force him onto a wider angle. A rendezvous away as Chalk takes all that space with a gate crash.
Yeah, he can play relatively aggro there, right? Just with the ability to get back into tree. It's one of the nice spots that you can play aggro with the chamber on this map. You're going to be so safe getting away.
Joel may have to wait for a toggle of this Viper wall. In the meantime, maybe looking for a way in, or even a way to just to garner some extra information about this A side setup. Self-drone into B. The Ren's forced away here. Haunt, Poison Orb thrown up to cover that link area. This is G2 now with the Stingers.
मॉनिटर को क्या हुआ आपके? मेरा मॉनिटर का बैकलिट का इशू है, मतलब होते रहते हैं, फिर आपके क्या बोलते हैं शटडाउन भी हो जाता है। वो T1 के मैच के दौरान भी एक बारी हुआ था, बस एक बारी ऑफ होके ऑन हो गया था। Nice, let's go 7-7.
With the headhunter. Absolute stunner of a shot from Woot. Both players brought such low HP against a stinger. You almost want a favor job there, honestly, when he's got the 150 in that weapon.
और I think ये वाला राउंड भी हो जाएगा टीम हेटिक्स को, क्योंकि उन्होंने वो बाय कर ली थी स्टिंगर, तो सेव करना ही पड़ेगा अभी।
On G2 with the seizes, with the nets, comboing them with nades.
It's about as good as G2 can ask for in a round like that. Down to Stingers, they have that full B-site control. They spend Poison Orb, they dark cover upper. They couldn't have asked for more there.
देखो बोला था मैंने
to be
सेव
doing this
करना ही
in front of the
पड़ेगा।
home crowd as well. Now G2 relegated to a nothing by, a lot of sheriffs here. And Heretics with a chance to take the lead for the first time in this game.
Joel with some questions to ask of the C-site setup. Can always gate crash back in the spawn direction.
Yeah, the setup right now on this round is the exact same as on the prior. It's just Woot playing over on A, Trip very far back, Deadlock setup over on that C side, and Rian's playing on B.
Yep, this wall allows for Valen to gain this orb control. G2 usually trying to scale up to at least the tree door or this position. Huh. Reactive barrier here thrown down by Benji. Jonah's going to clear it like the old-fashioned way. Again, keeping those two players interested at C, sprinkling some catnip over that area is now G2 still forward towards that A side.
Had a real opportunity to get the kill on Benji. He's caused quite the distraction.
ओ दो मार दिए वुड ने, क्या बात है भाई?
Let's go.
Yeah, he sold it perfectly. He sold ice to a polar bear, and still Woot would have cut them down. Valen gets up towards that pit position. There is a plant. Jaw has allowed it. I see Jonah P as well playing that rubble position. We'll be able to see that long line into stairs. With Sheriff, though, it's a tough ask.
This would require some absolute magic. Jonah very late to try and pick up stairs and swing off some of this contact, but he's smoked off out of the fight.
Valen has to clear the Haunt now, maybe try and play ahead of it. Paranoia
nice.
comes in, near side out. Jonah took a timing.
Let's go, guys. One round lead पे team Heretics, क्या बात?
Found themselves in the lead on Lotus.
It was a long journey to get here, and one that at a time didn't seem like was ever going to happen. Didn't seem possible when G2 were up 6-0 to start the game. But they have arrived. Woot topping the board, slow start on map 1, but he has bounced back on Lotus. G2's pick. So once he started picking up that operator, and speaking of, in this round, he's got the tour de force. Likely going to just pop that. He's playing with the Stinger right now.
तुमने बोला था ना वो चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी अलग-अलग होती है, हर बारी वो डमरू भी देते हैं, डमरू वाली ट्रॉफी होती है, हाँ।
सही है, बढ़िया है।
ओ नेट, क्या नेट करा है भाई, ऑलमोस्ट दो कर दिया है। नाइस, निकाल लिया है वुड ने।
Given him this momentum of the
last
round.
And if you'd like to dodge these two combos, enjoy walking into our operator on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, you can't play ahead of them. Lucky for Valen, he could sort of TP out. Jaw much the same, but Jonah did not have such an option. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Util combos are one side, tour de force on the other. And Woot is the kind of player who will just repost and get ready to fight again.
Cover going out. Smoke's being cycled to control A main for Team Heretics.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, nice. क्या बात है? Let's go.
He just has no idea.
And just, you know, that's around where Boo pops up, raised his head.
2-0 guys, proper 2-0.
Gameplay.
Look at how quickly Team Heretics are already getting right on this C site to help Rians.
Yeah, Rians is just clear of that, but Trent's able to run him down. Traded out instantly though now as Boo sat up in this
corner. 7-9. Let's go, yeah, let's
go. He pops out like a spectre to claim the round.
A round where the Heretics just do everything right. For what feels like the millionth time in this series. They get value with a util combo early, and then on the opposite side of the map, Weave tries to take some space. If you're not getting hit with a util combo, you're walking right into an operator sightline. And then late when they go for that C hit, Boo has already picked up that solo player on B. They pivot 3 immediately. They're there to stop them. They were everywhere they needed to be at all times.
And after losing 6 rounds in a row, G2 have decided to phone a friend. It's a timeout called. And another anemic attack side is being put on display by America's #1 seed.
Phoning 2 friends as of late, as per the last few times we've watched G2 play. They're not going to have any cash coming into this next round, but the intentions are not really for this next round. It's about the next buy, because on that round, they'll also be getting towards potentially 3 new ultimates available.
And again, there have been a number of teams that have stepped up to test G2 domestically, but Team Heretics are a different beast entirely.
Now, we're talking about this G2 team that has been nothing but consistent this entire year.
ये round भी Team Heretics का ही है, G2 का buy round नहीं है ये.
Toronto. I mean, that is crazy. Across BCT, they've won all 3 Americas stages, 2nd place at Bangkok. Heretics, volatility, high highs, low lows.
Their ceiling
is unbelievable. Their roster, the talent that they have, is outrageous. They can take down any team in the world rather, on the right day.
And as good as G2's floor is, it's high. They are struggling to reach those heights right now. Valorant for Miniboo is the exchange over towards that mound direction, and G2 would like to step in and take some liberties here.
Jonah now just 1 away from that Nightfall, so whatever happens for the rest of the round, live, die, get a kill, he's going to get that for the next, surely.
Once again, a preemptive barrier to prevent Leaf lurking up any further on this A side. He'd have to give a sound cue if he wants to advance more northward into tree.
By the way, just some note, but Woot didn't invest into the oppies. Just playing with the rifle here.
Boo in that spot we saw him in last round. That is checked for by the Prowler.
Much like a prior round, Jonah is just here in the dark cover.
Nice.
See, making a ton of noise. But juxtaposed to that last round, this one, he dies. So,
it does put Benji solo over at the A side, and Valen with some sharp shooting.
Yeah, great kill from Valen. I mean, this is 2 times, though, that
TV4 है, 2 के पास ही
rotate off. Jonah did cause enough of a distraction for them to stay. And now they've got a real shot at winning this on account of Trent having that Armageddon, despite just the Sheriff. That ultimate can more than make up for it.
Yeah, into stairs or upper A site. Both of them likely to rattle Team Heretics and force them to quickly reposition. Leaf's going to call these footsteps. He knows they're coming through. Sat in pit. He'll hear the drop down as well. He's got all the information he can ask for, but now to make an informed decision off of it is a different story. Here's an Armageddon. Leaf sees Boo step in with crosshair. Woot is more than he can handle.
Oh, ट्रिप्सी निकाल लिया कोई ना.
Drops 4.
एक राउंड के लिए पे है अभी टीम Heretics.
A beautiful crossfire there, ready to pick the players off when they're forced out into the open from the ult. Jonah again over on that C side, selling, and again, Team Heretics are buying. They've recovered rifles early on account of these kills. They get the upgrades to the weapons. This was kind of just that extraneous round out of the timeout. Hey, let's try something, see if it works. But we've got all the ults for the next one. Let's focus on the buy round. Oh, don't even need to. This
नहीं देना था confidence होगा देखते यार.
One of your initiators just playing away from the team.
क्योंकि ये defending side at map ही है.
That's why it's so compelling to Heretics to stay on C there.
Back to the util combo. Well, it's the C's and the nade over towards that C main.
पूरा fielding set कर सकते हैं ना entry में, तो fielding set ही है already.
So it's just Leaf working this wall solo right now with an op.
Always potential when you've got that Nightfall with the dimensional drift to go for double execute. You can pop out of the ult. Players won't be able to hear you.
Yep, come out of halls or something similar. Well, that's the play, Wyatt.
That's a counter Nightfall actually to just stop them.
Hasn't slowed Jaw down, of course. And here comes that G2 Nightfall. It's allowed Jaw to
दोनों फेड ने कर दिया है.
Boo again tries to get up in that box corner, but it's
wow, क्या खेल रहे हैं Woot यार.
Pops the door open. Gets 2. Leaf finally neutralizes Benji on the A side. This will provoke a rotate back in that direction.
Oh, that movement from Wu is so slick, staying alive at the end there. At the end, they're just working around the door. That's beautifully done. We're going to be into a straight-up 3-on-3 retake, except for the fact that Leaf can get that pit down right now. It's going to cover upstairs, so that sight line closed off.
It's pretty devious, and Heretics don't know about Tree either.
Now, the one critical piece of util is that Riens does still have one Prowler to try and locate a player in this pit. Ideally, of course, they want to find Leaf, remove him from the map, and remove that pit's activation.
Trent going to pick up this rubble position.
Oh, Wood, nice यार. Chamber versus Viper crucial होगा. Wood क्या खेल रहा है literally.
Minibu steps up, cut down.
बोलते
It's all about Riens now. Has to give it a tap. Leaf very, very low, but Riens also decaying down. What an ungodly
Alt down कर दिया guys. NT 9-9.
It's a shaky round for G2.
बोलते ही कुछ तो हुआ कोई दिक्कत नहीं है.
A beautiful attempt from Woot in that mid-round. The push through the door, that 2K stays alive somehow even while being concussed. That was really sick.
ये देखो वुड खेल रहा है वुड खेल रहा है बहुत काली जुबान देखी पर ऐसी 0 MS 0 MS
onto Benji when he's playing their solo. They've been picking him off.
I mean, it's Leaf here just working that lurk wall, this time with an op in hand, and honestly forced the issue. Knew that Benji was trying to play pretty cannily on that A side.
Team Heretics का timeout है अभी.
So Heretics timeout here.
Come on guys, Wood को थोड़ा और boost करो. Wood को motivate करो हो जाएगा.
They can still put together a solid round.
ये कितना cute है मुझे भी.
And they're one away from that tour de force, so plenty of ultimates to leverage to put their nose back out in front.
G2 have done a wonderful job getting back into this game, understanding how to manipulate some of these Heretics rotates and then exploiting that A site. That has been the key to victory. And I think they almost even won that on a round where they lost. That it was one of those ecos where they were able to draw the attention towards C with Jonah and then late A pivot. They're like, wait a second, there might be something to this. And now getting onto the actual buys, it's finding some continued success. It was a good pivot away yet again. Team Heretics can't afford quite yet. Woot is fully buying though. Hero Vandal buys down to nothing because next round he's going to have that tour de force, so it doesn't matter. He can just try to go for it on this one, send it, see if he can make something happen.
Deadlock के net का और Raze के net का.
A phantom. All right, fast push here up. Rubble fight attempted. Of course, we talked about how potent that combo would be on this defense side. Heretics assert themselves
निकलने नहीं देंगे. Lock भी कर दिया लो.
On A side control.
देख रहे हो guys.
At the same time as well, Woot has moved forward over towards Mound, playing up with Boo. Two players that can take a shot and teleport away if they really need to. Not if they get hit by something. Yes. Don't have abilities.
Really similar to the Yoru double duelist comms where you take both extremities and use the Yoru just to gate crash away from Mound. Same idea.
C पे ही है.
Jonah B that was extracted from A.
Yeah, I think that was just random spam. He was sending out some util through the smoke, trying to draw some attention. As the rest of the team work towards B, Rion's very well timed C, so he can escape, and then Woot opens the door with the weapon as well. He's got
nice, देख रहे हो मैंने बोला था Woot खेल रहा है भाई देखो.
I think he saw the indicator from the headshot through the box, so he kept spamming. Benji now on the proper angle, he sees the barrel. Oh, he's just gonna catch.
बुला भी लिया देख रहे हो. Let's go.
Try and break this cocoon up and realizes now the showstopper pop from Miniboo. There is no way forward.
Oh, let's go guys, let's go.
Ridiculous.
50 ही निकाल लिया इन लोगों ने. Sheriff है देख रहे हो.
Hero rifle buy with some sheriffs mixed in.
Big brain, बिल्कुल.
Use of those ultimates now. Heretics can lean back and lean into this round.
And Woot has just been chilling over at Mound. No reason to leave. Can teleport away.
Nice. क्या बात है.
Oh my god.
1v5 possible.
Getting the most with the least are Heretics.
Raze वाला ult नहीं use करना था I feel हाँ.
Realizing now the spend might
और rounds के लिए बचा के रखते.
Rien's the next to step up. Trent does not want to deal with the bioengineered Valorant menace.
Sorry, I mean,
let's
what has gone on there?
Let's
so
go.
I think Jonah, maybe he was sending out the Prowler
21
or just
kills,
something along those lines. So he gets spammed down by Miniboo. Yeah, he does send the Prowler. Just spam headshot, cool. this was a great moment. The paranoia into the swing, and yeah, he sees the indicator from the headshot, so he knows to keep spamming. Then they try to re-clear A, but have no fade util. Also, that's so smart from Benji. He knows if he swings wide, he could die from someone's sword, so he just cocoons. I mean, that's just a series
अभी G2 का टाइम आउट भाई, टाइम आउट के बाद टाइम आउट.
Trent then tried to post up and shoot a cocoon, and then immediately Minibu just pops the showstopper and he's out of there. He's not dealing with that at all. Honestly,
a bizarre round, but very cool. And that really has just been, for me, a trademark of Heretics today. Just a bunch of cool little util plays. They're happening constantly.
G2 mentally खत्म है, हाँ.
Little maneuvers, and typically it's only maybe just 2 pieces.
मुझे भी लगता था कि वो लोग बस अमेरिकाज़ में ही टॉप पे हैं.
Well timed from Heretics.
Congratulations, folks. You are in for it. Let me tell you that. Busy times ahead. All right, round number 20 is coming at you. So we've got some sort of smattering here of decent weaponry for G2 amongst Bulldog and Stinger by.
Yeah, and by the way, again, to rehash the pre-round talk, Wu bought a hero rifle because he was going to have the tour de force this round. So now free op time with the Stinger.
Let's go, let's go.
He just throws that rifle over to someone else, so the Team Heretics economy just suddenly
जब तक
inflated.
दुआ आएगा गेम चला जाएगा. 50% हो गया, लिखा हुआ था ना 50% done.
They are buying the dip right now.
And that time, immediately Woot is forced away from that place where he's loved to off on Chamber. Just get him to TP right to tree, get out of there. They break even that trip that was placed on the ground as well. This is some fast action from G2, taking the space, taking this orb.
This pivot back to Mound might also be pretty pacey as well.
Stealth drone could be trouble for Boo.
He'll force a TP play away potentially.
Yeah, just has to TP right away. Does he dare try to break it and then TP, fight, take a shot?
Risk the suppression?
That'd be pretty risky. I wouldn't be mad at just get out of there. Yeah, he does.
Bro, it's Boo we're talking about.
I know, it's Boo we're talking. Yeah, 99% chances to just get out of their line, and I think it's very appropriate.
He is going to be suppressed here, having the backup on the site, so hard to get some of this util out. Did still get a dark cover into the choke.
Yeah, and Boo says...
चलो C side तो इधर ले लिया है.
coming over, still has that nade. They've got the grab net. It's being synced
nade
up.
और वो
It goes a little bit too much
nade थोड़ा पहले
हो गया. No.
Still though, waterfall control's been held by Heretics.
Nade थोड़ा गलत लग रहा है.
4v5 है. Come on.
Takes a risk, trying to take some space.
This is to the wrong wolf inside of him. Special delivery holds Heretics at bay for a time. But off that paranoia, they might look to go for it. Here's Minibu. Pretty patient, trying to get forward. Ends up being a trade as he steps up. Jonas taken down. Benji emerges.
Nice one. एक ही बचा.
Clatters to the ground as Leaf has only one more time.
अरे नहीं यार, लीफ ने 3 मार दिए. Nice, nice.
On his feet.
ओमेन स्मोक सही यूज करना था. I mean blind. I mean हाँ, पुश थोड़ा रुक गया. हाई लीफ ने 3 मार दिए.
And then collects onto Wu, right back to the left for Boo.
3 मार दिए यार. ये भगवान. खड़ा होके कुछ तो बोल.
Oh my god, that is outstanding.
Look at the stress though in the coaching booth.
It felt like this game basically as good as done with a retake
फिर से
win there
नेट
from
2
Team
नेट का
Heretics.
कॉम्बो.
They did everything right.
बिल्कुल
and it's
चाउमीन
not
मंचूरियन
enough.
की तरह.
They're going back to this fast A fight. Combination of the grab net and the nade, but do they know that Valen is crossed? They want to fight out and support their omen.
If you want to throw down,
अरे.
Stinger gets Valen deep in a rubble. Benji also down, so that stall util cut a little short.
And now Wood is pushed all the way out of C. He's going to meet up against Leaf, who's going to win this duel. Wood has the opportunity.
Oh,
The
nahi.
from Leaf's too good. He had the moment, he had the time to get the kill before Leaf even had his whereabouts, but that wasn't enough. And now this round should be as good as done.
Guys,
Koreans and Boo likely to just save now.
And honestly, it's just a moment where there's an overpush. On that C side of the map, we've seen Wood get aggressive. He's always had the rendezvous as a bit of a, a plug pull option, but there he was well out of its range. Leaf always good in those 1v1s on random extremities.
There's no way they're trying to go for this. The remaining 3 players have no money at all. But
Nice. 2v2 हो गया भाई. देखो ओवरहीट कर रहे हैं. भाई 2 लोगों को निकाल दिया. क्या बात है.
Sitting in the back of the side, a slightly safer spot, but
Nice.
Team Heretics should
Ground पलट रहे देखो easy.
Fallon low, sees the Prowler come through and then realizes there's real follow-up behind it. Little swing, little flick,
ऊपर
now
से
it's all
आएगा.
down. Taboo needs a tap. Fallon with the classic in hand.
Nice. Let's go भाई पूरा round पलट दिया. पूरा round पलट दिया. क्या बात है?
दो ने round पलट.
2v4 guys. 2v4.
Whose idea is that?
Take over the 2 versus 4.
What a round. वही ना यार 2v4.
How does Rienz get the 2 here? Oh my god, Leaf just staring towards Waterfall and then Jaw is isolated. I cannot believe
one.
what
क्या
I'm
बात है?
seeing.
Let's go भाई. Let's go.
Rip the Nightfall, the 3 dead players, 2 of them had 100 credits left. 100 left.
The masculine urge to do something that makes
What
zero
on
sense.
earth?
All right, collect ourselves for a moment. G2 definitely don't have much time to
इधर
rest
भी
on their
तेहो
laurels.
और फेट का कॉम्बो किया जा रहा है.
Spotted out there by that horn and Valen deep.
ट्रेड हो गया है. Nice match point. We go match point. Let's go. I love when EMEA and EMEA face each other. वही ना.
Stand their ground as G2 are trying to weasel out of the situation.
Match point. Match point. Match point. Let's go.
Would love to sneak back into the fray.
Easy. Boo खेल रहा है
Trent
अभी.
is at 5 HP.
Nice. क्या बात है?
Match point. He's the only thing standing in
फिर
their
से
way.
same score ही लग रहा है मुझे 10-13.
What can Trent do in this situation? If he goes
हाँ,
towards C,
मैं क्या बोल
Woot is
रही थी?
ready.
देखो देखो ये खुद ही वो लगा है.
Duoed up, fighting together on A. About to walk into this trip.
क्या बात?
Surely there's just
अरे मत
no
बोलो
hope.
बोला ना.
Trent will hear it here. Able to clear it in time. Spike to hand. 30
Team
seconds
Heretic
left.
जीत जाएगा इस.
What feels like an impossible situation. He's just faked a beat. Left the site now, likely to end up at A. And what do we play around? A stealth drone? That's it.
5 HP है यार
Team
वो.
Heretics just taking their time. They don't need to do anything overly reactive. Wait for the spike to go down. Play for the 3-on-1 retake. This would be an all-time Valorant moment. This would be in the history books if Trent can somehow manage a way to win this 1 versus 3.
नहीं
The draw
होगा.
on every
5
inch of his
HP
experience,
possible
his
ही नहीं है.
collected nature, his nonchalance.
10
Tough to
to
rattle this guy, but a 1v3 against one of the best teams in the world surely is going to get close. Trent hears Woot. He understands he's sound baiting, and there's Mini Boo to clear him up.
GG's match point. Let's
off
go.
that dink. 1.
We are honest with you guys, I'll give it to you straight. The money, not good for G2. Valor with a deep TP in the stairs that starts off its rubble pattern. Heretics really throw themselves at it. They know they're favored
Headshot
here.
दिया था
They
उसने
trust
किसने?
themselves. This is the way that they win.
Those back-to-back rounds, just all-out brawl for that side
Yay!
of the map.
One more round. One more round. One more.
It
Let's
has
go.
been over a year since the last time these two teams
उन
faced
पे
each
फिर
other.
से बाई नहीं है.
Back at Masters Shanghai, and that
Easy.
was a 3-0 victory for
हाँ
Heretics.
वही. फिर
And
भी
it looks
दो
like they're
लोग
going
तो
to
थे ना
extend
यार.
that
दो
run
लोग
to
तो थे.
5 maps in a row against G2. 1 year later, to open up champions, the beginning of their journey, trying to get back to the grand finals as they did last year.
Joel here, of course, in drift, sees it all. Woot, rendezvous on out of there. Joel pretty deep here in the side. He might look to stick it. Boo just cuts him down.
Yo, let's go guys. Yay.
This is where that came from.
GG's.
He'll be waiting
GG's.
for
GG's.
even more of this action. G2 get themselves up on mound.
GG's. GG's. GG's.
Bulldog and
GG's.
Phantom
Let's go.
2v5. Heretics at their best. G2, frankly, in the doldrums. Dark cover dissipates. Woot knows what waits on the other side of it, but he'll play back for safety.
Yeah, low HP, in danger of the spam repost now that he has that rendezvous activated.
That smoke now refreshed means that the way is closed for G2.
And the home crowd knows that this is time.
जल्दी खत्म करो.
Pivot to Bieber, Benji
Yeah.
Fishy will
Let's
be
go.
waiting. Team's
Yeah.
bad.
Let's
Last
go.
man.
Let's go.
Waiting for that last
Woohoo,
morsel to be offered
ba-bum,
up as Valor
ba-bum,
needs to
ba-bum,
extricate
ba-bum.
himself from the net and simply step
Team
up.
Heretics guys.
He came down briefly.
Somebody dealt with, and he knows his only option is to
करियर
go forward.
खत्म, फ्लॉलेस
Suppress
तो
W will walk
फिनिश
into the
आ
sidelines
ये
of 3 Heretics players with Woot breathing down the back of his neck.
ये भाई 10-13 10-13 दोनों मैप पे 2-0 लेट्स गो गाइस
वैसे भी गेम गया मेरा
लेट्स
ये
गो क्या बात है गाइस क्या बात है काटो काट को लिख रहे हैं
It was an 0-2
भाई W यार W टीम हियर
bouncing back from those
दोनों टीम पसंद है बट बेंजी फिशी ये सबको देख के थोड़ा यू नो
one of the world's best,
नाइस
possibly the
वन
most
यार नाइस वन
consistent team of 2025. I mean, it
2-0
feels
सेम
mental
स्कोर
that
दोनों
either of
मैप
these
पे
teams
क्या
are
बात है
destined
W
to be sent down to the lower bracket, but after one game of play here at Champions,
दो इधर निकाले भाई एक ऑपरेटर से एक डिगल से नाइस वन
illegal, really. The 2v4 retake where they just walk up onto the site apropos of nothing. I don't know how you can concoct a
लेट्स गो गाइस टीम हियरटिक्स फुल फॉर्म में है भाई EWC चैंपियन
true self-belief and a spark of inspiration that take Team Heretics now to the fore. It's the best foot forward for this
नाइस वन यार क्या खेले ये लोग, मजा आ
As
गया
high as the floor has been for this G2 team, we've seen a ceiling that far eclipses it.
and by the way, I just have to give Miniboo his flowers for this series. 9 first kills on map 1.
Let's go,
7
guys,
on
let's-
map 2. That is absolutely outrageous.
And amidst all of that, Woot gets to weave
मजा आ
his way
गया
in and just
भाई
do dirty
यो
things round after round. Tour de force poured up, throwing rifles over his teammates, keeping the economy going even when it gets tough. This Heretic squad mean business. When it
Let's-
comes to globals, these guys know where their bread is buttered.
चलो अभी मैं भी जा ही रही हूँ थैंक यू सो मच गाइस फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन बहुत मज़ा आया जो दो टीम को सपोर्ट कर रही थी वही लोग जीते आज वो भी अच्छा जीते 2-0 करके अच्छा लगा देख के कल और मज़ा आएगा क्योंकि कल खुद आस पास MIBR वर्सेस बिली गेमिंग होने वाला है ठीक है और फिर आपका होने वाला है FNC वर्सेस कौन सा टीम था FNC वर्सेस कौन सा टीम था RRQ हाँ द किंग्स ऑफ कमबैक दोनों टीम फाइट करने वाली है भाई क्या बात है कल और मज़ा आने वाला है आज मतलब मज़ा आ गया भाई दोनों जिस दो टीम को मैं सपोर्ट कर रही थी वही लोग जीते हैं आराम से जीते वो लोग W बहुत मज़ा आ रहा है ऐसे ही आप लोग सपोर्ट करते रहो लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कर दिया करो यार मैं कम से कम 6 बजे से बैठती हूँ 12 बजे तक वॉच पार्टी और दोपहर में भी मैं स्ट्रीम करती हूँ आजकल तो वही मेहनत तो लगता है बट मज़ा भी आता है इसमें सपोर्ट करके अपने फेवरेट टीम को तो ऑन अ गुड नोट थैंक यू सो मच एवरीवन फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन इधर बहुत बारिश हो रही है प्रे करो बारिश वगैरह ना हो यार बहुत मुश्किल होते हैं लाइक लिटरली मैं पानी पे ही चल रही हूँ ऐसा मतलब समझ लो बहुत दिक्कत हो रही है मुझे लिटरली ऐसा लग रहा है मैं एक रूम में बंद हो गई हूँ तो बारिश वगैरह ना हो प्रे करो बस और मतलब क्या बोलूँ यही ठीक है बाय गाइस बाय पुकीज इट्स मी प्रियंका साइनिंग ऑफ फ्रॉम टुडे स्ट्रीम थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ट्यूनिंग इन बहुत मज़ा आया बाय टेक केयर